everybody. Just give me a minute. Thank you for being here bright and early in the stream. Thank you all. Thank you all. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. We are getting ready to get started in a second. Salute to Wally at Well Talk Productions. Thank you for being here. Setting the bars in the standard or setting up the bar with alcohol. Either way, I'll take an amaretto sour, please, and thanks. Absolutely. If I had amaretto, you would have it. But I think we're going to be setting the bar as in the standard today. I think that's what we need to do. Establish some standards. Hey, Enya. And what up, M3 over at Knowledge and Relationships. I did enjoy the clip with you and AR on his channel. And congratulations to AR on getting 1,000 subs on YouTube. Yeah, it's time to get that money. Been working hard. I know you've been pumping out content, bruh. And M3, I know your turn is coming. I think you just hit 900. I think you just hit 900. So anybody that is here, thank you. We are getting ready to get started. Let me do this the right way. Bear with me. Today's going to be a little bit of a production.
It's been a long one, and I need someone so high. Pull up and bring some, with no passion, and the pedals moving, and the combos moving, and it's time for you to join the current. Here we go again. Critically drinking, stay thirsty, my friend.
I can't fix that typo. It said Game of Thrones on the screen, but we're talking about the game of Tyrones today. We are talking about the game of Tyrones. All right. So I want to shout out everybody that came through. Again, I know the only person I missed was Big Rick Slaps. Man, appreciate you for stopping through, bro. And AR, man, again, like I said, congratulations on the 1K. I think you stepped in right after I said that. Congratulations on the 1K. It's time to get that money, all that hard work. What about the game of Jerome's? Well, I am the Jerome. So otherwise known as the bastard Rashawn Snow. I am a Rashawn Snow. You know nothing, Rashawn Snow. So yeah, we are going to incorporate a little Game of Thrones because as I've been watching it again, I've been seeing a lot of similarities between characters there. And not the Game of Tyrones, absolutely. What a Dorian man with the one bit, he always got a Rashawn Snowflake. I like it. I like it. Rashawn Snowflake. I do like it. So we are going to talk about that through the lens of Game of Thrones. Now listen, I am a bastard. Yeah, I'm a bastard. I told you that a long time ago. It's Bill Month. It's always Bill Month, ain't it? Dorian? Ain't it always Bill Month? This guy. But what we're going to do today is talk about. Now listen, this is a non-gender specific dynamic. These are non-gender specific roles or terminology, but I will be talking about the guys. I mean, I don't really have incentive right now to talk about the ladies. I think the ladies should talk about the ladies and the guys should talk about the guys. I think we should call each other out, hold each other to account, whatever words y'all like using. I really don't care about the semantics, but today we're going to be talking about the fellas, but also, again, don't clap too hard, any ladies, because this does apply to you too. This does apply to you in certain ways as well. So we are talking about the House of BANE. Yes. These are the broken, the angry, the negative, I got to be a little, and the emotionally stunted. That's what we're going to be talking about today. So yeah, appreciate you, Bree, for throwing the emotes in the chat for these folks. But we're going to be talking about these guys today. But I'm going to be showing examples from the television. One episode gave me all 4 examples that I'm going to be able to show you. I'm going to show you a visual representation of how these guys show up in the world. So without further ado, let me set the mood for myself because y'all know I like the little music in the background. I might be bopping. It might look weird for me playing like bopping the music. Y'all can barely hear it. But I don't care. It's going to sound old English. I know Inya wasn't like it under the Discord. We're going to get that little old English sound. We're going to get into the bees. She's definitely a problem. She's not as bright as she thinks she is. But we'll talk about that another day. Another day, I do plan on talking about it. I meant to find time for it this weekend. Oh, yeah. I meant to find time for it this weekend because Cynthia G and Umar Johnson were on, was that Fox Soul? And I do want to have that discussion because there's a problem. And there is a war against everybody. That's the problem. Everybody wants to be the victim. There's a war against everybody. Everybody's a target right now. But deciding who's the worst target or who's the actual victim, it really doesn't matter. So are black men, is there a war against black men? Absolutely. Is there a war against black women? Absolutely. Is there a war against white men? Absolutely. Is there a war against white women? Absolutely. Is there a war against gay people? Absolutely. There's a war against everybody. Everybody has an enemy. So we need to quit worrying about that. It's silly. It's silly. And Cynthia G, unfortunately, is one of the people who was warring against black men. So it's really silly. But we're going to talk about that. I know me and Bree had a difference of opinion on who won that debate. But we're going to get to that. We're going to have that another day. Just before we get into it, though. Today, we're going to start with BANE. This is BANE right here. This is actually from the Batman universe. But he's serving as an acronym today for the broken, the angry, the negative, and the emotionally damaged. And then, you know me, Rashawn Snow. So that's what we'll be doing. We'll be doing battle with them today. Wednesday, though, we will be going over a communication piece. Red Lipstick Vibes had a conversation with AR was there, and they were talking about girl strips. And nobody can seem to communicate their point well. So I do want to go through that Hey, sticks our head around the corner. Spoilers? No, we're going back to season 6 of the original. We're going back to season 6 of the original. So shouldn't be any spoilers. You've had plenty of time to catch up on your Game of Thrones. But we're talking about the game of Tyrones today. I'm going to be using some examples. But Wednesday, I'll be going over some communication pieces, arguments, how things break down, how people aren't listening, how people insert their biases to conversations. That will be Wednesday. And this Friday will probably be my last dual stream Twitch, YouTube, where we're going to talk about like phases of life, because I think a lot of the problems we're having in these online spaces are people who are in their 30s and 40s still trying to live and think like they're 20. So we're going to talk about that a little bit. I think I made Simon cry. I don't know. I heard some stuff, man. I heard y'all get into it at one point. You called him the B word. I think he called you fat and a nigga. I think that was... I saw a part of an exchange. But I also heard you said something about his child. I don't know. If that's true, man, you might be one of the people on my list today. Appreciate you, Simon. You know, because the people that always like talking about people's kids, y'all on this list. Y'all BANEs. For sure, for sure. And Twitch, Wally has gone over to Twitch, Sad Soul 94. Appreciate you, bro. You called his daughter a B? Like, serious? Like, are you reiterating what I claimed, or is that what you did? You called his daughter a B? Like, did you really? I didn't hear that. So, I mean, if you're saying you did that, you did. His child daughter. You called his child daughter? Like, let me be clear. You called his child daughter a bitch? Like, is that what you did? Like, for real? Yeah, that's what I can really say, man. Like, this is exactly the type of this is exactly what we're talking about today. So today, y'all, we're talking about Bane. We're talking about AR. We're talking about people like him who would disrespect somebody's kids. God dang, man. Some people, man, there's no low that they won't sink to. All the stuff we talked about Daryl. And you calling people's kids bees, man. God, I can't respect that, bro. He acted like he wanted to smoke, man. I'm 45. So I go changing dumbass slaps in my cars and retro J's, but I'm not on to yet. Exactly. How you express yourself is one thing, but your mentality has to grow. You can't be out here 40. I mean, I guess you can be out here 30 and 40 and calling people's children bees, man. I guess that's what we're doing. Yeah, now that's not even a ninja, man. That's weak. That's weak as hell. No respect on YouTube. So today, AR is in this. He's definitely these people. He's a Bane. Because Bane originally, it was, BAN energy. Bane originally, but I was like, let's go a little deeper than that. That's sad, man. Golly, yeah, it is disappointing. I'm sorry, that just caught me off guard. I really didn't believe that. Nah, that's weak, bro. That's weak. That's weak as hell, man. That's weak. Yeah, I'm good on that, man. I'm good on that. Like, for real, like, I wouldn't stay associated with Daryl after all that stuff about kids. And dang, man, as much as I like you, AR, bro, can't rock with that, man. That's trash. Oh well. All right. Give me a second, guys. Because, since we are talking about AR at the moment, but we're going to be looking through the lens of people that act like AR, let's talk about what somebody else thinks about AR.
Bro, I told you they all busters. I told you they all busters. I told you they all busters.
Man, Brother Clarence was on it. Brother Clarence was right. AR, that's a buster move, man, talking about somebody's kid, man. That's why. I know you don't care. That's the whole problem. Hey, bro. I know, man. It's like, God, man, talking about kids, bro. That's so lame, man. That is so lame. God, all that stuff we talked about there alone, bruh. God, man, get out of here. Anyway, can't work with them. Can't win with them. Can't do it. Can't do it. So let's rock with it. What's the evaluation house of BANE, my brother? Yeah, man, we about to go over here. Y'all need to see Theon Greyjoy. Let me pull myself back up. Theon Greyjoy, right here. Theon Greyjoy. He is the B. He has been broken. Now, in the show, man, I know, right? That's how they do, man. It's weak, man. That's soft as hell, man. That's some soft stuff. Just to be in an argument. Nah, I'm just disappointed. I don't need attention. I am a streamer. Seems like I'm looking for attention. God, I'm seriously just disappointed. I said I really wanted to work with you on some stuff. Man, I swear to God. That's disappointing. That's a problem black women are having with black men, is that y'all constantly disappoint people. Y'all always show up light. Y'all always show up weak. Even when he's talking about yellow, it don't even really matter at this point, man. Golly. That's foul. But again, as we talk about Theon Greyjoy, a.k.a. the broken man. The broken man. He's been broken. He's been bent. He has been... everything... He's been tortured. A lot of y'all would talk about the guy that's victim mentality. Excuse me, that's the word you would use. Victim mentality. Man, I know, right? Victim mentality is pretty pervasive in the black community, especially. Victim mentality is. Black men have been broken. We've been dominated. And in society, a lot of men are disaffected. A lot of men have been displaced. Their labor is no longer needed. That women no longer want or need them specifically unless they can provide above what they can offer themselves. So it feels like money or math or sex, but we are starting to feel objectified. And that's kind of what Theon Greyjoy went through. He became somebody's animal. He became somebody's pet. He got used the same way black bodies have been. So he became a broken individual. So this conversation is with him because his sister rose to power in their area. So as we are dealing in this black relationship space, the sisters have stepped up. The sisters are running things, while the black men have been doing whatever they need to do to get over their woundedness. But this is the scene where he comes home and has a conversation with his sister, or in this conversation, the sisters. Give me a second, y'all.
They told me you were home and I didn't believe it. Theon Greyjoy, I said. He's dead. He's been dead a long time. He let you go.
escape.
I can't hear you.
I escaped.
Look at me. Look at me. Men died trying to rescue you. Good men. My men.
I'm sorry.
You were my brother. You were a spoiled little cunt, but you were my brother, and I risked everything for you. And you betrayed me.
I know, and I'm sorry.
Stop saying that.
He broke me. He broke me into 1,000 pieces.
Broken
know.
men.
You don't know?
He sent us one of those pieces. That's why I came for you. Why did you come here?
Where else could I go?
You heard father was dead and you thought you'd claim the crown.
No, I only heard he died after we docked.
You happened to show up on Pike right before the King's Moot.
I didn't know.
You think any Ironborn wants you to be king? After what you've done?
I don't want to be king.
What do you want?
I should have listened to you. You're the only one.
That doesn't matter anymore. Stop crying. Look at me. Tell me what you want.
You should rule the Iron Islands. Let me help you.
Real quick, that was Theon Greyjoy exhibiting his brokenness. That was what I'm seeing in a lot of people. And nah, listen, this is the last time I'm gonna address it. This is the last time I'm gonna address it right there. Like, Rashawn, you think you strong, man? I'm strong enough to not to go after kids, man. I'm strong enough not to talk about somebody's kids. Like, I'm that strong. I'm a weak individual. I say on the stream all the time. I'm a trash individual, but there's a level of trash I won't sink to. There's a level of trash I would never sink to, and that's talking about somebody's kids. So yeah, it ain't got to be about strength. It ain't about like, I'm running something. Nah, man. It's about having like strength of character or some kind of moral fiber. There's a lot of things I'm willing to do, but talking about people's kids, they are, man. And I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna let it go after that. You ain't even gotta. Your name ain't really gotta come out of my mouth ever again. It ain't even gotta be beef. I like to make fun of Daryl, but this, I'm straight, man. Like I said, I'm disappointed. Hello, Letty 444. I saw the follow after hours. Hello. Excuse me. I am talking about Game of Thrones. I'm talking about Game of Thrones today, but like I'm switching it up because I exist in a space. But I know you're new to the channel where we talk. I came from YouTube, and we spend a lot of time having talks about relationships that are like kind of disjointed and fractured. So today I'm talking about how men show up, and the first one was broken, like Theon Greyjoy. They show up broken. So that's the first one. They show up broken, and not just broken. It might be broke. You know, that's why I say like I'm not strong necessarily. I'm broke too. A lot of us have problems. A lot of us are not where we need to be financially, where we need to be emotionally, where we need to be mentally. We're in places where we have we're poor of money, poor of mind, poor of spirit. We have poor emotional awareness. Women are complaining about that. I know the Shake the Tables therapist was talking about men having emotional awareness and articulation. But there is some deep lack. There is some deep lack amongst men that is depleting their resources. Right now, there are a lot of men. I know there are even terms like hobosexual that is getting thrown around in the spaces because men that just don't have anything are looking to women to save them. They're looking for them to rule. The broken men are damaged. They're traumatized. They're dysfunctional. I know Bree's word, maladaptive. They have a faulty attachment style. If you listen to therapy, they have faulty attachment styles. They have an inability to recognize or even receive love. This one lady had posted this meme where she had talked about broken men know who to love because there's some game to get, but they don't know how to love. Let me see. Slide through on easily Rig, bro. You always got a spot on our fan. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, Rig. Appreciate you. Yeah, the maladaptive, yeah. I got that from Bree. Gotta hang around smart people, man. Hang around smart people that make you smarter. A lot of these men, the broken men, they have I forgot my music. Wait a minute. Forgot my music, y'all. There we go. There we go. I'm back. I feel that's better. That's better. So these broken men like Theon Greyjoy, they've lost their manhood. Like literally in the show, his manhood was taken from him. His penis was cut away from him. So like he lost his symbol of masculinity. So he was broken in that way. So they have a low self-worth. He was made to be like a dog. He lived in the kennels. So these broken men are carrying a lot of emotional baggage that they're unable to set or maintain any type of boundaries. They're immature. They're underdeveloped in a very critical way. They're not useful in relationships because of that deficiency. And they are very fear-based and insecure. And if you saw Theon, he looks a little jumpy. Yeah, first House of Bane. First, House of Bane is broken. Broken men want love. Everybody wants love. They just don't know what it looks like. Everybody wants love. They just don't know what it looks like. Everybody wants love. They just don't know what it looks like. All of this is coming from a place where they have a weak will. They have a weak will, so they have a hard time manifesting anything that they want in the world. It's easier to lean on other people for that, whether it have been the person who dominated them or whether it's the woman who still she won't bend the knee, so to speak. She won't bend the knee, but Theon did because he's been broken. He wears that cloak of victimhood, the cloak of invisibility, I'll call it, because they kind of disappear when trouble comes. You can't count on them. They can't face it. Takes a lot more understanding, and they need some professional help because most people are not equipped. You can't just love somebody out of brokenness. They've got to do a lot of the heavy lifting themselves, and if they've been broken, they don't have the capacity to really do the heavy lifting required to step out of emotional brokenness. You need to be guided. Unfortunately, broken people need to be guided because they're broken. That's how they're broken. Yeah, buddy. I know we talked about this, especially with Brie. Complacency instead of contentment. A lot of the broken men live in a place of complacency. They're not happy with the way their life has turned out, but they're not willing to take a critical eye at the things that they've done that led them there. The term quiet quitting would apply. The term quiet quitting, since that term is coming up in economics, but they are quietly quitting in relationships. I call these men passive aggressive because they don't have any authority to come at you directly, so they have to do little sneaky things to exhibit their frustration. You'll see it manifest in the way they act. But I know I already played this for something else, but this was what I was going to play for them. Excuse me.
Bro, I told you they all busters. I told you they all busters. I told you they all busters.
But yes, broken men are the busters that we identify in society. We got Redemption's Water is Life from Delaware Ted and Nova Rain. So everybody, get your water, please. It's time to sip on something clear, hydrate. Before you dehydrate. And anybody that missed my stream, unfortunate, it was a bad stream yesterday. First of all, I was trying to go through a book, but I didn't. I thought we were going to read it together. That was a bad idea. But speaking of water, y'all, I almost died yesterday, y'all. Peace and love, Mr. He said, appreciate you, bro. Love to you, love to the family, love to the White Harris Tribe Media Group. Mr. He said, Mr. She said, appreciate you. At the YouTube side, yeah, they busters, yo. Broken men they're the busters. They've been busted. But yo, I almost died. Julio. That's what's up. I almost died last night. I waterboarded myself. Nova got a clip of it in Discord. Man, I waterboarded myself, and it was cool. I was playing it first, but then all of a sudden, when I really tried to take a breath, then it really hit me like, oh shoot, I really can't breathe. But anyway, that's the Water is Life Redemption is over. I tried to share that little tidbit because that was crazy. That was fun. That was sad and fun. Second house of the House of BANE. Aggressive, angry. It could be angry. Yeah, don't waterboard myself. I know that was bad. Good to see you too, Mr. He said. Aggressive, angry. Again, these words, you can pick a word. You can pick a word. Broken, bitter for the B, broken, bitter, broke. Any of those will work. Any of those will work. Call it how you see it. The A, angry, aggressive, annoying. These are your alphas. You know these guys. These are the alphas, the alpha dog. I know, right? I know, it was crazy. Yeah, water is life usually. Waterboarding is unlife. That was cute. I like that one. Waterboarding is unlife. But listen, I'm going to play a clip from the show. Let me get the timestamp on that. Because again, this is all in the same episode. All in the same episode. We're going to show you these alphas. 55. La, 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 la. And again, it is Game of Thrones, so you are going to see some language. You are going to see some language. Hold up, I might be a little... There we go.
Imagine Anne having no.
These are your alphas, y'all. All gathered together in a little red pill circle.
Fastos Kalin Hayeran. Hareka nasi kisha ahileki. Majin kisha. Bazach tothrakayun.
They always calling the women whores while whoring out women. Nah, they won't support the women either.
Ieri voseci. Ieri vadrivoi.
And that's what's going to happen. They're going to burn too. Because unfortunately for the Alpha Squad that are angry, that are violent, that are aggressive, there's no place for them in this new world. There's not a place for them. They hit the wall. They hit the wall door. Hold door. There's going to be a problem. We're going to come back to that. Let me just catch up on the chat. Summerman's Pie is a genius. Aggression should be controlled, not unleashed like a wild, untamed beast. Salute to Jordan Peterson. South Rocky, they seem cool. That's a problem. They seem really cool, but their aggression, the aggressivity, always gets the better of them. Lady parts are always a bigger swear than male parts. Burn struggle, Kevin's. Yeah, they took that. They hit the wall. I can't stand y'all. When you give women too much power. But that's the problem. See, in this society, women have been elevated. So you have to learn to move a little bit in this new world. You have to move different. You can't move the same old way. My favorite sound in the morning. I can't stand y'all. Like the language is cool. Okay. Got you. Burn them. Got you. HBO got you. Uh-oh. What they do? In YouTube? What happened? So HBO got you. What happened? What they do? Shut down YouTube or Twitch? Oh, YouTube is gone. Is Twitch gone too? Okay, Twitch still looks like it's still going. Twitch looks like it's still going. Okay, cool. All right, well, let me see. All right, so anybody, well, y'all can't hear me. Oh, I'm back on YouTube. Okay, I'm confused. I don't know what happened. I did see the stream stop. But okay, y'all, I don't know. I'm back. If y'all want to make sure we are uninterrupted, y'all may want to go over to Twitch, because I do have 2 more clips I'm going to play from the show. So YouTube may cut me off again. And it might have been the language. I don't know. I really don't know. Could have been HBO. Could have been I don't know. Either way, we will be. Twitch doesn't cut you off the same way. So if you want to make sure, I don't know if somebody like Nova, I know you're really quick with that. If you could drop the link to the Twitch in case people want to view on the Twitch. Otherwise, again, I'm going to continue. When we get to the N and the E, there will be another clip coming up, so we may get disconnected again. But let's go through the A, the angry, the aggressive. Yeah, man, they hating. And that wasn't even a long clip. I didn't even play that long. But YouTube is on it, yo. I'm on the mobile phone in school. Hey, don't worry about it. Hey, appreciate you. Do not worry about it. And I know, oh God, I'm not so good with I'm in Stream Manager. I wouldn't even know where to pull the activity feed, status bar. Oh, well. Yo, it's critically drinking on Twitch, no space. So if you want to go over to Twitch, it's critically drinking, no space. But, you know those, just like the Dothraki, these, the angry, the aggressive, the annoying types, they are alpha. On the YouTube space, I need the Twitch link to my channel posted, and that way people can migrate over in case when we get to the next section. Thank you, Nova. I think you got it. But get this music popping off for the angry section. We got the angry guys, the alphas, aggressivity. Thank you, y'all. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate you. So, these guys are loud. You've seen them. They're combative. Fight Club. They love to fight. They love to argue. They are typically very immature. They are petty. Oh my God, they're petty. They are drama-filled. They love. Listen, we talked about. We mentioned Daryl because of the AR thing. We mentioned Daryl, but somebody that can spend months going after women and children and people day after day. It's that right there. That's what we're talking about. They love the drama-centric stuff. They love the beef sector. They bully those that are too weak or too decent. Like they go at children, or they go at women, or they go at people that aren't even streamers. That's what I mean. But that anger, that passion, as they'll call it, that passion, it's that energy, that passion. It never turns into actual effort or labor to do anything about what they say they care about. It stays in the realm of words. It never grows into anything on the ground. Because the truth is, like in psychology, a lot of people are projecting the opposite of what they actually are. So people that have to constantly, like was it Tywin had to tell Joffrey, if you have to tell everybody you're king, you're not one. If you have to tell everybody you're a man, you're not one. If you have to tell everybody you're alpha, you're not one. All of your passion and your bravado and your anger that comes from a place of insecurity and fear. You only have to project the opposite of what you truly feel inside to mask how you truly feel. If you were at peace with yourself, you'd be at peace within the world around you. You wouldn't have to battle. You wouldn't have to argue. You wouldn't have to take shots down. If you were a really as strong as you thought you were, people that think that they're masters of their domain, they're going to go for the top game. They're going to hunt up. They don't hunt down. DJ Dirty P, I am good. How are you feeling today? Long time no see. I believe you have another name that you were streaming under. I remember the logo. It's been a minute. Yeah, some people have been going back and forth for years, and that's problematic, and it's sad. We'll talk Paleolithic caveman. Oop, times 3 multiplier. But those guys, the angry, the aggressive, the alpha, self-proclaimed alpha dogs, they're typically covering up something. The same way a lot of times people will complain about the cops in the street, hyper-militarized individuals, or the militia types that, you know, they're trying to mask a fear of something, and they take it out through hyper-aggression. That's how they mask it. But when it comes down to it, the fear shows up. I'm in fear for my life. It's always fear-based. But you mask that with aggression. What's up, Quantum? Appreciate you stopping by. Rashawn, what? What does that mean? I don't know what that meant. It might be. It might be. There is a high degree of mental and emotional and behavioral issues within our communities, within masculinity. What picture? The picture. What? Oh, that's the name of it. Oh, okay. Thank you. It didn't come up. Got you. Okay. I'm with you now. Now listen, like the last guy, we talk about the broken guy. They were passive aggressive. Passive aggressive is how they demonstrate their activity in the world. But these guys, of course, their activity is aggressive. Because the last guy, nothing ever comes to him except like petty snipes, because they're scared, they're weak. These guys will attack. But it typically comes out, what is that called? Disproportionate to whatever the offense is. These are the guys to watch out for in relationships, because they are the ones that are more combative. They will be the ones that you have to worry about with violence or homicide, because they're projecting their insecurities into alpha testosterone madness, where they have to attack everything. And it's always somebody small. It's always women and children. It's never somebody bigger. They never aim up. But that's the problem with the A's. The alphas, the angry, lack of emotional intelligence is a huge problem as well. People who don't have words to express exactly how they feel will yell, curse, and belittle. Yep. Absolutely. And it's sad. I don't know who the big fighty brothers are, but I'm sure you're right, because Summer's always right. But yeah, we do have a lot of problems, and on these online spaces, we have even more problems, because there's no barrier of entry. There's no aptitude test. There's no emotional awareness test. Oh, the hound and the mountain. Yes. I'm an alpha. I have no one to aim up at. I can only punch down. Duh. That's a good one, Lord Ted. You're right. You're absolutely right. You're so high up, you can only punch down. But you know what happens when you get to the top? You try to find God. There's always another place to ascend to. If you're the top man, if you're the top of the mountain, you gotta find a way to climb higher. There you go. Don't punch down. You find a way to climb even higher. Ascend to the gods. Take on Zeus. There you go, Lord Ted. That's your challenge. Now the next one. Let me find the timestamp. Now, hey, we might get shut down again. I warned y'all, we might get shut down again. Where'd the timestamp go? Oh, they playing. What? Give me a second, y'all. And that's another problem. If you get a lot of attention from the drama, and that's something we have to fix as a people. If we're constantly giving air to these people, if we're constantly giving them air, if we're giving them views, it's problematic. I put the timestamps in the second place. My notes have been not syncing lately. All right, so we need 754. We about to go with the negative Nancy's, and unfortunately, it's my namesake. Perceive themselves as alpha, so they punch down. No, they can't punch in their own. Yeah, they never do. They never do. And that's typically, it's weird. Like, 'cause I would, if anybody was identifying by like perceived traits and behaviors, they'd say I'm not alpha. I don't even care. I don't really care about the labels. I'd be beta or something like that. but it's always people that are very similar to me in temperament or way that are always getting into these little alpha circles. Like they're not really aggressive, they're just projecting it. They're not really even assertive. Like they have to get into like until they get numbers, they're not really even confident. Like when there's 3 or 4 of them to gather together in their name, then all of a sudden it gets really, they get confident. But when it's just them by themselves, it's a whole different energy. Always is. Oh, well, let me find that 754. Y'all, we about to get into this next one. Let me stop the music. 754, my bad, y'all. Let's see. Boom. All right, now this is again the male-female dynamic. The male-female dynamic. The man disempowered in some way. The woman ready to go.
Where will you go?
Where will we go? If I don't watch over you, Father's ghost will come back and murder me.
Where will we go?
Can't stay here, not after what happened.
There's only one place we can go. Home.
Or should we tell the Boltons to pack up and leave?
We'll take it back from them.
I don't have an army.
How many wildlings did you save?
They didn't come here to serve me.
They owe you their lives. Think they'll be safe here if Roose Bolton remains Warden of the North?
Sansa.
Winterfell is our home. It's ours. And Arya's and Bran's and Rickon's, wherever they are, it belongs to our family. We have to fight for it.
I'm tired of fighting. It's all I've done since I left home. I've killed brothers of the Night's Watch. I've killed wildlings. I've killed men that I admire. I hanged a boy, younger than Bran.
Yeah, YouTube just dropped again.
I lost.
If we don't take back the North, we'll never be safe. I want you to help me. But I'll do it myself if I have to.
My lady.
All right. So, yeah, no. I don't know if they'll come back, but again, we dropped the link or told the channel. Yeah, I'm all good. I really do not care. Yo, so we going with the end. Now we going with the negatives. Negativity. Negative Nancy's, negative Neds. They're neurotic or they have a nasty attitude. That was a Jon Snow. Every time the woman offered a possible solution or a road to take or something to try, he had something negative to say. No, they didn't come here to fight for me. No, what are we just going to do? Take it back? No, what are we going to do? This? What are we going to do? That? No. There was this term, this lady I used to work with. She said, only come to me with problutions. Give me a second. Only come to me with problutions. If you're going to come with a problem, also come with a possible solution. So every time Sansa offered something positive or something that you could do, he was shooting it down. I know, right? And that's what a lot of these negative types will do. They don't have... Yeah, switch up. Switch up. Give me a second. Let me catch up on the chat real quick. As long as you can play. Redeeming water is life. Appreciate you, Bree, for dropping that link over there. Channels with the back and forth to women. Yeah. Yes. And unfortunately, I know if we're going to be drawn to that, if we're going to give that our time and attention, they're going to continue. Because people cannot resist the allure of attention. We're drawn to it. We're drawn to it. Punching down, man. Jon Snow doing this Jon Snow thing. Appreciate you. And we're gonna get that. We're gonna get that YouTube Water is Life redemption from Quantum. Thank you so much. Water is life. Everybody hydrate before you hydrate. It's all good. They won't let me be great, but we knew that might happen. YouTube is like that. Yep. Yeah, so if you're gonna come with a problem, I'm back on YouTube. Yeah, if you're gonna come with a problem, you might as well come with a solution. Absolutely. All right, we back. All right, so let's talk about these negative Nancys, these infinite holes of despair, of nothingness. They have no positivity in them, no kind words, unless they are receiving them from you. They don't have anything positive to offer. They build their platforms on negativity. They'll build their platforms on hate and bashing and blaming people. Now again, I know AR. I don't know if this was you or I don't know if this was Roberto. I know it's first person I saw was Ray on Hanifa's channel. They want to shame women into submission. It's not gonna work. Jon Snow always had that stupid look on his face, and that's what these guys have on their faces. It's a really stupid look. They are a lot of times jealous of the privilege and the choice that women have. That's why they're so negative. They're constantly comparing themselves or the women to other groups. Well, look at so-and-so over there. They don't do that. Well, look at so-and-so over there. They don't do that. Why do you do this? Instead of addressing anything that's going on currently with themselves, it's easier just to point at somebody else's, what do you want to call it? They'll point at somebody else's culture, per se, and say, why don't you live the way they do? But then at the same time, they don't offer the same type of benefit that other culture possesses and provides as well. So it's a very interesting dynamic where they can always point the finger and point the blame and never accept any of it. Generis is on it. Thank you. What we have, unfortunately, though, they like to find love north of the wall, y'all. These guys also like to find love north of the wall. If you know the Game of Thrones reference, they like their passport bros. If you're from the Seven Kingdoms, they can't deal with you. They gotta find love north of the wall. They gotta find a wildling. They gotta find a wildling, y'all, because they can't have somebody that has been in society. They're constantly blaming others for their failings and their failures. It's never their fault. It's never their fault. They've never met a version of accountability that they couldn't shake free from. They're all talk. Yeah, all talk. It's all talk. The problem, though, is, I know we talked about passive aggressive men, and we talked about the aggressive men. Now I'm going to introduce a new one, y'all. I'm going to introduce a new one. This one is not found in psychology or whatever. This is the aggressive passive, right? They're aggressively passive. They're hyper vocal. They'll organize, but they'll be vocal and organized around doing absolutely nothing. So they're aggressively passive. The most they'll do is protest. They'll show up, a lot of waving signs and slogans, but that's as far as it'll ever go. Aggressively passive. That's the negative or the neurotic or the negative, the nasty attitude. That's them. It's a whole lot of nothing. Oh, and I forgot, y'all. I had something for the A's. Let me see the alpha. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. Let me drop this out of I want the duplicate audio. I had something for the A's. You know, the B's were busters. Jordan Peterson. We're going to go back to the angry guys, the alphas. Jordan Peterson had something for them.
They lie. They procrastinate. They avoid. They're grandiose. They're narcissistic. They're undisciplined. They're nihilistic. They're aimless. All of those things.
Got it, yeah.
Right?
Victim mentality.
They take the quick way out. They pursue impulsive pleasures. They sacrifice meaning for expediency. They don't take care of their basic responsibilities. They fight stupidly with their parents. They don't negotiate properly with their spouse. They're bitter at work because they haven't said what they have to say. They haven't thought through what they're doing tomorrow. They drink too much. They smoke too much. They take too many drugs. They don't regulate their
work out,
so there's like,
Got it.
and
So those are
everyone
some
knows,
weaknesses.
man.
Yeah.
Everyone knows. And
But we also have the Godfather KS, rest in peace, who talked about these negative men, these negative ninjas.
When you saw how they interacted with other men and women, it was still like a combative teenager. It was still like an adolescent man trying to find his way in the world. At 40, nah, you're too old to be acting like that.
Too old to be acting like that. Can't win with them. Can't work with them. Can't do it. Can't do it. All right, y'all. Let me see. Jon Snow knows most of them can't get their passport because they owe child support. So they're just stupid. Yeah, Jon. She don't like Jon Snow. You know nothing, Jon Snow. You know nothing, Jon Snow. And I'll admit, like I said, I'm not exempt. Like whenever I said you're strong, no, I'm not strong. I recognize myself in this. I recognize myself, which is how I can see it. I can see it clearly because I'm one of them type people. I needed somebody else to tell me. I needed somebody else to direct me. I needed somebody else. Always looking externally to find your source, to find your guide. It's a weak position. I recognize it because I am it. Recognize it because I am it. So when I recognize it, I'm like, man, I see it. I understand it. I empathize with it. But I have to call it out to do better. Like people tried to call me out to do better. People call me out to do better. We can do better. If we can't shame women into submission. The very least we can do is try to call our brothers to do better. Not call them to be perfect, but there's certain things like there should be a standard. There should be a code. A man must have a code. There should be a code. Yeah. Yup. Dude, this one is great. You much more than, yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. And that's what a lot of these dudes find themselves in that same type of energy. They find themselves in that negative. And somebody says, let's try something different. They're going to shut it down. Let's try doing something different to have a better home, a better relationship, a better this, a better that. No, it can't work. No, there's no money. No, there's no time. No, nobody's interested. No, you can't trust. They'll only find negatives and they'll hang on those. They're defeated. I know, right? Listen about women when we were thrusted into leadership by their refusal to rise to their birthright. I'm with you, Brie. Let me find this last one. We're going to find the E. I got to find the timestamp again because it disappeared from my note. I don't know what's up with iNotes. They have not been hanging out. 37:02. Now listen, YouTube. The stream is going to get shut down again. Y'all might want to come over to Twitch. I appreciate y'all for hanging in there during the breaks. You know, those times off. But we're probably going to get 30 seconds before it shuts down. Shout out to KS. For the issue of those types of streams get thousands of views. Yeah, they get thousands. They get lots of views. But we got to do better. We got to call each other to better. There's this thing called, I think in psychology, called the Pygmalion effect. People rise to the expectation set upon them, which is one of the things, especially I'll say for Black people. I think Black people have a problem because there's such low expectations within and outside of our community. I think that effect, because there are no standards and expectations, we have nothing to rise to. There's no bar to try to jump over. Yeah. Shame for wrongly do to bring awareness to the person's mind. Now, I think we can use people as examples of what we say we don't want to do, but trying to shame them. If you're trying to shame somebody, that's negative reinforcement. If you don't have control, if you don't have any control over them, if they're free to walk away from your shame means nothing. You're just mocking them. Either use it as an example. You can say, hey, listen, we don't want to, like, show it to your children. Hey, child, I don't ever want you to do this right here. That's fine. That's instruction. That's an example. But you're saying, hey, woman, you did this. I'm going to shame you by putting it in your face, like how you put a dog's face. It's not going to work because she can walk away. You can't make her listen to you. You can't make her watch. Now they're leaving the country. Got to go to the north. Got to get the free folk. People that don't know any better. Never seen a book. Chef Kauai Bree. Go get yourself. Now listen, real quick, because I was listening to Brother He Said the other day. And I do not have a problem with men getting a passport and looking for love wherever they want. That's not the issue. It's the vocal nature and the negative aspect that they do it on their way out the door. Like if you want to give instruction about how to get your passport, cool. Pay the $100 and something. Cool. What you got to do, the steps, how to fly here, how to go through customs, how to do this, how to do instructional, how the different cultures are. What are some of the best places that have different types of women, people who are more traditional and they're of age or something like. If you want to talk about that, people where they accept expats. If you want to talk and instruct, I don't have any problems with that. But that's not what a lot of these guys are doing. A lot of these dudes are just talking about women in America. The entire content is about women in America through the lens of, so we're going to solve it by flying out. They never talk about the solution part of it. They only mention it. Yeah, you got to get a passport and go. You got to get a passport and go. But why do you spend so much time talking about American women? If you know the solution, work the solution end up. Staying in the problem zone doesn't mean anything. It's useless. And she's going to tell you ain't shit too, but she's still going to smash because you're available. Huh? It's literally what yeah. Yep. Don't reflect. You know why they're traveling. Not representing real women. I'm not part of this here. I know I'm the savages. Just going through this thing. Thank you for dropping the link. But what do that say to them if they walk away versus the one that doesn't? There are ways of how you say and speak things out. Now listen, I don't mind. Now listen, here's the thing. Like again, as a principal, if you're not finding what you want where you are, it is pretty much your obligation to move yourself to a place where what you want is. Like if your hunting grounds are empty, like if you were hunting or even growing crops, if the ground was not fertile, it is incumbent upon you to move to a place where you can sustain yourself. So if you're saying these are not grounds that are fertile for having productive relationships, I don't have any problems with that. I don't begrudge you at all. Then talk about that. But if you only talk about how bad the soil is here, if you only talk about how bad the hunting is here, well, you're useless. You're not helping anybody obtain anything. You're not even growing yourself. You're just complaining about the thing you're saying you're leaving. That's a problem. And that's what I believe too, Bree. That's what I believe too. If you can't connect with anybody here, the problem is also probably you. Like nobody, it's probably you. But if you feel, because feelings, we're governed a lot by feelings, including the men. If the men don't feel like they're getting what they need here and they feel like they're going to get what they need somewhere else, go ahead and cater to your feelings. But if you're still talking about where you were or what you were doing, you're pretty much useless, man. There's no point to it. Now, if you travel a lot or you're genuinely into the culture and plan to be there anyway, fully support. My only thing is, if you're leaving, if you're honestly leaving American women alone, then leave them alone. Like, quit talking about it. It's weird. Going to chase down them wildlings, yo. They want them wildlings. Never seen a book. Let's go. All right, let me get to this next clip. We about to get to this ease, and we gonna head up out of here. We're gonna head to ease and head up out. Let me stop that music. I will put it all the way at the bottom. These are them easy, y'all.
About the High Sparrow.
Emotional.
Unfortunately.
Erratic.
You need to be careful in dealing with such a man. To prevent things from escalating any further. You have to be careful not to antagonize him. He has Marjorie. We can't put her at risk. He's dangerous.
Look at me. What did they do to me? To the king's own mother. It's all right. It's done. It's in the past. And of course, Marjorie's safety is paramount.
You don't like Marjorie, do you?
Whether I like her or not, it's completely unimportant. Marjorie is the queen. Queens must command respect.
Cersei
Kings
is
even
dirty.
more so. Not just for their own sake, but for everyone's. The High Sparrow has no respect for kings or queens. No respect for anything in this world. He has no use for the things of this world. He wants to knock them down and replace them with what? With fantasies. With beggars in the street. With nothing.
Mother, there's something I want to tell you. Something the High Sparrow told me.
You've spoken with him.
I promised him I wouldn't tell anyone. If he found out
It
I
would be a
told...
breach of confidence which he would not take lightly, given his constant prattling about the truth. I am your mother. You can always trust me.
Now listen, he does go on to talk to his mother, but the point was that man is the king. He's the king. He's the king. The king. She's more the king than he is. Now, the problem with that, though, and this is the E, these are the erratic men. He wasn't ready. But neither are the guys that we're talking about now. Neither are the guys that we're talking about now. They weren't ready. Not ready. They're emotionally stunted. They're emotionally deficient. They have eggshell egos. They have the crown but no authority. They're a problem. Thomas wore the crown, but it was empty. Above him was the high scepter. Above him was his own mother. Above him at one point was his grandfather. Above him is his father too. He was a child. And we have a lot of man children. We have a lot of man children that can't operate in the space. And what I've learned though, and again, I said this earlier, but these are non-gender specific principles. Although they still, he was trying to fail it constantly. Although I am talking specifically about the guys, these translate over to women just the same. So I want to make that clear. This is not men's problem. This is a human problem. But I'm addressing it to guys today. He was wearing the empty crown. Let me check this note. I feel Theon redeemed himself in the end in the same way that these men can redeem themselves. Absolutely. Sometimes redemption comes at a steeper cost than most men are ready for. Absolutely. And that's the problem. That's the problem with all of these guys. None of them are ready to pay the price that life requires to have mastery, to have autonomy, to have agency, to have authority. All of that. To be able to walk in fullness of your humanity, there's a cost that you have to pay. And a lot of times it's putting your life or your freedom on the line. A lot of times it's putting your life or your freedom on the line. And until you're willing to do that, until you're willing to risk your comfort, until you're willing to risk your stability, until you're willing to risk all of your iPhones or distractions, until you're willing to risk things, you're willing to risk backlash by speaking the truth, no matter how uncomfortable or unpopular it is. How can you ever have what you believe you deserve? How can you ever wear a crown when everybody else makes your decisions for you? It's a problem. So while Theon did have an opportunity to redeem himself, a lot of these guys have, as long as they're breathing, they can change. They can choose to at any moment. But the world they want requires work. But they're constantly seeking a world where they get the easy way out, the easy pill. At a certain point, the crown becomes a dunce cap. Absolutely. Absolutely. He was the king of the castle, but his mother was silently in control. So I mean, you might have the mama's boys. It might be the guys that concede over to women. It might be the guys that allow them to lead, so to speak. It might be the guys that like the high sept he talked about, the religious group. It might be the guys that turn over their agency to their religion. They let their religion and their religious priests, practitioners, their leadership in church, they let them dictate their lives. But they're never ever making the evaluations and decisions for themselves because they're not capable yet. They have weak and fragile egos. They cannot take any criticism. None. You've seen it in this space. Like, credit to AR. We criticized AR like for about 15 minutes in this show. And he's still here. So again, so I said that's what some people cannot take criticism. Some people cannot take criticism. And you've seen them in these spaces when we're having these conversations. You've seen people step up on their behalf if you criticize them. I've seen somebody say something about somebody else, and some of their fans will jump up and say, you can't talk about so-and-so. Like, why can't we criticize somebody's thoughts? Why can't we say it might be unhealthy? Why can't we say they might not have a good intention? Why can't we look into these things? Anytime you get to that point, you're setting up another religion. Somebody else that you can't question God. You set them up too high. Are we still on A or are we moving on to N? We are on to the E, actually. We're on E. We're on E. The N was the negative. That was the Jon Snow clip. The N was the negative Jon Snow clip. And then we played Kevin Samuels to wrap up that point. These type, the fragile egos, the erratic guys, eggshell ego, idolatry, emotionally deficient, they demand loyalty because they know they can't earn it, or they demand loyalty because they can never earn it. They can never earn it. And they know that. They cannot maintain healthy relationships. They don't know how. They're ill-equipped. They can't control the kingdom. They need to use shaming tactics to humble the entitled. They must control because they can't trust. So this is like the whole girls trip thing. They have to control because they can't trust. That's why they have to demand loyalty. You have to serve fealty. They have high demands of potential mates, but offer very little in return. These guys a lot of times fall into that incel or incel adjacent place because they don't have the emotional intelligence, the emotional ability to relate well to women. They can really only follow command. And a lot of women don't respect that level of weakness. Now, we talked about the aggressive, we talked about the passive aggressive, and we talked about the aggressive passive. But these guys right here are a little weaker than them. They don't have much aggression in them. There's not much assertive in them. These guys right here are... Sorry, I had to use that old clip for that. These guys are emotional. Yeah. These guys are emotional, but they're so passive. Now, this one is passive, all right? Not aggressive passive, not passive aggressive, not aggressive. These guys are just fully passive. And I talked about the aggressive guys where it may lead to, let's recap. B was passive aggressive. Well, they'll do little snipes here and there. And you got the aggressive. They'll get violent. You've got the aggressive passive, which are like the protesters. They'll have a lot to say, but they won't do anything either. But these passive guys, they'll take themselves out. I think even Tommen in Game of Thrones, they'll take themselves out of the picture. They don't have any aggression. They'll harm themselves. They will self-delete. They'll self-remove. That's that guy. That's the passive. Appreciate you, Inya. But the fourth out is the emotional types. all emotional weakness, all emotional fragility, no emotional awareness, eggshell egos, empty crowns. That's the E. Again, all of these letters, you can pick something. Broken, bitter, broke, busted. The B can mean whatever you like, because there's a lot of descriptors for them. A can be the angry, it can be aggressive, it can be the alpha, it can be asinine, whatever you want. The N can be the negative, neurotic, it can be nasty, yeah, whatever you like. And the E can be erratic, emotional, eggshell, egotistical. It can be any of those. But they are the Bane principle. And that Bane guy in the Batman universe, the reason he was so big, the reason he was as large as he was not because he worked out, not because he was truly a monstrous individual. It was because he pumped himself full of toxin to pump himself up, to inflate himself. Pumped himself full of toxins. And that's what's happening on these online spaces. These guys are pumping themselves full of toxicity, full of anger, full of rage, full of all kinds of negative emotions to get bigger and to bulk up and to lord over women. So that's who we're talking about today. And us, we got to combat it. There has to be a counterbalance. There has to be an equal and opposite reaction. So as long as I see it, I got to call it out. Eject yourself. Okay. That's what's up. That's what's up. So again, that is the Bane principle. That is the house of Bane. Broken, angry, negative, and emotional. Endangered, enraged, envious. Yeah. Absolutely. So that is where we are today. So what do you guys think? Have you seen these Banes? Have you seen them running the streets? If you're on Twitch, throw a few of their emotes in the chat. I haven't seen the emotes enough today. I haven't seen the Bane pop up enough today. I saw Bree put them in there earlier. Thank you, Bree. Thank you, Bree. Throw Bane up here. We got to do battle, y'all. We got to do battle. Now, the reason I say we have to do battle, there's two things. There's two principles here. We can't call them out from their negativity. Because if nothing else, we can say they are building communities. Even though it's centered around negativity, they are building communities of like-minded haters. They are coalescing. They are funding. They are building. So in a weird way, women have an easier time respecting them than maybe a well-balanced guy who does nothing. You won't challenge them. You won't build anything. That actually might even be the worst one. He's not on the list, but I guess the bystander. He doesn't involve themselves at all in anything. That might even be a worse type of thing than being a Bane. I don't know. That's theoretical. That's up to interpretation. But that's what I don't want to be. There are people that are incapable of building, because again, these Banes are building. They're amassing armies. They're getting grunts. They're getting money. They're getting super chats. They're getting everything. And that's a problem. They're organizing around their toxicity. They're organizing. They're making groups. Whether it's the Passport Bros, whether it's the Rage Alphas, no matter what group it is, there's a group out there for them. And there's many of them pooling together their resources, having conventions and conferences. They are organizing around shaming women or any other thing that they feel like a poor solution, any other maladaptive solution they come up with. They're having a conference about it. So we have to, again, have something on the opposite end. And it can't be up to the women. There have to be men who are willing to step up and to collaborate and to pool resources, to have a positive place. There has to be a way to build something positive and effective. Because like AR said earlier, the negative stuff is where all the views go. So what do we really want? Because like the Bible talks about, where your treasure lies, there will your heart also be. Well, where you're putting your time and your money, that's your treasure. Because money, again, is another representation of your time and your energy. So your time and your energy, where you put that, if you're on the platforms that are bashing women, shaming women, especially if you're a woman, what are you doing? What are you doing? And even if you're a guy, if somebody's out there shaming or bashing the type of woman that you want to be with, What sense does it make for you to be there? You got to really ask yourself, what world do you want to live in? And what steps are you going to make to try to manifest it? So that's the kind of work we have to do. Yeah, again, it's my opinion. It's my opinion. But what do y'all think? What are y'all's opinions? I've talked enough. I've talked quite enough. What do you all think? Nova just gave me the face. And y'all's got the rage. Thank you, Britt. So, if we're done with that, maybe we'll go to that Umar thing. If nobody has anything to say, nobody's coming up, like the exploration on Game of Thrones, yeah. It helps to have visual aids of what it looks like. The weakness. Being able to see the weakness helps. It's easier to see it in somebody that doesn't look like you. Like to see it and be able to identify it. Like, yeah, that's kind of a weak position. BANE in my existence, exactly. Like I'm gonna have to clip that coach. Can't win with him. Can't work with him. Ain't do it. They'll build with each other around something negative. They'll create something negative, but it's ineffective at creating a community. It's you can't run a kingdom. Those are not non-operative principles. Maybe, but again, we'll see. There's easy money in doing the wrong thing. There's likes in doing the wrong thing, and wrong is in harmful. I'm not one of those oral types. I'm not. I think morality is on a spectrum like everything else. I think when you're intentionally harming other people, that's when I'll say something's wrong. I do believe in that. But I don't have a problem with people having a strong opinion. If you want to say, hey, man, men should not marry anybody from the United States, that's a strong opinion. That's cool. Have that opinion. But then when your actions are to just talk about the people in the United States, then I'm going to think, well, you're a hypocrite. You're a liar. You really don't care about leaving the United States because your mouth and all your time and attention goes to people still in the United States. I did not, but I definitely can. I think that anyone who may hear this will look to themselves and try to change and not get offended. I've read that. After all the rage is out, what are you going to talk about then? We need to talk about building. We actually need to build something. Because the people that are having a negative bent, they're building things. Whether they're building platforms, whether it's building networks, whether it's platforms or networks, they're building. They're putting stuff together. Where's the equal and opposite reaction that science demands? Where's the balance that metaphysics demands? Have you seen more oral? It's been a while. It has been a while. Yeah, but let's get ready to switch up. Yeah, that'll work. Let's see. All right, now listen. We may be getting ready to slide into if we have the conversation, but we're gonna have to make some changes too. Because it can't be all talk. There has to be some action put behind it. Now, I'm willing to have conversations about what that looks like, about what actions we need to take, what will be beneficial, what will be useful. But there has to be some kind of action taken behind it, even on the micro level, on the individual level. Like, I know I'm trying to make some small changes. I'm trying to be better than I was, so I can show up in spaces having done some of the work. I'm never going to be as far along as I would have been had I started at the right age. I didn't have the influences. I didn't have the will to do it. So I'm trying to better myself and call out the things that I see that are problematic as I go. And I'll use whatever little bit of creativity I have to try to bring it out in an interesting way. So that maybe it's memorable. Maybe it sticks in somebody's mind. Maybe there's some utility to it. Yeah. Maybe. As you say, to provoke thought. Provoke thought. Provoke thought. Keep it mildly interesting. Bring some new ideas and concepts and maybe language to the space. Maybe there'll be some utility there. And maybe we'll be able to help build something different. But the allure of money, as long as we live in a capitalistic society, the allure of money will always drive people towards what's the Bible say? Straight is the gate and narrow is the way. That, you know, for the moral majority, whatever, moral minority. But the loud, the profane, those things, that's wide. It's a wide path to destruction. Wide path. Offline, maybe. Offline, we may need to do that. We got AR. Welcome up, AR.
What up? Oh, you hear me?
I can hear you.
What up, man?
Man, that meant like you really called his child.
I text you.
Oh, I didn't get that.
Yeah, so yeah, man. You know, people act like they want to smoke, so you know, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It was something he said. He kept saying something, and I was just like, it was something. He was saying I'm fat, and he was like my hairline. It was something, and it was something else he said. I was just like, all right. And I think I was quiet at first a few times, but listen, I'm not trying to distract your stream. I notice when I come on your stream, it goes way off what you originally was speaking about. I'm not trying to be the stream terrorist.
Nah, because I'm done talking about that. I mean, the chat's not really talking about it, but except for Enya, you know what I'm saying? We have these conversations, change will come. Small amount of people that want to change can. We might have to have some kind of online meetings, start Discord discussions and voice chats. So we need to do something.
Didn't we try to do that though?
Rico Young, what up, Rico? And baby Trump. Well, talk. The other man can have a mentor conversation. Nah, I know for sure you have definitely tried to gather men together on multiple occasions. That's why I said I really do the 1,000. I was honest when I say congratulations on that because you've been trying to pump out content steadily. You have consistently tried everything you could. Like, I'm gonna do something with one person, I'm gonna do something with 12 people, I'm gonna do something with men, I'm gonna do something with women. You're constantly trying, to your own acronym, trying to reinvent yourself. You constantly reinvent your channel or yourself to try to proceed and move forward.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And one thing I don't, you know a little bit more of the backstory of the channel, but I'm not a messy person, man. Yo, believe it or not, I've had issue with several people. Probably a little more.
Something.
You can't hear me?
No, I can hear you, but it got real loud for some reason.
Oh. What about that? I don't know. My microphone, I dropped it so many times. But, yeah, so, I think that, am I too loud?
Now go ahead.
Okay. I think that the reason why people don't want to meet online or offline is that to really have serious discussion, there's no view count. They don't see how their channel is going to grow. If we're offline and we're talking for about 2 to 3 hours, 5 hours, whatever, how are we growing? Wait, we got to actually get up and do something? Hold on. We got to, like he said, he's been married for 17 years. Why hasn't anyone booked a private session with him? Why haven't any of these men asked him these questions? Even if you don't believe in marriage, but like he also has kids. Why hasn't anyone hit him up personally? Yo, what about I'm having a situation with my teenager, and like your streams, it won't get that many views because you're speaking about the solution part. You get what I'm trying to say? So unless you get a lot of people that's solution oriented based, you see these other streams that's just arguing about. I think people even forget what they're arguing about. But they get thousands and thousands of views. It's just like, and half the stuff is made up. So,
nah, I mean you are right. If you're trying to promote something positive, you definitely have to be more consistent than I've been. I think even with positivity probably in specific, because our minds cling to negativity like 10-1 over positivity. I'd have to be 10 times more like consistent. Like I'd have to I've had too many like streamer back and forths, or I could start from here. And if I had a consistent message or a consistent thing for about a year or two, I think then it could grow. It doesn't grow as fast. I think mess just grows faster. Mess grows faster. That's the only thing I can say. But yeah, man, I mean, hey, bro. I'm struggling now.
You got my message or no?
I'm keeping the thing. It's probably
okay. You know, all right.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah, and then I was just like, so I was mentally thinking. I was like, that's like, let me just keep going. That's why I only said it one time. And it was like, okay, I caught myself. I was like, but I was really trying to call him that, but it slipped out. And then I was like, okay, yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, you know me, you know, I'm not.
That's what I was shocked. That's what I'm saying. I was shocked. That's what I'm like, that's.
But it was the smoke show, so I'm like,
yeah. Yeah, and that's true too, Rico. Most people do not identify what the real problem is. Facts. Most people are scared. That's why I do want to slip into this conversation about Dr. Umar and Cynthia G. There was a conversation on Fox Soul, and they were having a discussion. I'm probably going to play it, but I think it was like 20 minutes. Let me check it out. Let me see how long it is.
It's pretty long.
Because the conversation, I'm gonna see if there's a condensed version. The thing is that it seemed like the two women that were against Umar and that other guy, Dwayne, I don't know his name. But it seemed like they were unwilling to do like what they call root cause analysis. I got that term again from Bree. Hang around smart people, y'all. Hang around smart people. Root cause analysis. What are the problems that led to the current conditions? That's a lot of people have a problem with doing that. Why? Like back to Rico's point. It's hard to identify a solution if you don't know the history of the causes. I have 6 followers on my blog. However, people read the written pieces to me. It's intention. That's what's up. It's about an hour.
She is the fact that she gets the views that she gets, and the fact that for Cynthia G, there's a lot of black women in her comments, hundreds, bro. I don't know thousands, but I'm pretty sure it's up in the thousand. Her and another woman that I think Tanya TKO, whatever. The fact that a lot of women are agreeing with her. You heard of her before?
Yep.
The fact that a lot of women are agreeing with them, it should make men reevaluate. I think we need to study those comments that they're supporting that. But then on the flip side, I believe Umar Johnson can represent the black movement or whatever very well, but the issue is he's stealing donations. I mean, allegedly, there's no school. So, and he's just, and the fact that he still has supporters is see, I don't think Cynthia G is robbing the community, but Umar Johnson is financially. So it's like allegedly, right? And it's like both of their, the people that support both of them is like, I think that's the problem. Umar says a lot of great things.
Yeah, he's like a preacher. He's like a preacher.
Yeah.
And they get the donations from the people. And it doesn't really ever seem to improve or materialize in better conditions. So yeah, it was a mess. They are both intelligent. I do want to, I'm going to tackle it at some point. And I'm probably going to do the timestamps like I did today so I can hit like point by point instead of going through the whole thing. Because they are both intelligent, but the way they employ it. Like he called her out for saying like her bias. She definitely had a bias. Like what she was trying to, because it sounded so crazy to me when she said something to the effect of, what have black men done? Like that would be saying like, what have black women done? It sounded really crazy to discount all of the people since the 60s. Any positive gains that any black person has done. I thought that was out of bounds. That was just crazy. But he's also problematic, like AR pointed out.
You know, Cynthia G believes that the black men are having a black child is the problem, and black children can hurt you more. I think could cause you to die, something like that. And she has a really bad disdain against black. Either she's trolling, or she's a professional troll, or she really don't like the black man. The problem with her is that her baby father's black. Supposedly a dusty black arrow, who knows, right? But she has a black son. So either she's trolling, or there's some how she don't put she does a lot of hate speech. Bro, come on. She is damaging the black community, I think. Look at this dusty one.
Rico, what up, bro?
Rico, what's up, man?
That was good. Woo, that was a good chuckle. Dusty on duty. I'm dusty and on duty.
I like it. Dusty and on duty.
How you guys doing?
How you feeling today, Rico? Man, I'm good, man. How you feeling today?
I'm a little hungover from I went to see the game yesterday. The football game, the opening game. Washington Commanders here, who barely beat Jacksonville. So
barely beat them.
I'm in a good mood, but we had to do a whole lot of drinking and yelling.
Typical black thing. I'm not surprised.
Typical. You celebrating them old sorry ass Giants getting their only win of the season? Probably. You a New York guy, right?
Sure am. Yep.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. You white, so you probably into soccer. You ain't into this football. They don't even care. No, it's a good time. I'm glad y'all discussing this about Umar and Cynthia G. They're both. Woo, they're both a lot.
Not problems.
Yeah, I think they both a lot, and it's a shame because I think both of them are wildly intelligent, and I believe with a lot of what they say, but it just comes across to me as
you believe a lot what Cynthia G says?
Not everything. I don't believe in the murk and it, but some of the things she says is true. Everything she says is not incorrect. She just goes too far, same as everything Umar says, it's all incorrect. So they do say, they give you enough of the truth to build a base. Cynthia G got what, 300,000 subs, some ridiculous amount.
And see, Rico, and this is my thing. I think that some people need to get off the internet and take care of your kids. She gave up her child supposedly because of a black boy. She talks so negative about black men.
Do we really believe she did that? I'm not gonna say she did. I mean, I can see her giving up a child.
She has a black son, bro. And
right. And I know the whole thing about, delete black son. Honestly, I don't even, it's hard for me to believe she believes that. I think she just said it, and it's a big part of the hustle.
Hey, real quick, Rico, quick. Hey, Inya, listen. Just the HVAC is 2 weeks away. The HVAC is 2 weeks away. The HVAC is coming from Connecticut, and it's 2 weeks away. Inya, the HVAC. I'm going ahead, Rico. My bad.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, real quick. You see, that's the problem, Inya. No, a lot of people still. If you go on his Instagram, he goes. A lot of people still believe in the school, and they still believe in him. Thousands and thousands, maybe 100,000. A lot of black people still send donations, and they still believe in him. That's the issue.
Yeah, and they never should have been, because my thing is, I'm gonna tell you, AR, when the nigga got exposed for claiming he was related to Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey, and their family came out and said, "Stop lying." It's like, come on, black people, we gotta stop fucking with this. Because it can be. It's not to say that you can be intelligent and a liar and a thief. You can be all those things. The world is full of them. But and Umar he's playing to a base. And unfortunately, I would say in our community, we do have a hardcore percentage that believes in black everything above everything. And because they're so invested in, their self-empowerment and their color, then they get blinded. That's part of the problem. And Umar And even Cynthia G, to a certain, they know that community exists. But that community exists in a lot of communities. It exists in, you got Asian people who believe in ape, and and those are your suckers. Those are your suckers. And that's kind of messed up, but it's like you can't. They gonna keep giving Umar money. If Umar was legitimate about that school, he could have got government funding. He could have got business interest. But everybody knows it's just bullshit. So, the Marcus Garvey, Frederick Douglass, culinary school, whatever the hell it's gonna be. I'm like, and they gonna, it's ridiculous. And Cynthia G's ridiculous too, but he's got a big following, she's got a big following. So it's like, why? Where? But people still follow your daddy Trump too. And they gonna follow his ass to lock up. And they ain't gonna let go.
Listen, I tried to do the laundry. It's for a small washing machine, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was $2.50 2 weeks ago. I went to the laundry a few days ago. It was $5. Me and my wife, we picked that bag up. We went up 4 blocks. It was $6 for the small machine. That's because of your people fighting.
If you was a real white man, you'd have your own washer.
I have a washer. It's broken, but that ain't the point. The whole point is that but that was just that was scary. $2.50 to $5.
Yeah, that's. But then a little bit of that's probably gouging too. I understand there's some inflation, but a little bit of that was gouging when you go 100% increase. I'm like, inflation didn't go up 100%. So if it was $2.50, why couldn't it go to $3.50?
Yeah, right. So
right, a little bit of that's gouging. That your cost didn't go up 100%. Okay, but you're charging 100% more, right? So, but that's the American way. Capitalism say you can gouge a motherfucker as much as they can take. They do. That's the American way. Capitalism, baby. Y'all believe in it.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, right?
So they gouged your ass.
Yeah, they did. I was telling my wife, like, we about to do like she does in her country. Wash this shit in the tub.
Shit, they used to do that here. You ain't never watched. See, if you had a little bit more black in you, you'd have done wash clothes by hand before in the sink and hang that shit up to dry.
No, Rico. I know my father. I'm not like you.
Oh, okay.
I have, my father, my mother, father. They took care of us. I didn't grow up like you.
Let me ask you a question.
Oh, Sean, you wash clothes by hand, right?
I've done it before.
There you
go.
I've
done it recently because I was like,
there you go.
So, I'm doing a Bible study while they ran. I can't say I'm brief. Hey, your whole thing about the I'm glad Rico's here because I know he probably don't like it either. The whole passport thing, man. The whole passport thing. What do you really think the average? I'm assuming you're mostly speaking to black men when you say that. Right? I'm assuming you're mostly speaking to black men. What do you really believe? Honestly, believe that the average black man can do by getting a passport? I mean, because to me, it sounds crazy, but
it sounds crazy to you. I just want to know what you're.
Well, because AR talks about the whole passport thing. If she got a United States on a birth certificate, leave her alone. My thing is the average black man. I don't know why I went to the Umar hands or whatever. The average black man, he cannot afford to go find a wife somewhere else. He's probably barely making it here.
Yeah,
so like
it's very costly.
Yeah, right. So like sure, the cost of living somewhere else is different, but a lot of times they're talking about importation. So bringing her and any number of family members back to the United States, and it's probably a costly process with that. I'm pretty sure there's a whole red tape thing of getting somebody some kind of papers, like not even because you can't jump to citizenship. There's probably like a green card or there's probably some kind of visa. So you got to go through all these things and know about them. Meanwhile, you have to have enough time to be able to afford to take off work, which most average black men don't. So it doesn't seem feasible. It doesn't seem like it's economically viable really to take time off to go find and vet people overseas that you have no relationship to, as opposed to somebody local.
It isn't. You're absolutely correct. Go ahead, AR.
Well, I think the thing, like I was asking Bree, do you know why they're traveling? I think that's the major. That's the question why they're traveling, right? But
I know exactly why they travel.
But I mean, now you have to understand there's different levels. I'm not I met my wife in America. She's just not from here. So I got to see how women in other countries. So she became Americanized, but she still held those I guess somewhat traditional values. Mm-hmm. And so I'm saying, okay, but the issue is that in America, well, let me ask you a question first. When I talk about, I don't talk about men to have sex with multiple women. I know there's guys that do that. I'm not a passport bro. I just say that just so we can give some sort of reference, right? But I believe in marriage. I don't believe in just sleeping with someone. So let's straighten that out. But I do believe men need to take, I think we spoke about this before, they need to take about 2 to 3 years off from dating. Get 2 jobs, get a trade, get something. If you're not making enough money, you should be traveling anyway.
Yeah.
When you travel, Rico, you was in the military, so you know your mindset is just different, right?
Yeah, I'm in the military, and I just got back from the DR. You know, I got a home. I think me and all my sons travel because I told them traveling. You don't travel to meet people. You travel for yourself.
Yeah.
When you travel, you become more. We're in a global world, and I want my children to be people of the world. So go other places, meet other people, meet other cultures, and other things of that nature. So I've always been a proponent of traveling, but as Arshawn explained, you know, the whole passport bro, which I don't have to tell you, there's some of the biggest fucking morons on the planet with their argument about go meet another woman, because like my wife's Salvadorian. She's been here since high school. She left all her fucking culture at home. She's as American. Hell, she's a Salvadorian black woman by behavior. You know what I'm saying? Not, you know, ratchet, but just like, no, she's fully 100. And any woman that comes into America is going to become westernized. They should. It's ridiculous to think that they're going to maintain the same cultural norms that they've always had when they no longer have to have them here. My wife wants the new car, the designer bag, the new iPhone, everything. When she was back home, that shit wasn't thought of. But now it is, you know, and her and all her family and her sister and her aunties, they're all the same because they're westernized. They have jobs, they make good money, you know, so on and so forth. So it's ridiculous. So the concept that they're pushing this narrative, and most of them won't. One thing, like Arshawn said, it's financially cost prohibitive. You can do it, but it's going to take a long time. I always tell them, it's like, you can't go over there and find a wife and bring her back. If I tell any guy, when the guy said, oh, I'm talking about getting a Dominican wife or a Brazilian wife or a Colombian wife, I'm like, are you prepared to go and live there for 2 to 3 years? Because if you're going to go and live there for a very extended period of time, you will actually get to know the person and have an ability to vet them, whether you do it properly or not. But if you're just flying over there for the weekend, man,
now let's stay right there. Now, so Arshawn, that's what I believe in, right? I believe that you need to take 2 to 3 years, learn the language,
the culture,
you got to learn the culture. And I believe if you're gonna do that, you should be living there.
Yes.
Until your child turns 5, maybe 7, whatever it can be, and then you can probably bring your family to the States for whatever reason. But that's my thing. I don't believe just going there and randomly sleeping around. The issue is that what I'm saying is that because there's so many women that believe in the same mind concept as Cynthia G.
But here's one thing, AR, and see, a lot of guys are not understanding too, is that devil called the internet. Y'all need to know the internet doesn't stop at the American borders. That shit goes across seas. And
they become Americanized as well.
And what's happening is, even in the DR, even in Brazil, and you know, I talk to guys who live over there, like, they're having the feminist movement in Brazil as well. It's starting to grow. So I'm like, you're gonna go overseas and get the same damn thing you got here.
But it's not
yet.
Not to that point yet.
But it's growing.
But the Americanized woman, the main problem is that they don't want you to be a leader in the relationship. So as a man, when you're trying to deal with different women, trying to deal with a woman, and she's clearly telling you, you are not the leader of this household, or you're not the leader of me. You're not going to lead this family. But you got hundreds of thousands of women in this country that believes, no, you're not going to lead me.
Millions, not hundreds of thousands, millions. The vast majority of women in this, and I'm gonna agree. But here's the thing, AR. So I always hear guys get upset, say, see, the women say, I don't need a man, and I look them right in the face and say, because they don't. And it may hurt your feelings to hear that, but that's a reality. And here's the thing: the reality is this, AR, because as a westernized society, we said we didn't want women to be overwhelmingly dependent on men. We wanted them to be fully autonomous because they're equal. We push for a society, let me finish. We push for a society of equality in Western world. We don't put, see now you go to the DR, Colombia, parts of Africa, women are second-class citizens. Okay, but we as a society and as a government said we wanted equality for women, and we made it equal to, to be able to, women don't need men for anything other than to reproduce in Western society. And I think that some men are having a very difficult time not understanding that it's not going to go back to that. It just isn't. They're not going to go back to women being property, women being second-class citizens. So when they opine about the 1950s, we ain't going back to this shit. So either you can, and I tell a black man too, by the same token that if you want that woman to go back to being second-class citizen, are you prepared to go back to getting on the back of the bus? Are you prepared to having the not being able to come through the front again? Because see, when you talk about those things, it's not just gender, it was also certain things about race. So we just have to accept. Now I get it. Make a woman want you, not need you, because they don't. You can say it all you want. AR, your wife loves you, but she don't need you. Your ass can leave the day of tomorrow.
If someone breaks into this house, she doesn't need me?
What?
If someone breaks into this house, she doesn't need me.
Y'all both gonna run to the phone for 911. You both will. Yes, you both are. That whole mythical, I'm gonna run downstairs.
No. Y'all
gotta stop.
I know, but we've already experienced that. Someone has broken into our home.
And I get that.
And I had to handle that. Now, when I say handle that,
they're gonna come in and kill both y'all asses. That's just
if
they can or no one.
No. But what I'm trying to tell you is that during the pandemic, okay, during the pandemic, that independence thing was toned down. When New York City, when it was scarce of food, when it wasn't food, even we had the blackout. We had a blackout thing several times. Blackout, there was no electricity in New York City. That whole independence thing was down. See, when everything's up and rise, then I don't need a man.
So wait a minute. So what changed doing? Explain to me, because I don't know. What? Because for me, during the pandemic, it was the same, other than we just wasn't going outside and we just wasn't being around each other. I didn't see all of a sudden all these damsels in distress falling out on the railroad tracks, waiting for men to come and save them. I didn't see that.
What was happening is that
there was. See that. So what happened? Where all of a sudden women became snowflakes and was melting, and men was saving them for 2 years. I didn't see that.
Not the entire 2 years, but during a certain time during the pandemic, we was shortage of food.
Okay, we all were fucking snowflakes then.
Okay.
Men too.
But so what was happening? Women wanted men to go in the stores and get, so it was to provide for them, to make sure they have. During the blackout, what happened? It was extremely dangerous. What do they want? They wanted protection.
So let me
female
ask you
neighbors. Huh?
Okay, so during those times of trouble, what did all these single women head of households do? Because they didn't have a man. They survived. Remember, 80% of our children don't have no fathers, and ain't no man in the house. So what did they do? Did they all die? Because last time I checked, they still here. So what did they do during the pandemic, since it was so bad? Because we still got an 80% single mother household.
During those times, during the 2 years when we did have the food shortages, they suffered.
They suffered? How?
I didn't say they died, and I'm not saying all households, but They suffered.
How did they suffer? How did they suffer any more then than they are now? Or how did things get better now? Because they still don't have a man. The absence of a man is the common denominator. Pre-pandemic, pandemic, post-pandemic, I'm trying to figure. The only thing I saw, and I saw this for men and women, was a lot of people was having their rent suspended. And when that shit ended, they started kicking everybody the fuck out for not being able to pay that back rent. With or without a man, right or wrong. That's the biggest thing I saw was the STEMI checks was going out and people went a year and a half, 2 years not having to pay their rent and they couldn't be evicted. But everything else I saw looked the same.
No, man. It's not as big as I'm making it seem, but at the same time, women, single mothers and single women, they did want men in the neighborhood to go out to get the food for them because it was dangerous during the pandemic when there was
maybe y'all had. We didn't experience blackouts, so I know you that might be a New York thing.
You know, well, most of New York City is connected to one transformer,
right?
So we're all using the same electricity. So a lot of times it'll just black out. But the issue is that it was in New York City in general, it blacked out, like the whole city. And it was crazy. It was really, really crazy. But
if I go back to my original point is, and I get it, men get upset about modern day women saying they don't need men, and I always try to tell you have to understand that we created a society where we wanted women to be as close to equal to men as possible.
But this is the thing: men are not the men
not the same, but equal.
They're not complaining. They're saying, listen. Nope, you don't need a man. Whatever, not a problem. I'm gonna go where I'm needed, or where I'm wanted, and where I'm gonna be loved.
That's fair, and that's fair.
And I think Arshawn has an issue with men that say they're gonna go do that, but they're bashing the woman that's here, right, Arshawn? Is that the issue?
That's my issue. That's my issue with the passport bros. I'm like, look, I just got back. My 2 sons and his friends. I'm like, go over there and trick. But you better not be talking out the side of your mouth about nobody back here, because them bras over there don't love your ass. They don't love nothing but your money. They love Jackson. They love Lincoln. They love Washington. They don't love you. They don't care nothing about you. You are not of their culture. So every time I hear a black guy go over there and start screaming about, oh, they love the black man, I'm like, no, they love what you can do. Stop. In the DR, do you know what the income is? It's $200 a month. $200 a month is what they make, and these women might have 2-3 kids. Who the fuck loves you when they're trying to eat? That's the God's honest truth.
Let's add some context. That's why I say I go based off of. I didn't go to Colombia and got my wife, so I'm just going based on when I met her.
Right.
In Colombia, there are educated women.
Yes.
There are women that are working.
Yes.
And childless.
Yes.
So it is
that
important
is
to not to meet a woman that's desperate.
But the problem is that is not the majority of them at all, and that is not what these guys are going to get. Those guys are over there getting drugged with scopolamine every day because they out there tricking at the fucking clock tower. That's all I'm saying. In the DR, they have educated women. In Africa, they got educated women. In all these countries. But you know what? Here's the reality. The vast majority of those women, they ain't fucking with foreigners because they get the best of their own country. This
is the issue I have.
What I'm saying is the educated Colombian, lawyer, doctor, whatever, good job, got money, she's with a Colombian. They don't want your black ass or somebody else coming. And that's all I'm saying, because the best of American women are usually with American men. It's every country. The best of Chinese women tend to want a Chinese man because they get the best. It's only when the people who and I'm saying, that's a good word for it, scrap. I will say there's only a small percentage of any woman of a different ethnicity, culture, whatever, even dates outside. Most Muslim women date Muslim men. Only a small percentage won't. 90% of Jewish women date Jewish men. They don't give a damn because these commonalities are required. They're required. So to say that you're going to get, it's like, dude, it ain't enough of them that's willing to date outside. There are some that'll do it. My wife's Salvadorian. I met her here, but ain't nobody else in El Salvador checking for my black ass, and I go there every year.
Well, this is why I think it's really important, right? I have two brothers that's in Colombia now. One got married over there, so I'm not one of these guys that say go get your passport and drug the woman or whatever the case may be. I do want to touch base with what Enya said, because Enya said that when we were in the chat was saying, and I'm not attacking her, I'm just saying we're getting free ice and free, but they was getting that from men. Women weren't the one delivering those stuff. Women weren't the one giving them the free stuff. They was receiving those fools or whatever from men, and that's my.
Wait a minute.
We gotta start acting like men didn't create everything. Man even created Eve. He gave his rib and created Eve. Y'all need us.
So you don't think women contributed in any way into feeding us?
I give women a lot of credit. Okay. Listen. Our show, I know my channel was devoted to women to begin with. I give women a lot of credit. It just depends on the conversation we're having. But when it comes to dating American women, I don't.
Let me. That might be right. $18,000 a year. That's about right. Yeah. Because I gotta say they probably that's about right. Yeah, that's a medical doctor in a DR making less than $20K a year. And that's no lie.
Yeah,
that's no lie. That'll be me over there with private health insurance going, and some of them will be American Dream, but the pay rate in their country is literally just that low.
Rico, what do you want black men to do?
I don't want to do anything. I want them to live their life and pick the best for them. Because bottom line is, you cannot say the totality of the pool of black women. This is the part I always astounds me. Black men will go to the worst common denominator of black women that exists, the Keisha, the Brittany, they will pick out the worst and describe the totality of black women as that. And I'm like, that's not them. No. But by the same token, if you describe the totality, see, that's the Umar Cynthia G. When Cynthia G's talking about, she's talking about the Pookies and the Ray Rays. And she's describing all black men as that. See, and then black men will do the same thing about black women. They will get an unruly woman. They will get an out-of-pocket woman. They will get a woman, the single mama with 18 babies. But by the same token, tell you, I don't give a fuck about a PhD. Most PhDs are probably childless because they've been too busy going to school. They've been too busy just going to school. So all I'm sitting there saying is, I don't think either side is looking at the other side fairly. The criticisms are valid, but they're not talked about in a balanced way. They're talked about in a very unbalanced way. The black men are just crapping on, and I just laugh because I see the dudes go overseas, and I'm like, they're getting dogged. They are getting dogged.
No, but see, that's the thing. Rico.
That's all I'm saying. So even to say I'm sick of black women, I'm gonna run overseas. I was like, bruh, that ain't the answer.
But hold on, Rico.
I can say stay with white women here in America, stay with Asian women here in America.
But they're the problem too.
Overseas is not the answer.
Well, this is the thing, right? Who I mainly speak to, right, is from age 35 to 45. That's where I feel like black men have finally kind of got themselves together, and they experience a lot of horrible relationship with regular women, not the Shakishas and whatever, just regular women. And they have negative experience repeatedly, even when they got themselves together. So what should they continue to do? My advice is for you to save up and travel. During your travel, have a purpose in your traveling. Learn the language. Stay there for some time. And I believe you'll be a lot more successful finding a more submissive woman.
Well, absolutely, I agree with the travel. I'm 1,000% with you on travel because I think it'll make you. That's part of making you a better person.
But look at the comment. See, that's what I'm.
But here's part of one thing I want you to think about what you said. You said after they're 35 to 45, right? They've gotten their shit together, right?
Yeah.
Right? But you know what that meant? For the first 35, 45 years, they didn't have their shit together. And look at the damage they did to black women.
No.
So let me finish. So by the same token, these black men are saying, "Oh, I have all these shitty relationships." These black women are experiencing the same thing, and I'm not saying, there are an equal number of black women that are saying they've been cheated on, they've been dogged out, they've been fucked over by dudes.
Over 50% of black men in America
that.
don't have children.
Huh?
Over 50% of black men in America don't have children.
That's not true. That's not true. I know you got that.
It's true, though.
That's not true.
But even if that's true, that doesn't speak to the emotional quality of the relationships. Like if that, like having a child does not create a fulfilling life. Like otherwise the women all would be happy. You know, all the women with children, they'd all be happy and ecstatic because a child fulfilled them. So just like a man not having a kid doesn't mean he lacks fulfillment, nor does a woman having a kid mean that she has fulfillment. So like that was just like context shit. But real quick, y'all, I want Wally to jump in, man. You came up, man. Well, how you feeling, Wally? What you got on the side?
What it do, you guys? What it do? Oh man, interesting conversation. In most cases, then now, I mean, I think Rico, he practiced some of the things that I more likely so agree with, because I wasn't really all too fascinated with the guys leaving to go to other countries, because you can't sit here and call yourself whatever passport bros, or neither alpha for that matter, but then you get ran out by these so-called basically feminist women and all these women that are, you know, out of pocket, and then they ran you out of America. These are your breeding grounds. This is where you was born. How the fuck you gonna leave the shit? Like in most cases, they're not. But I mean, for some of them, it's good for them. But others, it's just some of them, you know, they're just, you know, doing a little too much. But other than that, what I can say on this is just, I mean, hey, shit. If you're gonna leave, when are you gonna be done talking about something that you already left?
Touche.
Well, that's what I said. It takes men need to take 2 to 3 years, because passport bro, that conversation, it's been talked about, but I think this year is when it's really been talked about. So it takes time. The average black man makes under $50,000 a year. That's why I said they need to take some time out to understand the culture. In the meantime, the passport bros are speaking, but people are trying to learn the culture before they can get the pass, before they can actually travel. They're trying to learn the culture. Now, I understand that they shouldn't be bashing a woman, but at the same time, a lot of females, a good amount of them that they're speaking about, they're trash, right? Yeah. But the men are learning about the different cultures.
No, AR, have you seen some of the Passport Bros channels?
They're trash.
Thank you. So there's some damaged, broken motherfuckers.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm not Passport Bro. I just say that. Just so we got some relevance.
But what I'm saying is the leaders in the space who are the loudest voices, those are the most broken motherfuckers I've ever seen. And what's so crazy about it is they're even broken to the fact that I look at them, I'm like, these are dudes that was damaged back here, and now they're going overseas to do damage. They're going overseas, and they're literally going into certain spaces that a lot of these dudes, whether it's in the DR, Colombia, or Brazil, they're making you black guys look bad. You're looking worse. They're literally going into other countries and feeding into a lot of the negative stuff. Most of them are uneducated. Most of them don't have no culture or class about themselves. Because all they're looking for is cheap tricks. So what they're doing is they're reinforcing already held negative stereotypes that's fed to these people through TV. They're acting the shit out live. That's what most of them are doing. I'm like, y'all don't even know how to go buy pussy. Do it the same way you do in Vegas. Because dudes go to Vegas every weekend. You don't do that in Vegas, but why you overseas acting a damn fool?
I don't wish American woman on my worst enemy.
There you go.
I don't.
Couldn't help it.
Because now we know that there are a lot of good American women. We know that. Listen, I love America. I love America. The issue is that when it comes to marriage, the problem is that marriage in America is no longer designed for marriage. Actually, if a woman like Enya are very quiet about their life because they get bashed. If Enya started a YouTube channel and she started talking about her lifestyle, how she's submissive, and she homeschool her kids, she will be getting bashed. Due to the fact of in American culture, they look at you, you're a horrible person, and you take care of your family.
But I don't think submissiveness is a lifestyle. I just think it's a personality trait. So I don't see why anyone would get bashed for it. I mean, I think it's more.
Well, that's what's happening.
Natural for someone. I think if you have to co-opt an ideology to be submissive or to join a club to become submissive, I don't think you're that person. I think it's just who you are, and you don't even have to promote it. It's just who you are. So, you see people that even, I'll be honest with you, a lot of this red pill shit, I just think guys hear this shit, they pick it up and then they just run with it, and they're not even red pill and don't even know what the hell they're doing. So that's the problem with some of these movements. The people that are joining them, they're not even of the movement. They don't have a clue. So I told Passport guys, the guy be like, oh, that's not what all passports are doing. I'm like, but if you're allowing your space to be co-opted by these voices and you don't push back against it and you're not tamping them down, you have to wear it. So now when everybody calling y'all PP bros and all other kinds of derogatory names and making fun of you, it's because you're letting these voices co-opt your movement. They really don't know what they're talking about. They just don't.
Hey, real quick, I want to shout out Sim Sima RRP for coming through. Hi, Fly, Guy, Kai for stepping in. Yeah, we're just talking about the realisticness of Passport Bros, specifically the ones that have platforms, because they spend a lot of time talking about American women, but they're saying that you should fly overseas to find a wife. So the issue is, for me, that dichotomy is a problem for me, because if you're saying the solution is there, your talking point should not still reside here.
Yep. But here's
our real quick, Rico, hold up. And DJ Yellow Boy, man, thank you for coming through. Appreciate you just having a chat. I know Wally was getting ready to say something. Wally, and then Rico, go ahead. I'm gonna be right back.
Right. Okay. So what I was gonna say was to your earlier statement, right? So a lot of things when dudes out the red pill talk, right? What do they naturally say, right? They always talk about the RP is basically the awareness of women's actions and yin yang yo, right? But my thing is, but if you speak to them about emotional intelligence, they'll shut it down. But my thing is, most of these dudes don't ever look at the definition, because it also talks about awareness as well, and about being awareness in all certain areas. So my thing is like, well, this is why there's a lot of buffoonery in the red pill space, because if someone says a word and you shut it down quickly without even looking it up to even understand the construct of that topic, then how the heck are you even talking what you're talking about? Because reality, for what they really talk about, is really going to that point, even though without the whole woman aspect overall. And then as far as to the whole thing about the Passport Bros, it's like, especially for some of these guys, that are a little bit that eventually are mostly unhinged and not quote unquote true to themselves. Most of these guys have never laid a foot down here enough to even be able to probably say they can lay a foot down out there. So that's another issue.
And this is what I wanted to say, right? Okay, so you said you've seen a lot of the content of the Passport Bros in their spaces, right, AR? And you've seen it too, right, Wally? The content they put out. And this is the part I don't understand. And I've asked this several times, and I'm like, they can't say they're not about tricking, because all their content shows nothing but nightclubs and big booty. Absolutely nothing else. Let me tell you some of the things I do in the DR. I go fishing. They take you deep sea fishing. You can go scuba diving. You can go snorkeling. You can go mountain climbing. You can go zip lining. You can go ATV and dune buggy riding. There is never displays any sort of content of all the millions of wholesome, not even wholesome, fun shit you can be doing. You can go to the capital city. You can see the architecture. You can see, it's so much beautiful stuff to see in the DR, and all they show is tit and ass. I'm like, they're tricking. That's the problem. Because when I see the white guys, they're telling about this. I see all them, they out on the boat pulling in these big ass spearfish and swordfish and all kinds. I'm like, they don't even show the beaches and the beautiful boats on the beach. I'm like, this is ridiculous. Now, most of the time, I'll admit, I'm out at the beach with my feet up, with my old crusty feet up, having a cold cocktail, but relaxing and enjoying the sun. But I don't have no pictures of showing no big booty. I see them, but I ain't bringing that shit back for y'all to look at. You want to see it? Take your ass over there and see it with your own eyes. That's what the problem is, where you can tell is if I come to you and all your content is R and X rated when there's plenty of PG shit in the country. There's 10 times to 1 PG stuff, but everything you show is only X rated, then that's all you were there for. Then that's all you were there for. You're not there. They do parades, they have concerts, they have festivals, they have all this stuff, just like we have in America. But they never show any of that. Because that's not what they're there for. They flying in exactly to sit there and do that very thing that she said. That's what they're doing. And the white boys do it too. I'm not gonna say they don't. I don't see as many of them put it on YouTube. We act like we in the contest to see who can show it around there, walking around there with creep cam, damn near looking up women's skirts. And a lot of those girls are young, border. Some of them not even 18. Some of them are not even 18. And I don't care what you do. I'm like, go over there and do whatever you want to do. But you have no business putting this shit on the internet. That shows a brokenness with all these black guys doing it, and there's no denying this. And those are the loudest voices of the fucking PP, bro. And then you want to sit there and do that and talk about black women here? You're over there exploiting damn near underage girls and people. You're exploiting people for socioeconomic, and you're going to talk about black women here? I'll drag you motherfuckers until I can't breathe again. The hypocrisy of that, it's no way you can sit there. I don't care how ratchet a sister is. When you start seeing black women out there dragging y'all ass on it, they don't. They just go ahead and they had their weed, they fake lashes, they twerking and doing all other kinds of ratchet shit, living their own life and minding their own business. Y'all over there exploiting fucking damn near underage children or women who are dirt poor. They fucking you to feed their kids. They don't love you, and they're not submissive to you. They don't even want to be with you. Just go through and say, here's $100. They'll gladly take it and not sleep with your ass.
Rico, 30% of child support is false? It's fraudulent?
No, I don't believe that's true. I do know that there are some cases. I've been a victim of
30% of it. So that's part of why the red pill.
30% exists?
30% of child support has been fraudulent.
No, you know where that exists? That's not in America. That's not in America. There is a country with 30%. It's in Africa. It's Nigeria. Nigeria has the highest percentage of paternity fraud. America is estimated between 5 to 6% of paternity.
And real quick though, the 30% though, let's say that's true. 30%. Let's say let's give it 30% of American child support is fraud.
Paternity fraud.
Paternity fraud. What then does that have to do with the passport bros? Like you're saying, because of paternity fraud, they should leave the country?
No. What I'm saying is that I know Wally spoke on the red pill, but what I was getting to is that that's why the red pill exists. You got to remember, women. That's part of the reason why men are going towards the red pill. It's a process, right? So women have been speaking, had their own voices of all colors since 1940. Right, maybe a little bit before that, in the 1800s, maybe 1940 is when all races in America, women have their voices. Black men have just really spoken out, maybe about a year and a half, 2 years ago. So the conversations is a process. The conversations is evolving, and what's going to happen is that there's going to be other Kevin Samuels. When I say Kevin Samuel. Yeah, you can do the typical black thing and interrupt me, guy.
I'm sorry. Okay, well, typically, let me interrupt you with this fact: 40% of people who are ordered child support receive none.
Okay, but that's not.
That's all I'm saying. So if
I'm going
that might be that 30%, that's 40% of child support that's ordered, they receive zero.
Women got more right to be mad. Women got more right to be mad.
Did they receive government assistance?
No. Here's the thing: is that's another
wait, no, hold on.
No, because here's the thing.
Let me finish my point.
Go ahead.
If you don't mind,
let him get his thought out.
Right, man. I'm sorry, sir.
It's okay. Look up. I am lighter than you, so you should be looking up. When you speak to me. But listen, right? I think that's the issue. The issue is
payback.
But I think that's the issue, right? Is that when men are having a voice, it becomes a problem. You have to be patient, and there's going to be more Kevin Samuels. When I say Kevin Samuels, black men that are on that level that are actually, not the Tyler Perrys, that are trying to actually help the black community. So the conversation is going, and it's evolving, and it's growing, evolving. Red Pill is extremely necessary. Now they have Red Pill Rage, and they have Red Pill. Red Pill is extremely necessary to point out the toxic behaviors of men and women. Mostly, I think, mostly focus on women. That is necessary because what happened? A lot of these men don't have their fathers, and they're dating these women, and they're being taken advantage of. So, where we're going with this? We're going with this is that he talked about Red Pill. Red Pill is necessary, and what I'm saying is that the conversation just started about a year and a half or 2 years ago. So, what you said, Wally?
No, I just said, let me get after this after, please.
Okay, and I'm after Wally. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think what it is that we have to be a little bit more patient because the conversation just started and it's going to grow. So what we're doing right now, this is part of the conversation. After this, we come back, we refine what we said, maybe change things up, maybe like, damn, Arshawn was right. Okay, cool. All right, let me change things up. Yeah.
Well.
Oh, that's it. I'm sorry, real quick. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm sorry, real
quick. I apologize. My fault, Wally. But I do want to clarify with Rico. I am all about marriage, right? I'm about marriage, and that's what I promote. And I don't believe in what the Passport Bros are doing at that moment. But those are YouTube channels. Those are entertainment channels. A lot of the men watching, they don't want to watch wives. But that's why it takes someone like me or someone like someone else to go over there and to do what you were saying. So when you travel to DR, maybe you can show that other lifestyle that they're not able to view because you are mature and older. Then the Passport Bros are making money. Dating coaches are mad because they're not receiving the donations, and those donations go to Passport Bros. Passport Bros are, so it's all about, this is the business.
All right, go ahead, Wally.
Now I'm done. Yeah.
Yeah, no. So here's my thing to the whole Red Pill thing, right? And this is why I made the statement earlier about what the Red Pill basically is, and then of course understanding emotional intelligence, right? Because here's my thing. My thing is, you tell me one person out of the Red Pill right now that literally, based upon that knowledge, is right now married. Like literally, like just those guys alone. Because mostly what I've seen, mostly what I indulge in, these dudes are just around being like, oh yeah, okay, I understand how she's playing, okay, whatever, but then I'm just hooking up. They're not out here advancing to get married though. So my thing is, the Red Pill is just a nice quote unquote hookup, but without the illusion shit. That's just what I see it as. It's not really just some progressive transformation like this. So for me, it's like there's no real indulgence, depending on who you tell that to. Because my thing is, who is the most intelligent Red Pill dude that really makes sense on a higher level versus all the rest of them? Really?
Well, the thing is that if you look at Umar Johnson, right, and I'm not deflecting, he said some really good points.
Is he Red Pill?
No, he's not Red Pill, but some of his talking points are. But what I'm trying to say is that Umar Johnson says a lot of great things. But you got to separate from, I believe in marriage. A lot of guys don't believe in marriage due to what's happening in America.
Okay, so can I ask a question then? I found, to me, it struck me as a little bit interesting that you brought up Kevin Samuels and Red Pill. I mean, and paternity. And
I'm going to talk about that, bro.
Because of the fact that I'm trying to understand, like, wasn't he having, now he wasn't a victim of paternity fraud, I don't believe, but wasn't he having some severe child support issues short up to prior to before he died? So,
yeah,
right. So my question is, should he have been the messenger if that was the issue? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
because the thing is, you can't say, you spoke to the fact that child support was a big proponent of the creation of Red Pill.
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
How did
it was a factor. He said it was a factor.
Example,
but AR, let him
Red Pill.
Okay, but you said it was a factor with the Red Pill. And I'm like, okay, and if I want to accept that premise, I need a better messenger than someone who, for a number of years, was grossly behind on paying his child support and was not a victim of paternity fraud. And basically would probably still be behind if it wasn't for all of you guys paying him to catch up on it. So that's all I'm saying is, and so that's where I think sometimes it get low. And the part that you mentioned about it's a business, I do believe it's a business. I believe it's a grip, it's a hustle. The passport bros, the dating coaches, I believe they're all hustling. But I don't accept that. See, the one thing that bothers me is that it's just entertainment. And why that's problematic is because their audience are impressionable young Black men who don't necessarily see it as entertainment. So whether it's the Fresh and Fit, whether it's the passport bro, or any of the number of myriad dating coaches, they hang on to these guys' every word.
What have they said that's wrong?
That who has said is wrong? Half the shit the passport bro say is wrong. I don't listen to the dating coaches. I just think that's just too silly.
Let's say that what's wrong. Let me. Go ahead.
Hold up, real quick. I want to say something like AR saying what like everything they say is wrong because everything they say is incomplete. Like if you leave an incomplete statement out there, like even the whole term red pill is incomplete. So like let's go by like let's I'm gonna make a list real quick. Everything we need to unpack. So red pill, because Bree makes some good points. Because red pill people like Black. Let's make a delineation. The Black people who participate in any group, like red pill or manosphere, that's not the entire group. So the Black people that participate in it, we got to couch that like the Black people in red pill and the Black people in manosphere are not the entirety of red pill and manosphere. So we're actually about something that we're a part of something bigger and more diverse than us. So how we do it is not the same way everybody else does it. But we need to understand that the original red pill and manosphere had nothing to do with Black men the same way the original feminism had nothing to do with Black women. We're jumping in on something that has nothing to do with us and probably doesn't pertain to us, and we're taking their terminology. So we definitely got to talk about that real quick to clear that up.
Can we be mindful also, Arshawn, that when we speak about it in the space, that all of these pills and all of these online spaces probably account for maybe 10 to 15% of the totality of even the entire Black population. So we could be saying, if I was generous and said it was 15%, then we have no idea what the hell the other 85% of Black people think, because they're not in these spaces. And I guarantee you most of them don't think like this, but when the conversation is had, they say all Black women or all Black men. And it's like, no, you could say all in this space. Even Cynthia G, that's 300,000. That's less than 1 million. It's 20 million Black women in this country. So she's not speaking to even her fervent people is what, like maybe 0.5% of the Black community? What about the other 95%? They ain't listening to her shit or Umar or any of these other people. So I'm just glad that we are so much bigger than the number of these spaces. And when I hear the stuff in these spaces, I'm like, because my sons ain't never heard of no manosphere, they ain't heard of no red pill, they ain't never heard of it. I'm like, yes, yes.
Because they have their father.
Well, that's good, but I think
no, but
I didn't keep
bro.
I stumbled into the shit.
On YouTube.
Yeah, I stumbled into the shit. They didn't. I'm the idiot. I needed them to raise me. You know what I'm saying?
Rico, the thing about it is that even if you disagree with the conversation, like I said, the conversations are forming, right? Men are starting to speak up. And it's very uncomfortable that men are actually expressing themselves of how they feel, whether it's right, wrong, whatever. But men are, so I think what's happening, the conversation in 3 years from now is going to be a lot different than what we're saying. It just started.
And I'll say this, I have to give all the credit in the world to Arshawn for opening my eyes up to that, because me and him had this conversation before, because I couldn't understand why this space even existed. And it took a long while, but he finally got it through my thick head. Rico, you just don't understand. I was like, God damn it, he's right. Because it's so hard for me to believe that how in the hell did a generation of young black men get so lost? I'm like, what the fuck happened?
That part is easy.
Well, I just didn't see it.
Yeah,
it's I'm
it's hard
open
to
to
see.
listening.
It's hard to see, and I'm gonna tell you why. Like, it's hard. This is what we do. Like, again, hanging around Bree makes me smarter. So Bree was talking about how people always talk from the point of their perspective and map it onto everybody around them. So because I was able to do this, everybody should be able to. So that's one thing we do. Like, well, I came out okay. Everybody must be okay. And then when they're not, they're like, what happened to common sense? I thought everybody knew this. It's like, it's a shock to the system. So we have that problem. Most people are broken, but we're all broken differently. But the issue is we don't recognize it because most people have learned, because of survival, we've learned to adult. We can pay a bill, we can pay our rent, we can pay a car, we can have a child and like get them clothed and fed, so we look functional. But beneath the surface, if you actually listen to most of these people talk, there's some craziness going on, or some level of some kind of immaturity. Maybe it might be emotional, it might be mental. There's some underdevelopment that has not been addressed because we didn't have full family structures, and the family structures we did have were incomplete. We can talk about where that came from. We can avoid that conversation if we want to. Either way, what we currently have is a system of deficiency teaching deficiency. What the land of people with one eye. You know what I'm saying? The land of the blind, the man with one eye is king. So we have a lot of people that are living with one eye. So it looks like they can see, but they don't have any depth to their perception because they don't have two. But they're still better than the blind, and the blind will follow them because they have some sight. So we have that dynamic definitely popping off. I want to read some of these comments. Hold up, Barley, real quick. Most of these dudes are regurgitating. Yeah, that's true too. Trying to go viral by being more controversial and actually helping. Very few men actually come out of these spaces better, and that's a problem I want to talk about because we touched on the many things we keep.
He made that same comment about me.
Right, but hold up. I want to follow one train of thought because we've been hopping around quite a bit. Wally, get your point out, and I'm a don't follow up AR or Rico. Wally, get your point out, and I'm gonna come back to a thought we've already hopped off of.
I think I almost started down.
Go ahead, Wally. We listening.
No, I literally forgot because I'm like, but no. Oh, wait a minute. I mean, for me, I'll say it like this, right? It's like when I came to this space, the one for me is like this is the one thing, right? Because at the time for YouTube, for me, it was just I was listening to music, just chilling. That's it. But I know someone that shared, some red pill content stuff, and he shared this to me, and I was like, all right, let me go look this up one day, just because I was bored and I wasn't doing nothing at the time. So I looked it up, and I was like, all right, actually this guy made some sense because my thing is it was locked into my head because it was familiar to me in my world and what my life was, in a sense, to what he was saying. Right, and I can literally relate to it because I can literally flash back into some point in my life, like, hey, he actually making some freaking sense. But even then, but as much as it all goes down, it's like at the end of the day, it's like, where's the change of it? Where's the progression? And I'm like, for me, it's like, yeah, okay, this can all be true, but it's like at the end of the damn day, I'm not gonna sit there and be like, all right, whatever. So. And then as time goes on, it's like I eventually found Kevin in this space, and I was like, after that, from that point, it's like I was more listening to Kevin more than anybody else. But even then, as much as I would hear him, and once again, he speaks some facts too. But at the end of the day, the one thing for me was, as more of I got involved in here, I was like, it was cool for me because a lot of dudes were like, out here getting big and all that. And it was cool, but at the same time, it was like I was so lost from this because now I got more hooked to listen to other people on more business stuff and all that. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm out here. And that became more congruent to me because I listened to O'Shea. And then, of course, I was like, just on other things. So eventually, slowly to that whole stuff, I slowly started walking away from it because it was like, yeah, okay, fine.
Yeah, there's a point where you're going to have to walk away. I want to go back to the conversation because what AR said, one of the things AR said was important, I believe. He talked about how a lot of these things are necessary. The conversations, I sure the hell did. A lot of these conversations are necessary. I do believe, like AR said, it is in its infancy as far as men feeling comfortable and publicly speaking and getting their thoughts and feelings. The problem is that they don't understand that they're feelings. Like, so they can't properly articulate what they're feeling because they don't understand that it's a feeling. A lot of it is fear, jealousy, resentment, lack, insecurity. A lot of those feelings are coming out, but they're thinking their thoughts and their facts and their logic. But unfortunately, we're dealing with feelings, and men aren't comfortable saying, "I'm having a feeling, and I'd like to have it addressed, or I'd like to talk about it." So I do believe the space is necessary. I do believe people like Kevin Samuels and Andrew Tate are necessary, and I know that's going to sound crazy, but I believe men need to see the furthest extreme be possible so that they can come back, like Wally said, and land somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like somewhere in the middle. Like you have the neutered position. We're used to the neutered position. As black men specifically, I say we have the disempowered under cracks. We have victim. We have that master. We have victim completely mastered. We know how to live in victim. What we don't have is a model for full free expression, no matter how crass, no matter how asinine, no matter how foul and flagrant your opinion is. We don't have that extreme, and to feel comfortable that we have to realize the extreme so that we can say that's not where I want to be either. I don't want to be the victim, but I also don't want to be a conqueror because I know what it felt like to be conquered. I need to be a person. I need to be like a whole full human being.
Well, let me ask you a question. I was going to ask you a question, Marshawn.
Go ahead, hit me.
Yeah,
I'm come back to that comment.
Because I think everything that you said, I was listening to it. I'm like, yeah, you're right. I think that there's a space for the conversation, but what I've seen up until this point is I haven't seen a conversation. I've seen, like you said, they're feeling that these men are having, and they're just coming out. They've never, because I came up in the era where you just repressed your feelings. I repressed them all my life. We never discussed it. Nobody cared, and I don't necessarily think that that's healthy. But now the next generation is coming out saying, "Oh, we gotta let it go, let it out." But it's coming out uncontrolled. Like you said, these feelings are coming out just wild. The problem with the space and the people in the space is we're not creating dialogue. We're creating idols. So even the names you mentioned, whether it's Kevin Samuels or Andrew Tate or Donovan, what's the other Donovan, or Fresh and Fit. These guys are not even having conversations. They're sitting up on a throne and they're lording down. And unfortunately, they're only on that throne because the people down at the bottom is we're upholding them. We're taking everything they say and we're treating it as if it's gospel and scripture, and it's not. So when I first saw Kevin, I liked what he was saying, but quickly, like maybe several shows in, and I'm talking about like maybe less than half a dozen, I started seeing just a lot of things being omitted, things untrue. And like I said, I'm older than them. So I knew it was factually untrue. And I said that might have been necessary for Oklahoma, but that shit wasn't going on in DC. Because I grew up, and I'm a child of the 60s. I grew up in entire neighborhoods that had single mothers. So all this narrative about everybody had a father was utter bullshit. And no, nobody had put people out. And no, my mother wasn't on welfare because they were the working poor. So I'm like, this narrative that he's telling is it's not complete and it's not fully true. But if I even tried to tell somebody in the space something different, I'm like, fuck, I'm 5 years older than them. What are you talking about? I lived in an urban area. I didn't live in the fucking Midwest. Born and raised in Washington, D.C. That's not true for everywhere, even if it was true for where he was, because by then he was already deified. So once we deify a person, you cannot correct anything they say that may be incorrect. And that's the fear for us. I'll give this to your white side, AR. White participants and spectators will look shit up and fact check shit. Black spectators, we tend not to do that, or not enough of us. We'll just hear it and we'll just pass it on. But there's a small percentage of us, like myself, and I'm not the only one, Arshawn. I'm not saying all of us, Arshawn, but you know, I fight with people in my family. Stop regurgitating that conspiracy shit that you have based in no evidence. I know you heard it from somebody, and the person you heard it from somebody, and they heard it from somebody. Stop repeating that stuff and do no research to look into it before you say it. And that's the problem. is that I'm like, is the next Kevin Samuels going to come? And I would say 70% of what Kevin said was true, but 30% of it was false. And that 30% can be just as damaging as that 70%. Yes, it can. It all depends on what it is and how a person uses it. You can give me 70% truth, 30% false. And if I don't use it the right way, and the first thing they say, even he said it, this was his excuse. Chew the meat, spit out the bone. That motherfucker ain't smart enough to know what's meat and what's bone. So what did I always tell you, Arshawn? 90% of the responsibility is on the speaker or the listener. It's always on the speaker. You have, with great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah.
Fact. So when you said the entertainment thing, I call bullshit on that because there is possible damage that we're already a fragile community. Why would you want anybody to speak untruth into a community that's already fragile in the first place? We need nothing but the truth.
See,
period.
That it's an issue. Men have just started speaking.
I get that.
And a lot of men, not a lot of men, good amount of men that we know women have a problem with it, but also men have a problem with it as well. What has any of Kevin said? I don't say everything he says is true, but is there a particular thing you're not like? He said this and that was fucked up. I think a lot of the time we're watching these clips. But even with Fresh and Fit, they do go around and have that conversation. The issue is that they have to put the viral clip, so just say like, "Get the fuck out." They curse the group out, but they do have that dialogue.
Okay, Kevin Samuels put out a narrative as if domestic violence never existed in his upbringing in Black community. He put out that narrative, not me. He constantly beat up that narrative did. I ain't never seen no women walking around with black eyes. I seen a lot of women walking around with black. The cemetery was full of Black women where Black men killed their ass when I was growing up.
Yes.
So I'm not saying
we know the narrative is
because you put forth that narrative to tell Black women, no matter how abusive your partner is, you should put up with that shit.
No,
that's a dangerous narrative.
No, that's not.
Did he or did he not do that, Arshawn?
No, he did do it, but again, we're sprawling. So we start going, is this space necessary?
Right.
So AR, just for the sake of conversation, except that we have valid critique of some of the talking points.
Yeah.
Let's not get into any of them specific because then we're just going down a rabbit hole.
So the space, I think the space is necessary, but I think that even in the space, we need to make sure that the space is about conversation and not deification. So that whoever our next leaders are, we can critique them as we are critiqued by them. Because these leaders, Fresh and Fit, they critique Black women all day, every day.
Hold on,
so they can be critiqued, right?
The Megan Thee Stallions is doing more. The Megan Thee Stallions, the Cynthia G's are doing more damage than the Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, we can critique them too. All I'm saying is whoever the leaders are in the space, we shouldn't deify Megan Thee Stallion. We shouldn't deify.
They shouldn't be a leader.
But I think we deify the men as well. We should. I'm against any deification of anybody because all these people are flawed, as are we. Is all I'm saying. So in the conversation, even in the red pill space, red pill people should be saying, "Look, this is what I believe, but I'm willing to listen to the other side." And oftentimes they don't. If I talk to a red pill guy, the first thing he'll call me is a simp. That's the first thing he'll come out of his mouth. You a simp. As soon as I say, "Well, I don't agree with it," that's because you a simp. You see what I'm saying? That's because they deified the person who told them that their ideology was the only ideology. I'm willing to say maybe I'm not right about everything. Good luck with somebody red pill. That's my
whole point that I mentioned before, right? Because based upon what they sell as their ideology, if you show them something different that's sort of similar to their own, they'll flack it. But it's like
I think you're having a conversation with the wrong people. I'm pretty much red pill, and I'm not like that. I could just prove that you're wrong, Rico, most of the time.
Look what that tells you, AR. Look what that tells you. We're having people out here talking, but they're not willing to build on conversations. They're not trying to be technical. They're just trying to be bullshitters.
Who you?
That's
I mean,
the issue.
If you're talking about the major platforms, that's a business. That's in a different space. But me and Arshawn, Rico, we've been on. I'm pretty sure Rico as well. Several platforms that's like manosphere based or red pill based, and all we do is have like 5 to 8 hour streams of conversations. How much more? We have a lot of conversations.
Okay, but
I haven't seen you that much more in those conversations.
Here's my thing is though, right? Here's the difference though, right? Let's
Yeah.
look at least from us, and then let's look at least from them. Their conversation not technical. This right here is technical, bro. This is my whole point. If there's no confirmation, there's no real, like really digging in and then really mapping shit out. There is no mindset to it all. There's no really breaking it down. If they just saying that this is what it is, and if you don't get it, then they get the freak out my face. That's what this really is for them. So that's my issue with that.
All right, that's how you feel about it. I get you. I do want to get to some of these comments because we all kind of agree that the space is necessary, but it needs to be fine-tuned. I know AR talked about it a long time ago. The Manosphere was dead. It needs a Manosphere 2.0, a Manosphere Redux. It was they need some kind of directed thing. When people come into a space, typically the first people that come into a new space are the opportunists. So that's what we have. Whenever there's a new space, like AR said, like the gold rush, first people there are going to be the titans of industry who are going to capitalize. They're going to sell you the shovels, the pans, the sift for the gold. So all of the people that come into the new spaces are going to be the grifters and the exploiters. That's going to be first because they have the vision to see all the money that they can make from it. But we got a couple comments. I know we behind, Kyle. We behind. One thing y'all talked about was, I think I'm gonna come back to the entertainment thing. But High Fly Guy Kai, y'all made this point too. The issue though is the inflection point, I guess the tipping point. The influence that these conversations are having on people. Yes, Rico did say that it's a small percentage of people, but they have an outsized influence because these conversations spill over into real life. The same way we talk about LGBT, their issues, they're such a small percentage of the population, but the conversations surrounding them are outsized, out of proportion. We have a lot more conversation than the people. So the same thing with this, there are a lot more red pill conversations because the principles don't stop on the internet. The principles of people thinking they had an awakening to the real nature of women, they may not have the terminology or the philosophy behind it, but this happens in real life. People are in real life having these experiences and they're coming online to have the conversations. So while 15% might be online having the conversations, I will guarantee that most of the people are having these some semblance of these experiences. So I want to talk about that, and then we're going to Kai has quite a few comments. Let me read some of the comments first. We're going to come back to them because again we're scrolling. But we talked about this. We should be focusing on self-care and stop trying to push narratives on specific groups. But unfortunately, because of the lack of, like I say, home training or the lack of a grounding force in our families, these become the families. These communities become the surrogate families that we didn't have. These men become the fathers and the uncles and the godfathers that we didn't have. And you're right. We may never have that freedom to go to that verbal border, but you have to push the envelope. I mean, otherwise you're accepting the constraints that society put on you. So we do need to see the extreme, but we need to have a healthy way to rein that back into the medium. And let me see. Even the name assumes correctness. Red pill, saying that they are showing people the truth. These major red pill speakers are trying to make their opinions an unequivocal truth. And that is another problem. So we're going to come back to that one. I want to go to it should all be entertainment. And we're going to come back to a lot of these other ones. And even as the baseline of self-care, that's pretty universal. That should be the focus. That's not where we're at. That should be the focus. But we don't promote that. Telling people to take care of themselves, it still becomes a business opportunity. Self-help is one of the biggest businesses right now. So we are still, even when we say self-help, it's just another business mechanism. So we're going to come back to all that. But it should all be for entertainment, but people are not taking it as entertainment. So Wally, I want you to jump in first, then AR, and then Rico. What do y'all think about it should be entertainment versus the people are taking it as gospel part?
As far as taking the content, it mostly should be entertainment because that's what it mostly is for most of these spaces. I could never take it as quote unquote gospel because it's really not an ear shocker for most things that they really say. It's just not for me. It's just not. It's like the moment I hear it, it's not gonna be like, oh, like a motherfucking singing to the freaking heavens. Like, no, it's just what it is. It's like, all right, cool. Because let's be honest, the way I look at all these platforms these days, nowadays, like, even for those in the black space, you can literally sit here and say some of these conversations in the black space are literally black exploitation, which most people would say that they are. So,
All right. What about you, AR? Should it be entertainment? Because again, I don't see that we have the capability, because we have the broken down families, we have the broken down mental and emotional behavioral health, because we're broken down as people. We don't have the ability to be able to take it as entertainment. It's more to us. People are clinging, like Rico said, we're making idols of these people. So what's your like evaluation of it? Should be entertainment versus, but people are taking this stuff serious?
I don't believe it should be. I think it should be taken serious, not as gospel, but I do believe it should be taken serious. Due to the fact, I honestly believe we're all on the stream right now due to the work that Kevin Sam has put in. Maybe not, but I know I am. I don't agree 100% with what he's saying, but the thing is that you have a lot of black men that was quiet. Now they're starting to hear, man, I've used. Yeah, a man say this, a man say this, a man say this, a man say this. You're like, man, I feel the same way too. And now we're finally able to speak. And like I keep saying, the conversation just started. And this is sort of like what therapy is. I think the issue is that sometimes you have a high frequency of trash, bashing, and stuff like that. But I think it should be. I very much do believe in business. So I do believe people should make money off of this service. But I think that I think it should be taken a lot more serious. I believe so. The younger generation, they're gonna listen to the Fresh and Fit because it's seen entertaining and it's fun. I don't relate to them. I'm more the 35 and 40-year-old men that I got myself together and I wanna have a family and live a great life. So for those men, I think the older men should be taking this not as entertainment. I think they should be having 3 to 4 jobs and taking this work that we're saying very serious.
Got you. Rico, go ahead and jump in, but let me say hello to Mr. Intellectual Soapbox in the building, man. How you doing?
What's good, family? What's good?
What up, man?
Good to see y'all. Good to see y'all.
We're gonna let Rico cook real quick, and then we're gonna get your thoughts come in behind that soapbox.
Okay.
Well, I mean, obviously, I think it should be treated as entertainment, but we can't say that. We can't qualify it as entertainment because they're not selling it as entertainment. Let's be factually about it. Kevin didn't sell his show as entertainment. He sold his show as a self-help, dating coach, Fresh and Fit. All of the big voices in the space are not selling their stuff as entertainment. So the audience is not going to receive it as that. Things are sold as either entertainment. Entertainment shows are sold specifically as entertainment. They say it's fiction. It's made up. They don't say this. They couch all of these instances and all this expertise and all this experience as reality, real life. This is how I'm helping to coach. They actually say, we're going to coach you up so you can get better results in the dating world. Kevin say, oh, I got this group and I'm bringing marriages together. You know what I'm saying? So they're not selling it as entertainment. I think it was all fake, made up shit like infomercials at night. The problem is that everybody's not going to be as discerning as Arshawn, or other people. So while we can sit back and laugh at it, because we have the experience to know that's just bullshit, there are too many people that are being harmed. That the young guy that Arshawn explained to me, that's 24, 25 years old, socially awkward, that listen to these people and believe them. So we know it's not real, but only because we've been through that experience. So, I think it should be entertainment because I know most of the speakers are not qualified. They have no credentials. They have no experiences. Half the stories are totally fictional and made up. You know they're lying, but they tell it anyway. But people who can't discern the real from the truth. So just like the people that another demographic that gets taken advantage of is older people. Those infomercials, all that shit they sell at night. Yeah. These people have lived an entire lifetime, but they're still bamboozled out of their hard-earned cash on bullshit. Con men and people like hucksters are good at what they do. They play on your emotion, your lack of intellect. So that's where I say I'm constantly calling out the potential danger, because even my mother, up until she passed, she was spending the last of her money on useless shit. That's going on tonight. A bunch of 10,000, 20,000 elderly people on a fixed income is going to spend their last dollar buying some worthless shit they don't need, and those con men don't care. They're not going to go, oh, well, they should have known better. They gave me the money. I'm not going to get it back. And they're robbing them blind. So I'm saying that these guys are doing the same thing, but they're doing it to a much younger demographic. They know what they're doing. We can call it entertainment, but because they don't, if they sold it as entertainment, I'd fall back and shut up. Say, look, they told you it was entertainment. You had no reason to believe. They sell it as the complete opposite. It is harmful. It is dangerous. Heaven forbid, like what was that fool in Memphis, 19 or whatever last week? That idiot. Yeah, and then the fool that streamed and killed his kids in the car. You know, I'm not saying that none of these content creators was the nexus for it, but I'm like, there are some similarities when you see these there's some similarities of the live streaming, the manifestos, and all this, that they're all raging. Now, I don't know what color peel they are, but they were all raging. We saw rage in all of them. And I'm just saying, I can't put that indictment, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're fruit from the poisonous tree. So that's all I'm saying, is I wouldn't speak in that rhetoric and not be somewhat concerned that, hey, you know, with the access to firearms and the lack of mental health and so on and so forth, that some young man or an older man, because the guy in New York, right, in the subway, didn't he qualify that he was part of the manosphere? The older black guy? Yeah. I thought he qualified and said he was.
I don't know, Rico. If you finish that point, I'll say finish that point real quick, and then let's get. So that's it. I'm just saying that, you know, it's what we can't qualify. They sell it as the real deal goods. People buying it as the real deal good. I know it's bullshit, but I can only speak for myself. That's it. That makes sense. What's up, Soapbox, man? What you got for us, Playboy?
Hey, what's going on? Salute everybody on the panel, man. Wally, AR, Rico, you know what I'm saying? Ray Pookie.
So, yeah.
What's good, man? What's going on, my friend? Listen, I've said this before and I'll stick to it. You know what I mean? And, you know, I'll make it brief, but also allow some pushback too. Sometimes pushback. If you're looking on the internet for any type of advice or instruction or self-help or self-life help, then you got a lot more problems than I can tell you. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to be looking at any of these dudes for any type of guidance or help or tools or any type of things of that nature. Like, please don't do that to yourself. Don't hurt yourself doing that. You know what I mean? Get advice from somebody who's actually qualified, who actually is certified, and who actually knows what they're doing, or at least knows what they're talking about, who actually really is trying to help you. Not trying to sell you something, or not trying to give you a gimmick, or trying to get you to promote their brand or any of that nature. You know what I mean? You understand that YouTube is about people promoting their brands, getting their like and subscribers up, and making some cash. You know what I mean? And they have to use your ad to make that cash, then they will. Trust me, they will. If they need to manipulate you to make money, or to make a valid point, or to basically make your subscriber count go up, they're going to use you. Point blank period. Right? Now, as far as what it's doing to the community, or what it's doing to people overall, or how it's affecting the community in maybe in a negative or positive way, listen, that's always going to go on through our history. There's going to be people who are impacting our community in a negative way. There's going to be people who are impacting our community in a positive way. There's going to be people who are actually really fighting to help our community, and there's going to be people who are coons. There's nothing you can do about that. Okay? They're always going to exist. Why? Because they have the freedom to exist. You know what I mean? There ain't going to be no civil war between real black people and coons. It's never going to happen. Okay? And if we do get on the street to try to fight each other, try to do something, the police is going to come down, then you know what's going to happen after that. So, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, man, let them people be. Let them choose what they want to choose. If they want to go to Barbados and find themselves a woman, if they want to go to the corner store to find themselves a woman, listen, whatever you have to choose wisely. That's all I tell people. Whatever you choose in life, just choose wisely. Choose the best decision for you, because at the end of the day, you got to live with it. You know what I mean? I ain't got to live with this stuff. You know what I mean? All this stuff that they got out here, all this rhetoric, whatever pill you want to take, you got to live with that. You have to live with that. I don't have to live with that. I can live in my life and do the things I want to do for me and be cool at what I do. You know what I mean? And be happy with what I do. You know what I mean? And success is just a manifestation of that. But outside of that, like, y'all got to choose what y'all want to choose, man. Like, these young people who want to choose the lifestyle they want to choose, let them choose it. You know what I mean? And it's not all of them. It's just we look at like a small, very small, minute group of people, and we make it seem like it's everybody when it's really not. It's like saying all black people grew up in the hood. No, we don't. Some of us grew up in the hood, but some of us grew up pretty well. You know what I mean? Some of us have both our parents. Some of us live in nice areas. Some of us lived in mansions. It's not all of us. You know what I mean? So that's the thing, you know. So for the communities who want to put this rhetoric out here about men and women and who should date who and who should have what preference or whatever, let them do that. And if people who want to follow that, let them follow. They got to live with that. I'm going to live the life I want to live. And the ones who want to be a part of what I'm doing, they'll be a part of it. The ones who don't, cool. I mean, that's how I see it.
Man, facts. Definitely. With that, man, I want to jump on to the next little topic real quick. Because, again, we had a bunch of chats to catch up on. I know Nova says self-help is booming because there are more helpless people. And I know Soapbox did say that people need to go and get qualified help. You shouldn't be looking for people on YouTube, but we know that's not the case. We know people are looking for help because that's a resource they have available. It's free, it's accessible. But Kai gave this: the baseline of self-care and self-growth is pretty universal. Take care of your body, focus on growth, find good mentors, and help your community. It's easy to find this in any community, church, fraternities, get-rich quick seminars, TED Talks, you name it. The idea that red pill is fulfilling something that hasn't already existed is a bit much. So as far as the baseline for self-care, let's assume that we have some young person that might listen to Fresh and Fit, or some person that might be led astray by some of this online talk. What give us your path to like self-help? Like, again, we already let's concede the point, Soapbox, that they should not be here listening to us to get help. We know that they are. How would you direct them going forward to, like, again, their lives are broken, their families has been broken, but they're here, they're 20 something. What would be your path forward? And then Wally, then AR, then Rico.
Well, for me, no matter who comes in my space and they come on my platform, I always give a disclaimer that I am not a professional therapist or anything like that. It's my perspective. So you can take it or leave it. I'm just going to give you my perspective based on telling me the situation is. And once I give you my perspective, it's up to you to do the research and do the work to find out whether what I'm saying is true or not. You know what I'm saying? Or whether it works for you or not. So what I'm saying may be complete bullshit to you. It may not work for you. You may be like, fuck out of here. I'm not doing what he's saying. And that's fine. You know what I mean? So I'm just giving you my perspective. And I'm going to tell you I'm giving you my perspective. Like, look, you telling me, you know, you met this girl and, you know, she says she got a man, but yet she still want to talk to you. But when you call her, she only pick up on a certain day, and you know you got to send her this amount of money, or else she ain't gonna talk to you. Then I'll give you my perspective on that, and you gotta live with it after that. You can either still keep messing with this shit, or you can leave her alone. You know what I mean? And maybe you messing with her because maybe she got that fire, or maybe she's doing stuff for you that, you know, I don't know what she's doing for you, but it ain't something that I'm doing. You know what I mean? Or maybe you don't really want to find a wife, maybe you do, or whatever. I just try to give my perspective and try to give you what I believe will be helpful. But in that, I always tell people, look, this is my perspective. This may not work for you. And if it does not work for you, it's cool. I'm not tripping. The problem is that people don't know how to create that boundary, right? The problem is that people get online and they say, no, my perspective is the perspective, right? If you don't believe in the way I believe in God, then you're wrong. You're going to hell. If you don't do relationships the way I do relationships, then you're going to fail. All your relationships are going to fail. You're going to be lonely. You know what I mean? You're going to have to get a pet or adopt a child and do all this other stuff. They start reaching. You know what I mean? I don't reach with my perspective. You know what I mean? All I do is just give you perspective and I keep it moving. You know what I mean? After that, the work is on you. So, and that's the thing. When we get perspective, especially on these spaces, we always gotta leave that room for them to do that work. You know what I mean? And for them to either take it or leave it. That's it.
Appreciate you. What about you, Wally? What you think? What's the path forward to somebody that might be listening to online people? Like you've got to that point. We're just listening to Red Pill. We're listening to content online to get self-help. What's your path forward? Like starting today, that person hearing you speak, what's the path forward?
If the person's hearing me speak from this day forward, I mean, for me, it's like, I look at it like this. I say the same, even though I'm not a professional, right? But I also sit here and say this, I have enough awareness enough to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to do this way enough just to sit here and say, let me break it down slowly enough so we can, work on it. Because you may be needing a whole lot of help. So this help, it takes a lot of journey. This help, there's a lot of walking to do it, right? You just can't run thinking the answer's going to be done after you just run things. Sometimes we got to walk this out. So taking those few steps every other day and bettering yourself, that's going to be the journey and the path that I would more likely give somebody more than anything. Because in most cases in life, not everything's a sprint. So you got to be able to take that step by step. That's all I can say to that.
Interesting. What about you, AR? Again, well, we talked about them young people. They listening to the wrong folks. But let's say we got their ear right now. What would you say?
I think it's all information. I think it's just part of the process of life. You can't. I mean, if they really want real information, to read the Bible. Just read the Bible. If you're really looking for the Holy Bible, if you're really looking for real information, then stick to the Bible. But you're not. So you can find people in person, but we know that online social media has become a part of our lives, and information, whether it's in person or online, is still the same. It's still valid information. I'm pretty sure Arshawn is not certified. I'm not certified, but the information we give is life changing. And the only reason why I have to change your life because you haven't watched the stream yet. But I think that I think all the information is necessary. I do believe that people have to figure out, do they want a life or they want to live a lifestyle of just being single? Because they're not the same, and that's that thing, that traveling thing, the trip. They're not the same. Your single people, they live different than the married people. It's just not the same. So I think when you're coming in these online spaces, or you're going for, even if you were to go in person and go seek help, you would have to determine what factor this person is giving you help, where do they stand? And once you can figure that out, then red pills mostly for the single life or just for self-development single life. Okay, cool. If I'm trying to learn how to be as far as marriage material, then I'll probably want to contact someone like Brother He Said, which you can find them online. So that's just my perspective on that.
I think so too, Bree. I think so too. Rico, what would you say? Again, I know you got sons. So what are you teaching? What did you teach? What would you tell some young man who tapped in, just happened to catch this portion of the broadcast? And then what would you say to the young man? He just happened to be here. Again, we're telling they shouldn't be listening to Red Pill content. They shouldn't be taking it serious. It should be entertainment, but they found themselves here. What would you tell them that you would want them to take serious?
Well, I mean, as far as online, again, and I have to say it again, I'll consider myself exceptionally blessed in the fact that my sons don't have much of an online presence at all. They're gamers. So that's about the extent of their online presence is, video. I mean, they'll spend 23 hours out of the day playing video games, Madden, NFL, N2K, all the sports games there are, and they play with people all over the world. So they're mad gamers, but as far as the social space, no, they do that real life. They don't do that. And if I was able to, so I never really had to speak to them about separating themselves from online, the talk space, the social media space. They're not big into the IG. They ain't DMing nobody. They do it the good old fashioned way. Free the internet exploded. And I know, like, a new kid coming on a day, their whole life, that might be all they know. They might think the internet was around forever. I'm like, no, the internet ain't that old. But if somebody's starting to consume too much of the toxicness, I would tell them the first thing is they need to just unplug. Because the first step towards when they talk about self-healing from anything, whether it's alcoholism, drug use, social media, stop doing the very thing that's causing you harm. That's the first step. It doesn't heal you, but it's the first step. You can't, if alcoholism is my problem is, well, the first thing I have to do is I have to stop drinking, or stop taking the drugs. And as far as, the healing, for me, I always recommend people get into volunteering, because you'd be surprised at how fulfilling, how much you can help yourself helping others. You know what I'm saying? And I think that that's something that I feel bad about seeing in our community. I grew up in an era where everybody was big into poor people help poor people, and now, people look down on that with shame and disgust, and that really troubles me. I think there's a lot of help that you can find in the world just by helping other people. So, AR said the Bible, but everybody's not into that. But you still can help at a soup kitchen. You can help at a homeless shelter. You can help, all kinds of things. You can help at the church. So I would say, for me, you got to unplug. Turn this damn dummy box off, and just the space of a couple of days. I don't think most of us, have you guys in the last 2 years spent more than 24 hours not online? And that includes your phone.
Nah,
we don't unplug. We don't unplug. I think for most of us, we'd rather, and that's, I'm just guilty, but I'm like, cell phone, laptop, just say, I'm going to go a full 24, 48 hours where I'm not going to touch either one of them. And I don't think we have that problem, but if the space got so toxic for me, I'd do that. And I think that's what some of these young guys need to do anyway. Somebody need to take their computer and their cell phone for about 2-3 days, because I think you'll recalibrate your brain as to what's real and what's important. So that would be my best suggestion. Self-help is real. And like I said, the guy said there are TED Talks. There's so many other ways that you can get self-help. And that's what we used to do before the internet. So we can go back to it.
I do agree with a lot of the things you're saying. Rico, definitely. Even some of the things that AR said, Wally, I do believe it to a point. But if for some reason I did happen to have the ear of some young man who accidentally stumbled into this space, man, the first thing I would have to tell you is to not give up. Like, as long as you have a breath in your body, you have an opportunity to change whatever outcomes that have happened in your life. That's the first thing I would tell you. It's like, hold on to that little hope, but that hope is in yourself. Don't look your hope cannot be in other people, because other people will let you down. You will even let yourself down, but you're going to have to learn to give yourself grace for that. Room to be human. So, like, shake free of some of the standards that maybe you got from your household, your family, your upbringing. Shake free of some of that. By allowing yourself to understand that you're human, you're a person, you're flawed, you're imperfect, but you do have the power to change and shape your life through the choices that you make. That would be the first thing. If there's outcomes in your life that you haven't been able to create positively, that would take some investigation. But before I get to that, I'm gonna come back to that. I want to say, if you happen to find yourself watching red pill content, any content, blue pill, red pill, pop political, if you cannot understand the perspective from the opposite side, it's not a perspective you need to listen to. So if you're going to listen to red pill content, if you also can't listen to blue pill content, if you can't listen to a woman's perspective, if you cannot listen to all of the various perspectives about whatever it is, whether it's about love, relationships, marriage, running the country, governance, sports, if you can't hear the opposite perspective, if it triggers negative emotion, anger, sadness, fear, that's a problem. You've fallen into some type of mental trap. So I would say, if you cannot listen to the opposite perspectives, different perspectives, understand that you've fallen into a problem. You've discovered a problem here. So if you're listening to red pill and you only listen to red pill and you can't stand when anybody says, you can't stand to hear women talk, you're the problem. And you're going to have to address that. then you're gonna have to find out where the problems in your life are stemming from. Are they emotional problems? Do you not know something? Are they did I say mental problems? Are they mental issues? Like I'm not aware. I have no knowledge about this. I don't know how to make my life better. I don't know where the resources are. I know Mr. Best said therapy. Maybe you don't know where to look for therapy. Maybe you don't have insurance. Maybe you can't afford insurance. So you have a knowledge gap. Maybe it's emotional. Maybe you're overwhelmed. Maybe you're anxious. Maybe you're fearful. Maybe it's something in that lane. So that will have to be what you'll address in the emotional content. And the emotional work is probably, for me, the hardest work. There's the behavioral work. Are you making poor choices? Are you impulsive? Are you doing things? Are you punching walls? What is it? Where you're going to have to figure out where your problem resides and then address that problem by learning where it stems from. So if you're punching walls, why are you angry? Why are you damaging property? If you're fearful, what are you afraid of? What is it about it that makes you think it's so terrible to face or ask questions to or step into? Like, even if it's approaching a woman, why is that so scary to you? Have you put her on a pedestal? Do you think women are something different? No, they're human. So you're going to have, there's work to be done. You're going to have to do the work if you want to change your outcomes. So if you are hearing the sound of my voice by some happenstance, understand that you have a lot of work to do if you want to make the outcomes that you see in your head. It's not on anybody else. It's not women's fault. It's not simps' fault for spoiling women. It's not entitled women's fault. It's not bad children's fault. Whatever's going on in your life, I promise you, you're at the center of it. You're the only person running your life. And if you're letting somebody else make their choices, like those people I started the video the day out with, that's on you. And you're going to have to fix that. You're going to have to fix who's running your life. So, that's what I would say. Just to start off. But again, it's a big conversation. Changing your life is a big conversation. But I want to jump back into some of the other comments, because we got a bunch. Everyone, let's go to this one. I'm going to come back to Cox. Because, real quick, the self-care thing. You do need to focus on your body. You need to focus on your growth. Even the red pill content, you can't find good in it. AR said the Bible. You can find good in the Bible, but it's cumbersome. Red pill, there's a lot of it, but there's a lot of toxicity. A good mentor would probably be the best thing. A community guide, that might be okay. But a lot of the stuff is hard to sort through. It's a lot of information, it's overload, and I get that. But definitely anything, even the red pill content, you can find some positives in. I would even steer you to roommates over fresh and fits. You would far more likely get more benefit from roommates than fresh and fit. So there's all kinds of avenues to explore. It's a lot. It's a lot. But self-help is important, but you have the choice to do better. But I want to go to this one. And forget you, Yella. You're not here to save anybody. I get that. But you know what I'd like to do, Yella? What I really like to do?
Save one. Save one person.
Can I say something about that real quick?
It froze on my side.
Oh, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that if red pill or whatever can be, well, it's actually red pill rage which I'm talking about, not red pill. But if they could be as destructive, then the reverse course, I think these conversations are necessary, and I think they can be, or they are helping. The issue that we're not widely known. If we was widely known, I believe a lot more people was receiving help. So if anything could be as destructive on the internet, you can actually be helping as well.
I would disagree, only that red pill rage is a problem. I'll give you that. But red pill is also a problem because it's misleading. Like I said earlier, it's not giving complete information. So since you brought that up, let's talk about that right there, because Kai did have that conversation. Even the name assumes correctness. Red pill saying that they're showing people the truth. These major red pill speakers are trying to make their opinions an unequivocal truth. And what I want to start this off with is the whole philosophy of red pill coming out of the Matrix. And then you also have the old manosphere, the old red pill stuff coming out of the Matrix. Red pill means that you are awakened to the truth. Anybody that saw the movie, Neo didn't get the full truth when he woke up. The red pill, he just woke up in a stupor in that little factory. He found out that he was a battery, a bot, whatever you want to call it. He found out he's a battery and he was rescued by Morpheus and them. He didn't have any of the downloads that they gave him on the ship. He didn't know all that jump program, all the construct, all the kung fu. He didn't have full attainment. He didn't have full mastery. He just realized that the truth he knew before wasn't the full truth. That's all he did, was a level of awareness to the point that he was at, not a full awareness. So that's the same thing with these guys. I realized that the truth I understood before was not the full truth. But unfortunately, when they say red pill, a lot of times what they're talking about is a full understanding of women, but that's not true. They don't give them a full understanding of women. Most of them only show you a specific type of women. Most of them don't show you a full range and spectrum of women thought, women philosophy, women's emotions, women's behavior. So you could not have full awareness until you step out into the world and start dealing with women on different levels, socioeconomically, religiously, politically. So their awareness is only like, oh, what I was doing before wasn't working. That's all the red pill does for you. Everything beyond that requires work. Neo had to learn and grow to master the matrix, which he still couldn't even do because the architect still had sovereignty. Then in the real world, he was able to manifest some powers, but there were still people that ran things. He didn't run Zion. So he wasn't the king of the domain in any space. He still was governed by other systems. So even Neo and that whole thing about liberation was still into a system of work where you have to learn and grow. So the red pill is just an entry point. It's not the finish line. The red pill is a starting point. That's a starting line, the starting gate. That's where you're like, oh snap, I have to relearn everything I knew. I've got to start here. But that's not what's being taught. They're saying like it's a solution. Red pill, now you understand. Women are this is how you need to move. That's not it. There is no one way you need to move. You need to move what's best for you. And everybody's different. Some people's temperament and their personality, what they know and how they emote, all of that governs the decisions they should be making. That'll get them the best outcomes. And a lot of people haven't even done the work, like the self-work, to find out what outcomes they even want to make happen. So like the way the red pill is, again, the opportunists that have stepped in, the way the red pill is set up right now, it's not healthy for young men.
Well, I mean, like, you know, if you're taking with, but I think a lot of people watching the clip, but you see like Fresh and Fit, it's a business, so that's a little bit, that construct is a little bit different. But red pill men are coming together saying, listen, you're saying this, and I feel the same way, and then they're teaching them the toxic behaviors of women. But red pill expose you to the truth. You can relate to it due to your personal life. You can relate to it, and you need to continue living life and to you consistently learn more about the truth. I don't believe not just women, in general in your life. I don't agree with completely bashing women. I believe there should be a balance of bashing them.
Did you say a balance of bashing?
Because yeah, man, some of them are trash, just like some of the men are trash.
Maybe shame, but not bashing.
I believe we should bash the shit out of some of them, not all. But there's this Cynthia G's.
What's the benefit of bashing? What's the benefit of bashing?
There's no utility. It's catharsis.
Trash talk.
Right. What's the benefit of bashing? So you bash. So if you bash him, you get it off your chest. You feel good, but you do nothing for the bashee. The bashee's not going to receive it well. They're not going to take constructive criticism. They're just going to give you the finger and say "fuck you." So the benefit of bashing. Listen to me. The benefit of bashing is just the basher just get off. I'm like you just verbally masturbated some bullshit.
No, that's
you.
Don't ask a question and answer it. If you're gonna ask a question,
here's the question. Okay. Every time we get into this bashing space, and they get into remember our song, I'm holding them accountable. Like, no, you just getting your rocks off because the person that's listening to it don't care about the shit you say.
The message is not for them though. Like
so the false accountability that y'all go into where y'all get on it and y'all bash a woman or bash a dude, but that false accountability, because you're not accountability requires consequences, which you cannot impose any. So it's like, what are you doing but getting it off? You're not bringing no one along. You're not convincing them. All you're literally doing is saying bad, shit, fuck you. And guess what? When that person disconnects, they're right back to doing what they're doing. You held no one accountable. I tell people, say you address them. Okay, say you address them. I can accept that. But there's zero, and that's where the deification comes in. Oh, you see Kevin holding them accountable. Kevin ain't holding none of those women accountable.
But listen,
he didn't hold any of them accountable. Can we agree that he did not hold a single woman on his show accountable because he had zero consequences over them? He can't hold them accountable. Address them.
If you're on the
internet, like a woman, a girl.
Hey Rico, hold up. Let him respond.
Yeah, I mean, you ask me a question. You're bashing me. You ask me a question, and then you answer it, and then you talk about Kevin. Listen, bro.
Okay.
People like Black Lives Matter, or people like Umar Johnson. If Umar Johnson is stealing the money, I have to be. Listen, fuck him. I'm not gonna curse him on one show. But I have the right to bash the shit out of him. Why? The message is not for Umar Johnson. The message is for other people. Other people need to know the BS that he's doing. He's stealing from, well, allegedly stealing from black people that think they're gonna have a school that's gonna help the youth, and he's not helping the youth. So
the bashing
I can expose someone, or I can speak on an issue how I deem to. When I say bashing, I don't mean talking about their family, cursing them out, whatever. But you got to expose people, and bashing is in different forms.
Okay, so I agree with the exposure. I agree with the exposure.
I guess bashing is a wrong word.
It's the
different connotation.
It's a different connotation, and that's usually to demean someone. So basically, when someone bashes somebody, it's like, as you said at the beginning, if I'm keep calling you fat, I'm bashing you. That's to demean you. That's not helping you. That's not gonna make you listen to me. You be like,
but some of the context is not to help the person though. It's to help the other people around it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So you're saying it as an example. I could see that argument, but I don't agree with it. But I respectfully can see what you're saying though. I really can. I can see
what I got from it. What I got from it is he's saying he's informing the people about somebody's negative behavior, but the bashing is just how he chooses to inform. Is with a lot of bigger inflammatory language, a lot of insults, but I'm still informing people, which then it shifts from information to entertainment, because people are going to be entertained by the provocative nature of it, the comedic nature of it. So you actually almost use the informational value because people are just going to see it, because I've seen it happen with the whole Daryl E. Black thing. When somebody's being provocative and they start bashing, then everybody wants to run over there and watch it because it's drama.
Well, yeah, let's use a different word than bashing. I'll be bashing sometimes, but it depends on who it is. But I get what you're saying. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I'm not sure if he's masturbating while I'm talking. I don't know what it is, but he keeps trying to come for me. And it's like it's a battle you're gonna lose. I don't know.
Work on the conversation, goddammit.
I've never said nothing bad about him. I've never said nothing negative about him, even behind his back. I'm not sure why he keeps on trying to come after me, but I'm not sure. I like his streams.
This ain't having nothing to do with you. This says bashing is masturbatory.
Yeah. So everything I'm saying, if you read the comments, everything that I'm saying, he's trying to reference it onto me. I'm not sure what that's about, but I don't yell. I don't have no problem with you, but that's up to you, man. Just want to say there's a lot of.
If Yellow was gonna talk to you, I'm pretty sure he would mention your name, bro.
Yes, queen moment. Like y'all want to play dumb, but if you look at the bashing, is these dudes. I said bashing, and he's talking about
all disagreeing
homosexuality.
You're personalizing it. You're making it.
Because I said bashing, and he said, "Is these dudes Yas queen moment?" Which is informative of a man being gay. Don't play with me like that. I don't disrespect you. But if you want to come with
notice, these dudes, that part's more than one, though.
These dudes.
Molly, don't be Molly, stay out of the way.
No, but I'm being honest. I'm saying these dudes.
Molly, if you want it, you can get it too. But I'm not stupid.
No,
and he is talking directly
come
about
on, bro.
me.
I'm not doing it.
I know, but I'm just letting you know. If you want it, you can get it too.
AR, can I say this, AR? Respectfully, I agree. I understand what you're saying. But in my mind, when I hear guys bashing, I view it as, oh, this nigga masturbating. Because you know what I'm saying? A dude feel like when people bash people, they feel good about it. They're like, I said, look, I'm not ready.
I know, but he's speaking directly to me though.
Okay, no, I'm not talking about you, but I would say anybody, when they get into this bashing, and that's why I told people stop with the bashing, because you just like jerking off. You just feel so good. You mentally and verbally, because dudes do that. They'll bash somebody and then they sit around and laugh. You told her off, you told her off, and they be like beating their chest. And that's
I
why
meant the word I used, bashing. That was incorrect.
No, but I'm just saying, we were speaking about bashing. And that's the first thing that comes to mind. Oh, there's some dude he trying to shit all over women. He trying to shit all over black women. He jerking off, and because he made little boys, they egging them on and they instigating it. And that's how we receive it. So I do call it like, oh, there they go with that little circle jerk shit. And I would say yes, queen, because it's like, I hate when guys do that. I really hate when black men do that to black women. I'm like, you don't have to talk to them like that. You don't have to do that. That's why it sours me real bad. I'm like, you can feel that way and your point can be objective. Well, especially when they do it in the company of a bunch of non-black people. So why are you going to shit on a black woman and it's a room full of white people? That's really distasteful. You know what I'm saying? That's why it triggers me a little bit. I'll admit that.
Where was y'all at when Kevin Samuel passed away?
I hated his ass for doing it. I despised him for doing that.
No, see, I said when he passed away, and
I ain't gonna celebrate the guy.
People were bashing him.
I'm not gonna celebrate his death.
I ain't seeing nothing positive about that either. That was crazy too. Like the people that truly have any type of integrity, it falls on both sides. There's no like respecter of persons things. I will talk about Joe Biden being weird just as much as I'll talk about Trump being weird. Like they're all weird to a different degree.
And they are. Let me say this: in spite of Kevin's passing, I still attack the shit he said. I attack all the stuff he said that
you haven't said not one thing he said on there.
Okay, we're not gonna get into that. I will attack
I know.
the point.
I know.
No, I'm saying because I could, but I don't want to derail the conversation. I do still attack the points post-passing as I did pre-passing. I was like, that's not true. Kevin got to stop saying that. In particular, I'll say when he tore down that young man, Sway. Me and Clint did a very long stream about that. And I still talk about it as an elder. He shouldn't have did that young man like that. He
literally... a celebrity?
Huh?
Nah, just somebody, another youth streamer. He talked about him. Yeah.
He dogged him real bad publicly
because he didn't wear suits and wore Jordans.
Right.
It was just stupid. It was real stupid. But yeah, Kevin Samuels is another flawed human. He said a lot of things that were wrong, but he said some. Like here's where where AR like he says, tell me where they lie. It's not that they lie. They take something that has a basis in reality. It has a sliver of truth. How big the sliver is, I don't want to argue about how big the sliver is as true. But then they'll stack untruths on top of that. Or they'll leave things out of context, or they'll leave out a whole side altogether. And that's where the misleading and the deception comes in. So that is a problem.
This whole platform was out of context and misleading. He speaks on how Kevin said mixes the average man with high value. Right. And then women call up saying they want a high value man because that's what he talks about. And then he dogs them out that they want a high value man, which is what he's been describing.
That's not wholly true what he did. But I get what you're getting at. I mean, if you're a fan, you're a fan.
No,
I'm not. But I'm saying that I would argue that's.
I would say he was wrong for that.
Yeah, I would even go. I would characterize it differently than the way you did. I don't think women were calling up asking for a high value man. I believe women were calling up and he asked them, did they want one?
No.
Listen what I'm saying. No, listen what I'm saying. You can call into my show and I'll say, Arshawn, do you want Beyonce? You be like, hell yeah, I want her. But you didn't call in here and ask for it.
But that's not what he does.
You see what I'm saying? So that's the switch. So then he could always make the argument, they're always asking for high value man. It's like, no, you're always asking them, do they want? Half of them busted chicks knew they weren't going to get no high value man. 90%.
Now,
go back and watch
they're delusional.
I mean, here's the thing, real quick.
It's a sleight of hand.
Rico's right. He did ask leading questions that left him with no other alternative than to pick the thing that sounded bad. But there were many callers who called in asking him for advice because I want to get a high value man. Like, so that both were true. Right. He was only getting them to reveal what they actually would prefer. Like, honestly, the truth of the matter is most women would prefer a man that made $60K or greater. Yes. Unfortunately, the people who had the mind to call into him wanted a higher percentage. They wanted 80K or greater, or 100K or greater, or 120K. Like, I know for I would stake my life on that there was some sort of mental selection process. The type of people that would call into that are probably the least likely to have a realistic standard.
Yes.
Because of it. But I want to introduce Yella. Yella, appreciate you for coming up, man. I know you were called out from the chat. Go ahead and holler back.
Yeah, I'm gonna go right into it. It ain't gotta be no subs. It ain't gotta be no misunderstanding. It ain't gotta be shit. I've been told you that shit you be saying is trash as fuck. You ain't gotta not like my streams or nothing like that. I don't care at this point. Let's call it what it is. This bashing shit that motherfuckers claim like they doing and all this other shit. This shit is some masturbatory ass, self-serving ass shit. It ain't serving no purpose or none of that shit. Cause it's niggas like that be dropping shit that when other niggas say shit, then it's they hate women too. I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. Don't say my name and call me out. I ain't Simon. I called you out. I said, bruh, I'm gonna tell you this. You wanna talk about you can get it too? You telling Wally stay out the way? Bro, let me tell you this, bro.
Because Wally's speaking on something he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Okay, I don't care what Wally talking about though. You talking about he can get it too? I'm gonna tell you this, bro. I'm not Simon. I'm not Simon, bro. Here's the deal. You say shit just to try to get a rise out of folks. You are the example. You are the example of the space that is useless. All of your shit is just something to come back and be fucking controversial.
Okay. Like what? Is there something I've said that you're particularly talking about?
Bro, most of the shit you say.
Okay.
Like most of the shit you say. Okay. Hold on, let's go back to the last panel we was on. We was talking about the girl trips, and the only thing you kept asking the women was they born in America? Then you wanna like that's gonna change how they are or make them something different than what the fuck you dealing with. Yeah. Then it was some sideways ass dig about married people, non-married people. And people that ain't married right now having a voice in this conversation, and how they shouldn't be saying nothing about marriage. Let's clear some shit up.
No, I never said that.
Bruh. You called out B9. Well, like B9, what you think about all these non-married people and all these single folks having a conversation about marriage? Am I lying, y'all?
Yeah, I never said y'all don't have a voice in it though.
Bruh, you did. That's the only reason I'm saying something. AR, no. I'm not Simon, bro.
Listen, even with Simon, I've explained to Sean that slipped out. I was meant to call him that. There's a big misconfusion, but also you've been attacking me, bro. What? I've never spoke about people's family. I've only done that time because it slipped out when I call it, and I just continue with it. So I didn't mean to call his daughter the B word, but concerning with me and you, I've never said anything that I can believe negative about you. When it comes
you ain't gotta say nothing negative about me. You ain't gotta say nothing negative about me, bro. Here's the deal. One, you did mean that shit because you doubled down on it. I don't give a damn what you talking about. If you knew you was wrong and you kept going, then you twice as big a piece of shit then. Because you knew you was fucking wrong.
Okay.
You knew you was fucking wrong. Hold on. Because now you sitting back here trying to backpedal on shit that you did say. See, my thing is this. You talk a lot of shit about people and all this other shit, and you should have knew that the kid was off limits. But see, you talk a lot of shit about street niggas and all this other shit and gang bangers and all this other shit. One of the codes that motherfuckers got is women and children is off limits. But your ass don't understand. But my thing is this though. You always got criticism for them people, but you be the main one when to talk about the little black bastards.
Yep.
Or the women that's having this. That's the thing about it. You bash, bro. That's what you do.
Okay. So what happens? So now when it comes, let's talk about the marriage thing, right? So now as far as Simon, it was a smoke show. So when I slipped up, I said in my mind, I fucked up. Okay, cool. But I kept going with it. I didn't continuously called his daughter the B word. I said that one time, I slipped up, but then I just kept going with as far as you taking care of your child. Why no one focus on he's not taking care of his kid? So that was the conversation.
What does that matter, AR? What the fuck does his kid matter? Bro, what the fuck does him not taking care of his kid matter? What does that matter? That was smoke between you and him. To bring his kid in any form, shape, or fashion is a bitch ass nigga move. So you trying to sit here and justify why you bringing a kid up in the conversation between two grown ass men. So to me, that's the equivalent of if you was him was fighting, you would punch his daughter because she's standing there because you know that's gonna hurt him. That's how that sounds. You don't even hear yourself, dog.
That's not equivalent to physical violence and words. Those are two different things. I will punch his daughter because I call his daughter to be. If that's what you do, then that's cool. But you know, whatever, you know, that's fine.
Bro, you talking about this a smoke show. If I got smoke with you, I got smoke with you. Not nobody you know, not none of your offspring. I don't give a damn who kid you raising, what type of parent you is, nigga. If I got smoke with you, I got smoke with you, and your whole way you live don't got shit to do with it.
Okay, that's how you roll. That's not how I roll. I don't talk about people, and I don't want to be talked about. If you decide to, then that's what's gonna happen.
Bruh, you seen shots at motherfuckers all day, and that was the response to somebody actually popping back off at your ass. The first thing you did was get in your fucking feelings and bring a child in.
I was not
the same way when we was on the panel talking about girls trips, and you got in your feelings because motherfuckers wasn't trying to hear that shit.
No.
Then you want to shame all the motherfucking non-married people and all this shit.
I didn't say
bro, I can go get the clip.
No. Listen, what I was saying is that if you've never been married, it's a difference between being married and non-married. I never said you don't have a voice. I don't biologically have a child, a son. So, but I do have a voice when it comes to children. As far as raising them.
How? Did you nut in a chick and make a child? Did you nut in a chick and make a child?
Because I'm raising an adopted son.
Then no, you don't. The same way you sit up here telling people that they ain't married, you did, bro. I ain't got no. Here's the thing. You right. I have no reason to mix up your words at all. The fact of the matter is, you isolated B9 as to try to make an example of why these people who not married currently or have never been married know how marriage works. That was your whole point of the issue.
I said, why? I believe I said, why do people that have never been married before? And I wasn't taking shots at you. I would just ask you directly. Why do people that have never been married before have such much thought process, where it can be, on how a marriage works? Because y'all have no clue. You've never been married before. You're telling me how if you're single, your girl could go on a trip because whatever happens to her is whatever happens to her. If you have a wife, that whole dynamic changes. She's going to a different country. Even on that stream, I've never mentioned that she's going to cheat. I don't believe my wife is going to cheat. I just don't believe that as an average earning man, what most men are, black men are, if we don't go on vacations maybe once every 2 years, how are you going to go on a women's trip and that's on my dime? When we should be going on a family trip. That's what that was my problem with that.
And if that's the thought, then what are we having the conversation for? Because nobody was ever talking about, let's take the last of the money out of the bank account and go on a girls trip.
But I'm talking about
nobody ever said that.
The average black man in America makes under $50,000 a year. So where are we finding this money to go overseas? If we do, and that's what Brother Heath was talking about. If we do find money to go overseas, it should be with the family, not a single out woman's trip.
Man, look, ain't nobody taking no money out the household. Ain't nobody taking no money out the household to go on no girls trip. Y'all was finding any goddamn excuse y'all could that day to make it an issue. Even to the point to where, like I said, even in that same stream, every woman that came up on that panel, you asked them if they was born in America. What the fuck does that got to do with anything?
Their mentality. And they wasn't married.
Well, how about this, AR? Let me exclude you from the fucking conversation because we talking about American people. We talking about American women. We talking about American black women. Okay. Are you married to one?
I am.
You're married to one. You married to the American black woman. Or are you married to a Colombian like you've been saying?
She's Latino black, but she's American. She was born in Colombia. She's in America.
Bro, she Colombian, nigga. Fuck you talking about, bro?
She's been in America for the past 14 years.
With you? That ain't fucking American, bro. We talking about American soil born ass women who've been raised since American from the beginning.
Yeah.
If you ain't talking about them, then you shouldn't be in these conversations, bro. Because you constantly talk about somebody who ain't in the conversation in the first place. But you constantly want to tell people how they should look and how they should feel.
I never
So
told you
don't
how
call
to
me out, bro. That's all I'm saying. Don't call me out because I've been let you know what time it was. I let you know earlier that was some hoe ass shit. And I'm not the type of person that's finna be like, oh yeah, it was a slip of the tongue. Because you should fucking know better. That's the whole point of what they talking about, is the creator having the fucking discernment on what they say on the damn panels. You shouldn't be so fucking flexible at the lips where you can just accidentally say that his daughter is a bitch.
Yeah, but even when I said that, I stood on that. So I didn't call you out. I just stated that. Listen, man. I just stated that in the chat, you kept on taking shots at me, and that's cool. But I just said, okay, I don't have smoke with you. But if you want that, then that is what it is. But this is all online shit. This is not real shit.
It ain't real shit. That's the point about it. That's my entire point. Okay. This internet got niggas understanding that this ain't real life. Why do you think it's okay to talk to people how you do? That's the point. That's the whole idea about bashing. That's the whole problem with Kevin Samuels. That's the whole problem with a lot of these weird ass, red pill ass niggas out here like this. Because we can go to a whole bunch of other motherfucking shit where you calling motherfuckers, like I said, you calling the little boys black bastards. You got a lot of shit to say about single mothers.
I do.
You got a whole lot of shit to say about people that ain't you. Now you want to get mad and throw the rock, but then hide your hand when somebody say something about it.
You can say whatever you want about it, but I speak on issues that's happening within urban communities.
Bro, you talk about New York. That's all you talk about is New York. That's all you New York niggas talk about is New York. Like that's the isolated motherfucking, like everything in New York is different from everywhere else. And then you got shit to say about Chicago, like y'all actually be knowing what the fuck be going on here. Same way y'all niggas was rambling off, same way y'all was rambling off about the new laws in Orland Park. Orland Park ain't Chicago, you weirdos. But y'all so motherfucking used to just bashing Chicago. If you really knew how separate Chicago was from the rest of Illinois, y'all probably would shut the fuck up sometimes.
Why are you so emotional here? If we're just online, why are you so emotional?
Because it's clown ass niggas like this that's making the fucking space harder to even be in. It's making the spaces harder to even take.
Let's take one thing. What exactly do you disagree with that I said?
A lot of shit, bro.
Okay. Which one?
It's a lot of shit.
Which one?
A lot of shit. The fact that you be sitting up here even talking shit about Chicago, like it's like you know what the fuck is you talking about. You just be saying shit, bro. It don't even be the facts. And here's the thing about it, bro. You might spit a shitload of facts. You might spit a shitload of facts. And this might not even be me beefing with you, dog. This might be just me man to man telling you what's up. You might spit a lot of facts, AR, but don't nobody give a shit about the facts that you spit, dog, because you always say some stupid shit behind it. That's real ass shit.
Like what?
Like, oh, are you from America? And the little bastards is this, and black single mothers is this, and the white people is this, and all this other shit.
You're jumping to different thing, but what do I say about the black bastards that you have an issue with?
Dog, you calling them black bastards in the first place.
You don't know their father. What do you call that? They're not married. Their parents are not married.
Bro, that don't fucking matter, bro. It don't fucking matter because we know you not really calling them bastards in the literal sense.
No.
We know that, bro.
Okay.
We know that, bro. You can stop lying to people. All right? You can stop lying and trying to make it seem like, well, I'm just using bastard in the literal sense. No, you calling them little bastards in a fucking visceral sense, bro. You saying it as to fucking make them bad people. But guess what, bro? If you saying that these little bastards is the problem, but in reality, most people grew up without a father or was born in unmarried situations, then you calling everybody bastards. Everybody's a fucking bastard.
Mm-hmm. But now, there's a lot that we can learn from that, though. Just because you...
And ain't nothing that we can learn from that. Not from what you saying. Because after you say some smart shit, you follow it up with 17 fucking layers of dumb shit.
I mean, if you
So
can't
how am I
comprehend,
supposed?
if you can't comprehend what I say, that sounds like a you problem.
Bro, who cares what you say after you say some dumb
If
shit?
you don't care, okay, all right. So you don't
But
care
that's what
I
I'm
say, that's
saying.
not a
You
problem.
wonder why you would get the reaction out of me like this. Because I see you sitting up here like, well, bashing is this and bashing is that and bashing is this. That sounds dumb as
I
fuck.
corrected myself. I corrected myself and said that.
Maybe this should be the thing. Hey,
Listen,
I'm gonna let it
you're
go.
trying
Maybe.
to-
Hold up. Pause real quick. Pause. Real quick. Now, I want to welcome Reboot Ranger to the room real quick. Thank you, and thank you for dropping the bits. Now, listen, I am going to allow Yella and AR to have the conversation because, again, AR did say some things. Yella had comments. AR called him out, so I'm going to let these two men have the conversation. Real quick, Mr. Intellectual Soapbox, man, welcome to the stream while I bring them back up. Well, welcome back.
Hey, thanks for having me. I just want to. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I just want to say, as a New York person, I don't be bashing Chicago. I just want that to be known. All right, I love everybody. You know what I mean? Every place got issues. No matter where you live, I'm all coast because I lived in all coast. I lived in the east. I lived in the south. I lived in the west. I love everybody, man. Shout out to everybody everywhere. You know what I mean? And hopefully you brothers can work this out. But I'm just in the back listening.
I mean, the thing, Yella, who knows, whatever, but I don't have a problem with you. I don't know. I can't even go on about I really don't have an issue with you. I don't have an issue with your streams. I did say that before you came up. Maybe you didn't hear that. I really don't have an issue with you. I don't know. You don't like the things I say? Got it. That's fine. But I've never, even when we was on the other panel, I wasn't trying to take shots at you. But we can have the conversation. But, you know, the Simon situation is a little bit different. Smoke show, I slipped up and I stood on it. You know, if I say something, you know, if it wasn't a smoke show, I would have corrected myself. But since it was, that's just something that, you know, said, and that's it.
So my thing is this, bro. Take me out of it and I'm gonna replace myself with a random subscriber. And I want you to really think about some shit. Because you say a lot of shit that you slipped up and said. It's a whole lot of shit that you slipped up and said, and I ain't mean it, and I had to walk it back.
Nah, what did I walk back? Everything I pretty much said, I mean it.
So you mean his daughter is a bitch then?
No, I said with that, I don't.
Okay, you also said that you didn't mean the whole married people and wild and non-married people. That's what I'm saying. That's the point of this whole entire conversation. If I'm a random ass subscriber and I'm watching your content, how the hell am I supposed to learn from you? You can't even be consistent in what you're saying. You can't even find a discernment to not say shit that you shouldn't slip up and say.
Well, you can have an opinion on it, but you don't know what it is to be married. I know what it is to be single, to be effed over, and I know what it is to be married.
And I know what it is to deal with women, bro. I know what it is to deal with women. My thing is this. As far as I got is I haven't signed the paperwork, bro. But to sit up here and be like, oh, you haven't been married is to make it seem like motherfuckers have never dealt with women for an extended period of time.
What I'm saying,
that's asinine.
The responsibility of a man is different.
Doesn't change. It doesn't change, bro.
Okay. See, and just by you saying that, okay. You don't know.
It ain't nothing different because my thing is you don't understand relationships right now. Period.
I gotta find this out. AR. So once you have signed the certificate, it's filed with the state. What duty changes? Because you said it's different. What duty changes?
Well, financially, you're taking on a financial bigger risk.
No, we're not talking about risk.
But that's
the situation changes. Like as far as the things that have to be done.
It's more of a union, you know. Whether you do it in church or whether you do it in the state, but I think with the state is more in your business, right? So
if you're talking about risk, I think we all agree I think everybody would agree, even Yella, that yes, being married is more of a risk because there's a contractual attachment to that. I think everybody would agree with that. But it almost sounded like through your verbiage that you were saying that there are more duties once you become married, like the man has more to do, like more functions. And I would say the functions probably don't become more. They just the risk of the relationship changes.
like if you're taking somewhat of a traditional role, right? If you're living together, okay, if you're living together and you're not married, something happens to her, you can't make the medical decision.
But that's what like healthcare power of attorney could do.
Okay, all right, but most people are not. Most people don't go forward and do that. And I think there's a certain steps you have to do to prove that you're in that situation. That probably go to the children. So marriage is a different responsibility, not just when it comes to medical, but also a man responsibility. Your wife goes missing, they're most likely going to look to you. What happened? Your boyfriend dating each other, you're not living with each other. She's missing. You're going to be looked at, but it's not as compared to a husband. So I'm not saying being married is better than being single. I spoke on a negative aspect of being married, but when I'm saying that I am married, I can't. If I'm not married, I can go out there and bang who I want and take that risk. Being married, huh?
You can do that married. Marriage can stop people from banging who they want.
But the risk is different.
Yeah. Now, again, like I said, I think everybody would agree that the risk you have more to lose.
I never said Yella doesn't have an opinion about it.
No, the verbiage, because I heard it too. When you say, "What do you think about these single people having an opinion?" If you reword that's saying these single people shouldn't have an opinion on this. That's how it's going to be.
No. If I ask the question and you took it as an answer, that has nothing to do with me. You could ask me. We was on the stream. AR, what do you mean by that? And I will clarify it. But I said, hey, B9, what do you think about? Because I found out recently B9 is married. B9, what do you think about these single people that have an opinion about marriage? I never said they don't have the right to voice their opinion. I just simply asked the question because most of the people on the panel were single, talking about what they should do in a marriage. So it was baffled me, like how all these single people know what to do in a marriage.
What was the question? Can I ask?
Hey, real quick, let me introduce man. Drill popped up, man. Welcome to the stage, man. Drill and M3. M3 is up in the building.
What's up, guys? Yes, LR Sean. Thank you for having me.
M3, what up, baby?
Let's just end this here. I don't have a problem with you, Yella. If you want to continue, that's cool. But I don't have a problem with you. Never did. So I really don't know what more to say. We can talk about the girls' trip, whatever. But when I was asking that question, I did not mean to demean you. And if I did that, since it's not a smoke show, I can say I apologize about that, right? If it was a smoke show, I probably won't be doing that. Probably text or something like that. But I believe what I asked is why all these single people have an opinion on how marriage works and they never been married before.
Was that the question that he said asked about the girl trip?
I think so. I don't know.
That's what I'm trying to figure out, like, because he asked me and Clarence on the show too, and we had differences of opinion about whether or not, you can let your wife go out, because he talked about going out the country, and I was like, well, I mean, I don't care. My wife travel all the time, and I don't travel, so I don't care.
Exactly. Can you put Bree comment back up on the stage? Yeah, I'm supposed to assume that that's not saying that the motherfuckers shouldn't have an opinion, right? These non-providing motherfuckers. That's what you said, bro. So it's leaning way more towards the fact that you saying that people that's not married shouldn't have a place in this conversation. And like I said, I'm not even 100% sure it's beef with you, bro. Because one, you shouldn't have called my name. You call my name, I'm going to come up here. That just is what it is.
You left several comments referencing me that I'm soft or whatever case it is.
Bruh. We was talking about men bashing, bro. You took that sideways. The same way you sitting up here telling me if I took it a certain type of way, you took that sideways. And to be honest with you, and if it did include you, so what? That should let you know exactly what I'm talking about. Because that's how it sound, bro. It sound like you having your moment saying this weird ass goofy shit because can't nobody do nothing because you on the internet. This be like your ass moment.
Okay, you're not providing for a family.
Bro, some of that shit be weird as fuck, bro.
You don't know what you're talking about. It's not weird. You don't know what you're talking about. So there you go.
I know weird niggas. Okay. I don't need to be married to no weird niggas. I'm just saying.
Let's catch that real time. But let's catch that real time. AR, you just said because you're not married, you don't know what you're talking about. So like you did just dismiss. Like just flat out.
I'm saying that right now. Right now, this moment.
Right now, you're dismissing.
It is extremely difficult if you don't have a child. This is another example. Just express how a child should be raised. I didn't know that until I adopted my son. And I'm like, damn, this shit is a lot more. No wonder why we have all these bastards running around. This shit is a lot more. It's really fucking difficult.
But AR,
and that would be, and hold on, and that would be more to my point, because you being in that situation where you had to adopt somebody else's kids, understanding what that kid had to go through, not being around their parents, your ass should have never fucking said that shit to Simon. That shows the discernment that you don't fucking have as a content creator. That's what I'm talking about.
What else did I say? I said you can't even be.
Bro, you want to go on to the next thing? Register what I just said right now, AR.
I am.
All right, cool.
I am. I told him that you shouldn't even be online. You should be working 2 to 3. See, y'all take the
exactly. You shouldn't be online because you need to go work 2 or 3 jobs to go take care of your kid. Why the fuck do you think Why the fuck do you think that you was the motherfucker that needed to say that? The same way a motherfucker can look at you, nigga. Same way motherfucker look at you, AR.
Can I interject something here? I would say this, AR, right? And when the statement you said, even about the children, where it lands a little bit hollow is this. I would say if a person didn't have a child, they couldn't tell another person how to raise their child. But that doesn't mean they couldn't have an opinion on child rearing. So the same thing, a person in a marriage could not tell me how my marriage should be, but it doesn't mean that they can't have an opinion on what they think they would want in a marriage. So I think it's unfair to say simply because a person with no children can say, they can talk about child rearing, they can't tell me shit about mine. They can speak on what they think they'll do, and what they'll base it on is the way that we raise our children, the way I raise my kids the way I was raised. That's why they're a little bit fucked up.
You can say, anyone can say whatever they want. I said they don't know what they're talking about.
Right, but the only thing you can't say, they don't know what they were talking about, because a childless person once was a child. So they do have a reference point, even if it's limited. So you can't say they have no reference point. That's all.
Rico, hold up. Rico, AR. Now listen, everybody on the panel, like, understand that AR now has repeatedly said they don't know what they're talking about. We're not going to sway him from him thinking that people don't know what they're talking about because they don't take on. So I really don't want to keep spinning wheels on that point. He's not going to budge. So on the fact that he's dismissing people who are single or unmarried or never have kids, let's not waste any more energy on that conversation, please. If you have another point of contention, yell up, but I want to get M3, you popped up, and Mandrell, let me hear what they got to say.
Anyways, I just wanted to come up here, right? To say what's up to you, Arshawn, right? It's good to see you streaming, live on YouTube as well. And I also came up because I saw Mr. Intellectual Soapbox up there too, though. So I gotta come up there. And homie. But
shout out to the family.
I'll say this though, to keep things in the middle ground, right? So people can understand. Okay. Now I'm gonna use my dad as an example, okay? Because my dad was never married, but my dad had way more experiences than I would.
He can't say anything.
Mm-hmm. My dad has way more experiences when it comes to women.
Was you adopted? Was you adopted?
No, I was not adopted.
I'm fucking with you.
But the point is that I can't tell my dad that, hey, you don't have experience of being married, because to him that's not what he values. If he don't care about being married, then it's just one ear, and out to the other. But if he cares about as far as certain type of relationships, then that's his main focus in the center. You know what I mean? The point is, right, that a person, you could be married, you could be single, it doesn't even matter. Being married, the only benefits that I see as far as marriage, and this is coming from another married person myself, is that when you are married legally in the state of in America, you have some perks. The perks is mostly that what people be looking for now these days is healthcare, because healthcare in America is all fucked up anyway. Unless you go to Canada and you live a better life out there, but that's a different story. But you go out, but you here in America, everything is hella expensive. So I can see, like, as far as the convenience, as far as, you know, medical freedom, you know, through other people who has like a good job and has like, you know, different medical perks to it that you could attach to it. And yeah, God forbid, like if something was to happen, if you were not married, and let's just say like, you know, your spouse, you know, the person that you're with, you know, passed away, the money or assets or whatever is going to go to the next blood like in line. It's not going to go towards you. So that's the, you know, the person I see why maybe most people will prefer to get married. And unfortunately, they don't do it out of love. They do it out of convenience, you know, medical convenience. Now, as far as financial convenience, you don't really need it to be married to have financial convenience. I mean, if you have some type of agreement, some type of will, like you could actually like set that shit up, you know, between you and that other person. Or hell, you could probably like, you know, take care of yourself if you have like a good career and all that. But overall, like, you know, it just depends, like, you know, on the person's values. And I want to say, like, you know, because a person's not married doesn't mean they don't have a certain type of wisdom experience. It's just that in their values, so a lot of people don't really believe in getting married. And then there's some people that actually do value, you know, marriage because it can be beneficial, but it depends on the individual and what their values and belief systems are. That's all.
Appreciate you, man. Man, Drill, man, I know you popped up, man. First time here, man. What you have on the conversation so far? What I came for?
I had a point, but I lost it between these two niggas acting up over here.
When I say bastard,
AR and Yellow.
All right, well, let me just see this point. Like,
well, hold on a second. Here's what I will say.
No, you lost it. You lost it. You better don't go finding it now. Don't go finding it now.
Okay,
Go
fine.
ahead.
No, I was saying, I'll speak to the latest point, okay? But just because someone hasn't been married or had kids, there's no rule book to any of that shit. So, you know, I think people do can have a very good opinion and insight into the matter, depending on their life experiences, you know what I mean? Whereas you've observed how some people have successfully raised children. Granted, just because that tactic worked for those children doesn't mean it's going to work for yours or someone else that you advise. Same thing with marriage. You've seen some people in successful marriages, but every marriage is different. I don't think it'd be unwise to throw someone else's insight out of, you know, dismiss it out of hand just because they're not, you know, married or have kids at the same time. You know what I mean? I think you should at least listen to what they have to say, because you never know. Wisdom can be found anywhere. Just a good idea to just at least hear them out. And if it's some bullshit, AR, like, yeah, that's some bullshit. This person knows what the fuck they're talking about. Listen to hear him out first is all I'm saying.
No, but we was having a conversation on the whole premise with the women's trip. We was having a conversation on another panel. Most of the panel was filled with people that are not married. And the conversation was about, if you're married, would you let your wife travel overseas? Based on the responses that everyone was making, it was like, okay, that y'all not married, and the answers y'all giving, it proves proves exactly why, not why you're not married, but it proves why you're not taking that type of responsibility of when it comes to your wife traveling overseas. So I did listen, and I just said, okay, this is not what most married men would do. If you ask me,
I got you. Well, I mean, that's no point. It's because you didn't have me there, AR, and that's your fault. Okay,
or me.
And I bet you.
It wasn't my panel, though.
I would advise you to not make that mistake again. Don't have these kind of conversations without me, right? Yeah, my sister up there. I saw that, and that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. I'm all right with that.
But that was the exact same conversation I had, and as a married man, I even went to Mr. He said and said, I don't see it that way. I can respect that that's how you feel, but as I said, my wife traveled frequently. My wife just got back from El Salvador for 5 days without me. I ain't tripping. No, I believe her body is hers. She give it to whoever she. I just don't distrust my wife like that. I just don't, and I don't think. I get it. Some people who are, but it's just not my cup of tea. and none of the guys I know, or maybe it's a certain age thing, but I've never none of my. I just didn't. I don't get that. I don't get.
Well, the thing is, Rico, what people are failing to realize is that if your wife's going to cheat on you, she doesn't have to go out of the country to do so.
Nope.
And if she does cheat on you on a girl's trip, I guarantee you that's not her first time.
Well,
yeah.
You see, I know you have lack of comprehension, but what I said is that I don't believe when my wife cheating, I don't care about the cheating part. Cheating had nothing to do with the conversation. What had to do with the conversation, I said if a man makes the average black man makes $50,000 a year. So where is she gonna have the money to go on a girl's trip when we only take a family trip maybe 2 to 3 years? So I will look at my wife like something. I also stated I don't tell my wife what to do, but we have a mutual understanding. I will look at her like something is wrong with her if she's gonna take the money that we could be using to go with the family, to go overseas when she wants to go out of the United States to get a breather from the family, and we don't take trips that often on a $50,000 salary.
Oh,
So
that's
you're
a
saying it's a
completely
money
different
thing.
topic, though, AR. So I guess I was answering a different question.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what happened on that panel.
Yeah.
That's
See,
what
what
happened
AR's
that
talking about is a completely different scenario, and I totally understand his point.
Yes,
it's extremely valid, like for real.
No, Rico has a lack of comprehension due to his color.
What I'm saying is because
everyone's watching. I'm joking about Rico.
No, but seriously, AR, I get your point financial. But when I've had the conversation with Mr. He said, because he brought it up to me, I was like, well, what, it's not the money thing. It was, in the position of, well, because I told her, I said, my wife travels for work. If she going to North Dakota, I ain't going no fucking North Dakota. There's nothing but a bunch of white people there. I don't want to go there. So if she has to go for work, she's taking that trip by herself because I'm not going. So there are certain places I don't want to go, no matter what. So the whole point is he couched it when Mr. He Said show told me, he couched it in the ain't nothing good happening when they go out of town on a girls trip. And he even made the premise that sometimes women hit on women on those girls trips. I said, well, I never thought about that, but if my wife a lesbian, ain't nothing I can do about that either. I can't fix that, right? You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say, even though that's your position as a married man, I wouldn't have said only married people can answer it, because I'm also a married man, and my point of view is the complete opposite. My wife can go anywhere she wants without me, and I don't give a damn. Because I want that same freedom.
Real quick, Rico, I do want to they were having a conversation, and there were multiple people who were having different conversations at the same time, but I want to sidebar that for a quick second. Now, AR, I didn't hear the moment. I didn't hear the exchange with you and Stankface here. I didn't hear the exchange with you and Stankface. I was just told about it. So, I felt the way based on what I was told, and you said it happened, but you said it happened in a very specific way when you talked about Simon's child. Now, I'd like to give you the opportunity and the floor right now to apologize for calling his child a B-word, even if it was a smoke show.
No. Don't talk shit about me. That's all,
All right. That's one. Just wait. You got to have no long. Hey, listen, I won't even allow you to have a long explanation if you're going to be that tight. I'm just saying, we can move on to the next thing. Because if that's your type, that's your type. You can ride with that. So, does anybody else have any comments on that?
Nope. I didn't hear. I have no comment.
I'll just say that at times.
Not him and the Simon thing, but on back to the marriage thing or whatever.
Oh.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I'll just say at times you do got to tell your wife what to do. Not all the time, but sometimes you just got to be like, that shit ain't happening. I mean, it's not because you're trying to be mean, but sometimes you just got to put your foot down, because women get emotional, and when they're in their emotions, sometimes they don't use logic. You know what I mean? And it's not that they're being bad or that they're being terrible people. It just happens. And sometimes you gotta be like, look, that shit's not gonna happen right now. No. You say it in a respectful way. I'm just saying that I'm keeping it completely G right now because we men. Of course, I'm not gonna say to my woman that shit ain't gonna happen right now. I'm gonna be, respectful and tactful about it. But she's gonna get the message that shit ain't gonna happen right now, and it's gonna be what it is. And I'm not gonna really talk about it too much more, and we gonna move on. So sometimes you gotta do it as men. I mean, like I said, it's not an easy job, but somebody gotta do it. So it is what it is.
Can I ask a question? Is it because it's a behavior that the man doesn't have, See, like I love traveling, so I ain't never stopping my wife from going nowhere because I want to go.
Mm-hmm.
So
nah, it's not even about that. It's just the fact of sometimes it's just going to be no.
Right.
Sometimes you got to the power of no. Like, nah, listen, honey, this is not happening right now.
Right. Is the reason?
Maybe it'd be just because you just don't want her to go.
Oh, okay.
It could just be that simple. I don't want you to go right now. That's it. That's it, and that's all. It'd be that simple. I'm not saying all the time. I'm saying some of the time.
I'll say this though. Look, we don't owe our wives or anybody else no explanation. If we say no, that's it. Point blank, period. Now, we have our own personal reasons, and sometimes, maybe on some occasions, you can kind of explain it to her a little later why, but at that moment, if you're telling her no, and it's not registering why, and you're explaining it to her, hey man, you just tell, look, I can't explain it to you any further, because unfortunately, and this is God's fault for making women with a lot of emotions, but emotionally they can't handle the word no. So you have to go through that whole cycle of hearing them whine, complain, or whatever, and still trying to demand more reasons why you're telling them no, which you already gave them that initial reason why. So that's why I said I don't owe nobody no explanation when I said no, you cannot go to a certain event or a certain trip. Now that doesn't mean it's like it's about insecurity, because 9 times out of 10, it's not about insecurity at all. It's about safety. If you're not around to be protective of the surroundings that you don't really know what your wife is putting herself into, why let her go?
Can I ask the men a question?
Mm-hmm.
And because I'm just thinking about it to myself, how well do you receive no? Because I don't receive it well at all. I'm just asking an honest to God question.
Here's the thing,
I don't receive no from my wife very well at all.
I get it.
She tell me no, I'm gonna do it times 10. I don't
you don't receive no well from your wife. I get it,
no.
but
from anybody.
For me, I receive no well when there's a valid reason for it. But I'm the type of person where I have a need for things to make sense. Mm-hmm. If you say something to me, it has to make sense. It can't just be, well, because I just believe that. No, why do you believe that? I just believe it. No, fucker, where does that come from? You know what I'm saying? Like, as long as it makes sense and it's viable, I'm all right with it.
But what if it doesn't make sense to you? Because like they just said, sometimes the answer is just no.
Well, we're gonna sit here and work on this thing until we figure
right?
it out, ain't it?
Right?
You don't have to make this make sense to me.
I'm just trying to pull that out a little bit because I heard them say sometimes the answer is just no, and it may not make sense to you.
It has to be. The answer can't just be no. There's a reason why it's a no.
So you don't take it well either. Okay.
I do. It's just like, okay, cool. You say no. Why not?
All right.
Like the woman I'm with now. You know what I'm saying? If she was to tell me no about something, I'm like, okay, why not? and now she's on the spot because she gotta explain that shit. Because
I said so.
Why not?
I said so.
I said if she says because I said so, that's not good enough. Why?
See?
That's
all.
What I do is I try not to go in the phase of what to tell her what to do. I think it's really important for you to go premarital counseling because a lot of this stuff, they know all these type of questions that can create problems in the future to ask. But we don't have the experience when you first get married, right? But what we do is that if I do something, it opens up the door for her to do it. If she does something, like I don't come home at a certain time, after a certain time, neither can she. And we try to keep that part kind of balanced, She don't travel overseas, even back home, because of the safety reasons. It's crazy out there. And they're looking for women that are Americanized. They believe that's American.
Well, wait, are you in New York, AR?
Yeah.
Oh man,
my wife is from Colombia though.
Well, see, if you're in New York, nighttime, depending on the borough you're in, nighttime's the perfect time to go out, man. That fucking city's crazy. That's when all that shit starts, man. Exactly. I love that place. But no, I get what you're saying. Yeah, but see, those are the rules that you and your wife sat down and ironed out, which is what everyone, in my opinion, everyone should do before marriage anyway. You know, and you should be practicing those things before you get married. Because from my perspective, I think you should be married by everything except name and paperwork before you have the celebration, like before you actually get married. Because you're not just gonna all of a sudden make all the changes in one day after you're married. Snap your fingers. Okay, I'm doing everything we promised we'd do. No, some of this stuff is gonna take adjustment periods.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So. Like, that's just me. I don't understand when people say, no, I'll wait until we get married to do it. No, then you're not serious. From my perspective, you are not serious. So I'm not a my way or the highway guy with everything. But there are certain core principles and actionable plans that I am that way with. Like, no, this is how things are gonna work. This is the direction we're going. Now you can come. Or you can choose to go in another direction, but you won't go in that direction with me. Because I'm going here. That's where I'm going. You want to be there too? Yeah. Then hop on the ride, man. Let's go.
Let me ask you a question, Mandrill. Are you currently or have you been married before?
No. I'm not.
Can we do Mandrill, or should I kick him off? Should I kick him off the panel?
Yeah.
No.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
I listened.
Get him out of here.
Who? Arthur's
not married either. You know what I mean?
No, but like I was saying, I listened to what people are saying, and the answers that sometimes they're giving is like, okay, you don't understand. Being married as a man is different. It's a different responsibility than being single. And as a man being married, it's a lot of responsibility.
You got kids, Mandrill?
No, I do not have children.
Oh, hell no. He got the gun on. No.
But
he don't know what the hell he talking about.
But Sean, I mean,
no, but the thing is, I do see that, you know, with people, and I pay attention to other people's marriages and what things they say. And people all the time tell me how hard I am on people, but one thing you cannot say is that you can't say I'm not fair. You know what I mean? And I try to keep it fair across the board, and I try to keep it within reason. And I agree with AR. If you're head of household, you're head of the relationship, that is a completely different responsibility. That is a lot of weight on your shoulders, you know. And the person you're with is going to have to understand that there are sometimes I'm going to have to make decisions that you're not going to like, but they are in your best interest.
Your girlfriend, she pays her own bill. Your wife, you pay her bills.
Exactly.
That's a big difference.
Pays her bills. My wife, I pay her bills. Yeah.
But Sims, they do that too, though.
Huh?
I said, but Sims, they do that too. They pay for the woman's bills as well, and it's not their own.
That's the thing. The Sims aren't making these women earn it.
They need Andrew Tate.
Nah. I always have a different perspective. For me, I'm not pushing nobody. Like I said, me and my wife, we've been together for 10 years. She told me no quite a bit. And I just do it 10 times. That's just it. It's just not, because for me, it's difficult for me to accept the fact that as a wholly grown man, I got to a space. And I'll be honest with you, I'm far more reckless in the street this year. Way more reckless, out longer, do all kinds of shit. I'm a heavy drinker, everything else. So I probably should listen to it, but I don't. You know, I'm saying when it comes to me, I'm talking about when it comes to me and my behaviors and the friends I hang out with and the spaces I go to, because I was doing it before. And she's always, well, you're going to end up like, okay, well, I'll deal with it then. You ain't going to tell me what to do. You know, that's just like, you're not going to do that. Your hand-picked ass stepdaddy, that's not me. You married a black man, fuck this shit. I'm not doing it. And I'm just not. And I'm not. Now, like I said, sometimes I think, like, maybe I should have. I spent too much money. I just have a problem with, because I have to clean up all my messes. That's why I'm real. And so I may feel like I even got to clean up hers, but she ain't got to clean up mine. When I fuck up, I have to own the consequences. So you ain't gonna tell me what to do. You just think, and simply because I know I'm that hard-headed, and I'll respect her, but I'm very hard-headed. I give her that same freedom. If it's something I don't like, I just let her know I don't like it. But I won't tell her no. I just tell her I don't like it, and I just show through my behavior I don't like it. And either she self-modulate or she don't. She do that to me sometimes, and if she hold out in the bedroom too long, then I break down. But other than that, I'm like, fuck it, I don't care. You just be mad, you'll get over it. But when the bedroom,
Rico, that's weak, bro. Weak. Come on, man. You gotta teach her. You gotta reverse that.
But you're quiet.
You gotta start holding out.
Man, Rico too old for all that.
I know, Rico. You gotta make us. Hey, look. What you do is what you do, Rico.
But it just Rico, so often.
Go find her toys and all her toys and hide them in the attic or some shit.
After
and then you hold out on her and let her see. Now have some of that. How does it feel? You don't like it, do you? You gotta fix that.
And that you know what really sucks about it, Miss. She said because she's so different. I probably have never had to help my wife clean up nothing because she just don't fuck up like me. That's why I said for me, I know I'm the worser of the two. You know yourself. You know the behavior of your wife. If your wife is more reserved, I'd fall out my chair if she came to me with a problem I had to clean up.
But
mostly
if she
her
came to
problem
the
is her
problem,
family, and I'm like, I ain't dealing with your family. You deal with them. But me, I done got DUIs. You know what I'm saying? Because out there hanging out with the boys, you know, and it's like, fuck, I'm gonna hear her mouth. I'd be scared to come home because of the complaining. I told you not to. Yeah, you did. And I did it anyway. So if you know that that's what you are, how you gonna sit there then and do as I say, not as I do mentality? And I'm just saying, a lot of guys I know, look, when I'm out there in them streets, I ain't by myself. I'm out there with a lot of other husbands. So I'm like, dude, you can't be going home with all that mess when they know the shit we out here doing. You know, you gotta pull back. That's why I just asked y'all, because a lot of black men, we are stubborn. We can be stubborn. There ain't no denying that.
Let me ask y'all a question. I know it's a pivot. It's a pivot. We were earlier talking about the red pill spaces. But while I have a couple of men up here that have been around these conversations about relationships between men and women, Yellow Pill has said 90% of these conversations lead to nothing. And I know that's been a sentiment between a lot of people. What do you think about the online relationship spaces, Manosphere, Red Pill, all of them? Do you think they lead to nothing, or do you think there are still some outcomes that can be gained positive on like in an individual basis or a group basis?
I'll tell you.
I feel like it's a
Mandrell to M3. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll say this. By and large, they go nowhere. Is there potential for there to be for them to be educational and for people to actually learn things? Yes, and people are actually teaching people, you know what I'm saying, the error of their ways and give them alternative ways to move. That's kind of what I don't talk about dating and relationships on my show for the most part, but because I think it's a redundant conversation at this point. No one's learning anything, and the people who do learn, who are willing to learn, there's so few that it's just like, well, fuck it, what's the point? You're not reaching many people, you know. And then people come with these ridiculous ideas of what dating and relationships is about, and then you're like, okay, no wonder you single. You know what I'm saying? But those are the loudest voices, and they're leading people astray. So right now, it's just a lot of people bitching and complaining about why they can't. You know, well, women did this, women did that. Okay, at this point, we know that. What are you gonna do to, you know, circumvent the situation? Like the one episode I did called The Answer, right? I said, okay, this episode, I'm gonna teach men how to get submission from women. And I did just that. I got pushback from guys, right? But I was like, okay, fellas, I task you, find one woman who disagrees with me. That is still to this day an open challenge. No one's found a woman who disagrees with it. You know what I'm saying? Now, and I told guys, nothing's guaranteed. People are looking for guarantees. Nothing's guaranteed. There are women out there who will not submit. for whatever their reasons are. They absolutely refuse. But at the same time, you have people who think that, no, every woman will submit, but to the right guy. No, there are women out there who, on principle alone, will not submit to any man, no matter how great he is. And it's just, you got so many people who are unwilling to accept reality for what it is, and they're stuck on stupid, dude. It's just, you can't get them to see reason. I mean, it's amazing. And so, like, Yella has a point. 90% of these conversations go nowhere. 10% of them are fruitful. So, I mean, take that with you. I just explained to you a few reasons why, because there's a lot of reasons why they go nowhere. Go ahead, M3.
Okay. All right. So, the red pill, the manosphere, feminism, whatever that you want to call it, all these different groups, they're like church. They lead to nowhere. It's like a dead end. You have a lot of people, right? Yeah, I put the glass on for a reason. You have a lot of people that always talks about the same rhetoric, but there's no change into that. Okay? So an example, see, these spaces only supposed to exist just for a moment of time, because you may be the type of person that you know nothing about women at all. And so you want to learn the game as far as how to deal with your own personalized internal emotions while dealing with theirs, and how to self-improve and work in your own self. After that, you're not supposed to be stuck in a red pill space. You're supposed to just move on with your life, take the little nuggets that it is given, and find a woman that you really want to be with. Because honestly, the reason why everybody's still stuck in that cycle, even some of the people here in this YouTube space, is because you can't find no woman that you really want. So you keep searching and searching for these answers, and they're just recycling all this information. Maybe the simple solution is go out to the DR and go ahead and find your wife that you can't find in America, because you as a man don't know how to tame that woman in America. So you need to go out with someone that can be gullible enough to accept you for who they think that you are, and then you have to find out the hard way for yourself. But no matter what, like I said, like it's a dead end type of space. You know, I know, like at some points we was talking about a lot of red pill and manosphere, like, you know, rhetoric, but you know, it doesn't really grow anything. It doesn't really bring people together. If anything, it's a lucrative business to continue to keep people divided, because the more divided that we are, the more we're going to tune into this red pill ideologies and this manosphere rhetoric stuff, and we're going to keep on investing more money into something that deep down inside what we really want. So, yeah, it's just all bullshit to me, in my opinion.
All right, Mr. Best.
Well, I was going to say, I think that Yellow was just off by 9%. It's 99% dead, pointless. And to be honest with you, I don't even think the space, and the 1% that is not off, it probably helped somebody by accident. They wasn't even trying. I think personally, to me, it's a dead end space, because I don't think anybody in the space was ever actually trying to help relationships anyway. It was all a grip. It was a grip. You look at all the biggest, the advice they was giving wasn't, they were giving bland, generic, just bland, generic ass advice that you can get off the street from anybody. That's not, you know, if you know anything about couples counseling, that's where they pull people in on an individual basis, and you fix relationships one relationship at a time, because everybody's problems is unique and different. You teach people, none of them taught you about how to communicate. All they talked about was, it was the black male space. Look. When the woman talk, you know, when the man talk to you, this is what you're supposed to do. Make him a sandwich and have sex with him and don't say nothing back. Stupid shit like that. They never talked about real communication skills. Men, I never heard them talk about how men should listen and try to understand what their woman's problem is. Because if you have a woman or a wife and you're having problems, shouldn't you want to try to know what the problem is? So none of them never did even try to do that. So it's not surprising to me that the space is a great big old failure, because it was the pickup artists and the dating coaches, all they ever spoke from was a male point of view. That's not going to fix a relationship or help you to have a better relationship with anybody. So it's just, as Yella said, I say at 99%, it leads to a big old fat nothing. Its starting point was nothing. It's filled with nothing, so it ended with nothing. No fucking surprise there.
Well, I don't
But they
agree.
made some money.
Well, the thing is, Rico, I think it started at a good place, and it started the way it should have, because for so long, men have not had a space to where they could voice their opinions, they could not vent their frustrations, and no one actually knew what men thought or felt about modern day dating or the way the world is in general. No one knew, because no one could hear us. There's no venue for us to express ourselves. So I think the way it started, I'm okay with that. But
so they gave
but I'm with you. I'm with you all the way with a lot of this advice that's going on out here. Like,
right.
people don't know how to listen. That's number one. People don't even know. They don't even know what they're listening to.
Yeah.
People have no clue what they're listening to. You can say, "Hey, AR, you know the grass is green, right?" AR be like, "Yeah, grass is green." But someone could be in the chat and be like, "You said that a truck is a duck." I'm like, "How the fuck did you get that out of what I said?"
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and so people, it's crazy. People don't know how to listen and comprehend what's being said. You know what I'm saying? So,
I think that's
this space is exposed. Hold on, 1 second. This space is exposed a lot,
right?
And it has gotten the conversation going, which is a great thing. But now the hard part is, okay, getting the two sides, male and female, to understand each other. That's why I agree with you wholeheartedly.
They don't want to. That's
I'll agree
people
that
don't even try to understand one another, man.
I'll agree, because I keep hearing everybody say that a platform was created for men to vent, to get stuff out. I'll give them that. But that's where I see nothing. So I'm like, okay, you have a space to talk, but no, I don't think that there's a leader in the space to guide men into how to have a constructive conversation. The conversations weren't constructive. They were just conversations where men were just, as you said, beginning, just letting out a flood of emotions and just yelling and screaming and saying shit. And I'm like, okay, that's great, but nothing's getting accomplished there. There was no guidance.
I think, Rico, you're looking at the clips that went viral. You don't sit down and watch it.
Hey, let me pause y'all real quick. I want to greet Mr. He said, because he came up a minute ago, and none of y'all shut up for 2 seconds so I could just say hello to the guy that came up. But I really do appreciate y'all being here. Mr. He said, man, thank you for popping up. Let me move you so you can be seen.
Salute, brother.
Yeah,
afternoon, sir.
Yeah, y'all get back the app. And now listen, I'm actually going to slide down. I'm going to be hitting my phone because I got to do some stuff. I got to get ready. I'm going to let y'all just keep chopping it up. Mandrell, AR, don't get my channel shut down while I'm away.
What I want to say real quick, right? Our last stream, brother, he said we was talking about where should you find a good man? Where should you find a good woman? Arshawn been on my platform playing. This is the type of conversation we be having. And not just me, there's several other people. If you're looking at the big people, they have a business to run. It's different. But these spaces are really necessary because I believe we do good information. If you listen to my platform, you will get good information. If you don't receive the good information, you don't have the proper comprehension skills. You can't read. That's probably what the issue is. You went to public school. That's the problem.
I agree with AR on this one because, like I said, the episode I did called the answer. Again, I gave I gave 4 different things that are required to get submission from a woman because that's all you need. There's only 4, and I gave an explanation of each one. And my sister co-hosted the show with me. I asked her, "Do you agree or disagree with anything I said?" She said, "No, I agree with all of it." And she went on to her explanation. And again, it is still an open challenge to every man out there. Watch that episode and find one woman who disagrees.
Did
find
you give
one.
them the 5th part, man?
Again, they can't. What's that?
Mandra, did you give him the fifth part?
What's that?
Because as much as it is, I'm sure whatever the four things you named, I would agree with. But you kind of said it in an earlier answer. You still have to be with the right woman for you.
Yes, exactly.
That's the problem. Is we tend to think like as a man, and women do the same thing. So let me make sure this sounds fair. People do this. I just think I'm the shit, and any woman would be lucky to be with me.
Right.
And I just think to myself that if I'm with the next 10 women, as we say, I'm the prize, all 10 of them, but only either one or none of them is the right one for me. And oftentimes we try to force ourselves to pair with the wrong damn people. We try to force ourselves to do it. Women do it too, and it's gonna fail.
That's true for a lot of guys, and that's because there's no one out there teaching men how to handle rejection. See, men are emotional as well. As much as we try not to show it because we pretty much taught not to. Mm-hmm. But men, we're much more volatile. Yep. So we have to learn how to manage our emotions. Women are free to just express them as they see fit. You know what I mean? Pretty much. That's a societal thing, social thing. You know. But men, we have to learn how to manage ours because we see what happens if we don't. Shit gets violent. You know what I'm saying? A lot quicker than you do with women. So when it comes to that whole thing, I think that's a gaslighting tactic to gas guys' heads up saying, hey, you're the shit, you're the prize. And yeah, that's true. I think I am too. I think I'm the prize. But at the same time, I'm rooted in reality. Not every woman is for me. Not every woman's going to like me.
Well, here's, yeah.
And so I agree with Rico on that one. Like, yeah, you're absolutely right. That's why I said also in the episode, like, fellas, understand. There are some women who are just not going to submit no matter what you do, no matter how great you are. Fact. And Rico is right. Not every woman is.
Hey, M3, can I say something real quick, M3?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Soapbox.
Yeah, I think my plane has landed, so you guys.
Yeah, I just want to say this, right? At the end of the day, every man, and I'm not trying to give a shameless plug, but it is what it is. Every man should think that they are the best in the world. They all should think that. But we also think that if we don't, then yeah, you effing up somewhere. But yeah, you should all think that about yourself now. Of course, not every woman is for you, and those who are not for you, you just let them go and you level up. And that's really all I got to say. Brother, he said was good, man. Peace, God. That's all I got to say. Go ahead, M3.
Yeah, let me just say this, man. Let's just put things in reality's perspective, right? Just like when an ugly woman, right, tells herself how beautiful she is in a mirror, and she has to practice that stuff every single day. That's the same thing for a man that has to tell himself, I am not emotional. I am strong. You know, I am the shit. Whatever lies that we want to tell ourselves. But let's just be honest. Like, a lot of times, the average man is not desirable for a lot of women. Okay? And women just have a lot of options because, you know, there's a lot of men who are insecure, who don't feel like they're worthy, or they know that they're not worthy enough, you know, to be above a woman. And so they tend to give up and they try to shoot their shot at any given chance that they could get, even if it's degrading their own selves just to get to the woman or even get close to her. You know, men have to come to the reality that, yeah, it's good to have that type of confidence, but you have to ask yourself, why are you even in a space to begin with in the first place? See, the thing is, there's other women that are really good for me, that will really treat you right. And I'm talking about American women. I don't give a fuck about DR women or Hispanic, whatever, all the women from overseas. Women here in America, right, can treat you the same way as you always be bragging about all these other non-American traditional type of females. But the problem is that you're not looking for those type of traditional females. This is what you're looking for as men, okay? And we gotta be honest with ourselves. We are looking for hoes, okay? We are trying to conform these hoes into Christian as women, and that's not gonna work. You can never turn a Brittany Renner into a Aisha Curry. Well, no, let me not use Aisha Curry. But you can't turn a woman, a hoe, into a housewife, basically. And that's what a lot of these dudes are looking for.
And also, M3, you have to throw into that equation that 80% of the women are only going for 10% of the men.
You know, I thought it was 90%.
You said that, yeah, only 80% of the men and women are only going for 10% of the men. And here's the thing. Hold on, Rico. Let me substantiate that. Let me flesh that out. Women are this whole thing about hypergamy. Women being hypergamous. Yes, they are, but they're supposed to be. So are men. You're not gonna go out and look for the ugliest woman on the block. All men are gonna go for the prettiest women. That's a form of hypergamy. That's just human nature. Women are gonna women are gonna go for the most qualified candidate that they can find. So are men. But in these conversations, you don't hear guys talk about the part where we're looking for the prettiest women or the woman with the fattest ass, the biggest tits, and the whole 9 yards.
Well, Mandrell, if you say that, but if you say that, like, you know, we're gonna get shamed for that. That's like the same thing for like a woman who could do a lot of height shaming, you know. But for us, if we do fat shaming, then we're gonna get crucified. We're gonna get stoned at. I mean, they're gonna burn our house down. You know what I mean? And maybe kidnap like our children. Right. By us saying that. And the fact is that people gotta be honest with themselves. Like, look, man, I say this all the time anyway, though, right? Like, even though I'm married to a beautiful black woman, but I can't surround myself around with a bunch of ugly ass people. You know what I mean? Like, and I'll flat out just say that. And I'm not saying like I'm like Casanova or anything like that, but by nature, we surround ourselves, both men and women, we surround ourselves with the most qualified and the most attractive human beings as much as possible. Even like in jobs, like, you know, if jobs mostly look for people, right, who is probably tall, like handsome or pretty or attractive looking to represent their brand. I'm not saying that happens all the time, but at least like the good 80% of the time, right, people focus on, well, I say 90%, right? People focus on qualified, 95, I changed my mind, 95. 95% of the time, people look for the most qualified features in a person.
Right, so, and those features vary from person to person because we're all into something different. You know what I mean? But it's just, we all discriminate in some form of fashion, and hypergamy is just one form of discrimination, or weeding out the people that you don't want to find the one that you want.
Well,
that's
Mandrell,
really all it is. Go ahead, Rico.
I'm not on correct it, but I think when I hear that statistic that everybody puts out, which is really not even provable, but I'll speculate that it's correct. I'm gonna speculate that it's correct that the 80% want the 10% of men, right? The problem with that is I will agree to it to say I think it sounds fucking crazy because people are pairing up. So I don't even know how that's mathematically plausible. But I will accept the premise that I would say 80% of people want the top 10%. So 80% of men and 80% of women want the top 10% of the opposite sex as a first choice.
That's what I'm talking about.
But that's the part they leave out.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean when I say that.
We know they ain't fucking getting the top 10%.
Exactly.
So all these people are pairing. So they know realistic. Like I want my wife to be a 10. I'm happy with her ass being the 6 that she is. But I don't wish she was a 10. My first choice, every black man wants Beyonce. But you gonna settle for what the fuck you get.
Not me.
Because you know well, okay, most men. You know as
Beyonce, she all right.
I know what I look like. I know how much bread I make. Maybe she'll be crazy enough and want me. Fuck, she wanted Jay-Z. I ain't that bad looking. But guess what? He got money. You don't. So we all in our mind have a fantasy of what we want. Everybody does.
Right.
But we know what our reality is.
Exactly. And that's the part that's missing in a lot of these conversations.
That's
the reality of it all. The reality of it, because basically the whole story is not being told in these conversations.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I don't mind guys venting their frustrations, but after so long, it gets to the point for me now where it's intolerable because now you're just bitching and complaining. You're not looking for solutions. So I tune out. That, you know what I'm saying, Rico? That's just me. After it goes so long and you're just complaining, I tune out. There's nothing productive to be found there.
But see,
other than that, I agree with you. Like, yeah, we want the top 10%, but we're not. Everybody don't get that.
See, when I hear guys say the 80% want the 10%, what they're saying is women are being delusional. I'm like, that's the same thing you guys want. You want the 10% too. These women are being realistic. They know they're not going to get the top 10%. These women are not going to go, I'm going to spend the next 20 years trying to get the top 10%. They're going to give it 6 months. They're going to shoot their shot. They're going to miss the mark. And then they're going to keep lowering their standard until they get the attention they desire.
That's not the way it is.
Not a lot of them.
No. A lot of them, Rico. These days,
A lot of them
Rico.
ain't putting the work.
These
This is
days,
what I'm
Rico.
trying to tell you.
Rico,
I don't
these
see
days,
a
a lot of those
going-
women are doing that.
How
They're-
long is that woman going to go shooting her shot at 10s, getting no attention?
She gonna do that for the rest of her life until the day she dies. So she's gonna get a bunch of
Rico,
cats.
yeah, Rico. That's now that I will agree with in this
So
in this
you're
space.
saying,
Where the, Rico,
you're saying that
Wait.
these women will go
Wait.
without attention, intimacy, relationship the entirety of their life because they can't get what they want?
they're doing.
Wait, Mandrell. Wait, real quick, right? You have to understand, Rico comes from a different timeline. So
But
none
I'm
of the
going to
women from
explain to
his
me in
time is
2022, you shooting your shot every night, you striking out every night. Now this 3 years down the road, you ain't never got on base. You still doing this shit?
Here's
Yeah.
the thing,
Women are that
Rico.
delusional?
Rico, it's worse than you think. These
Are
women,
women
don't
that
hold on, Rico.
delusional?
Yeah, we're telling you. Yes, they are that delusional, and here's how bad it is.
I
They're
gotta
not
be
even
that for
shooting,
women.
Rico. They're not even shooting their shots. They're waiting for those men to come up to them and shoot their shot with them.
And they wait for like a little.
4 years,
They wait-
Rico. It is happening. 4 years. Yes.
Wait,
I'm not. Listen.
Mandrell, let me break it down. Let me break it
Okay.
down to you
Hey,
guys.
Rico,
okay, Rico, hold on. Yeah,
It is
let
an
me teach you,
observable
right?
fact now, Rico.
Yeah.
Okay, teach me.
Okay,
I'm listening.
okay. Let me teach you the times, okay? Right? So you can keep up, all right? Now look, Rico, I know you're old, so I wanted to break it down to you slowly, all right?
All
So
right,
the
I
thing
hate ageism, damn it.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right, Rico, the thing is, right, you have to understand, women has a lot of more access, right? Because of social media, and all these other things that's going on, okay? Unfortunately, men wasn't raised to be men now these days, and women wasn't raised to be women. And unfortunately, right, even though both parties are delusional, right? But however, right, men do have a sense of reality, and they know, even though they maybe don't want to admit that, right? But they know when a woman is out of the league, and that's why most of them don't really approach. But for a woman will sit there and wait for a guy like LeBron James, hoping, okay, in their mindset, hopefully that he'll come in their DMs and try to swoop them
Expecting
up.
him to.
Yes. Oh, well,
Him to
I'm
be
sorry. They're
expecting
expecting,
him to
not
do it.
hoping. They have that expectations, that false sense of hope, because they've been watching too many Disney shows or whatever, and everybody been telling them lies. That girl, you are going to find your Prince Charming, and he is going to come to you. Here's the difference between us and them. Okay, see us, right? We will give you the reality, point blank, period. We will be like, nigga, please. You was not about to get that Beyonce, okay? Get over yourself. You was ugly as fuck, and you ain't got no money. You broke too and dusty. We'll tell a dude like that. But for a woman won't tell her the truth. The majority of them, they'll hype them up and they'll actually root them on. Not that they're doing this intentionally to hurt them, but women know they're not shit themselves, just like we ain't shit. But what they'll do, they'll encourage each other. They'll encourage their fellow women. They're always going to ride for them and have their back. It's the girl code to it. But the problem is with that stupid ass code that they have, right? It leaves them astray and it leaves them dumbfounded.
Okay,
That is the problem.
But here's the question, right? Because this is where I say the manosphere, the red pill, y'all confuse the shit out of me, because on one side of the ledger,
I'm not a part of manosphere.
No, I'm just saying it in general, not you, sir. But in general, this is what I hear, right? So on one side of the ledger, I will hear, as Mandrew said, 80% of the women, right, are waiting for this 10% of men, right? This exclusive club of men, right? The top value, high value men. 80% of our women are waiting for that, correct? And
So
they will
why- I
go
said
for
95.
years without that, correct?
Correct.
So then the other math that's going to have to fit in that is, how are all of these single mothers having children if they're waiting for this perfect man?
Because those are one night stands and
okay, but y'all see,
but
that's
no, Rico. Here's the part you're missing.
So they are still fucking somebody that, and they'll say that. And look, the second part of this man drill,
you're missing the point. You're missing the point.
Okay. Let me just say this other part. They say 20%. Remember, because you say 50% of men, 50% of black men are childless. Because they actually, and this, I'm just telling you the stats I hear that. Of those 80% of women that have babies, they say 20% of the men, all of them are having babies with only 20% of men, and they're Pookies and Ray Rays. So all this math, I'm like, how is all of this math fitting?
I'm not.
How is it 80% of women having 20% baby daddies, Pookies and Ray Rays, which are not in the 10%, but all these women are waiting all these years just for the 10%.
Right. Here's the thing. Here's the thing with the math. I don't know where all these people are getting all these facts from.
Yeah.
Here's where I get my numbers from. I get them from the Center of Disease Control, the Department of Labor and Statistics. Okay, that's where I get my numbers from. That way you can pull that up yourself and just look at the same thing I'm looking at.
But have y'all heard that other narrative?
I have heard
80% of the women are having kids, only by 20% of the men, and they're Pookies and Ray Rays.
Here's the thing.
That's why I'm asking.
I've heard that number before. Now. Also, my thing is this: these women, those babies are accidents for the most part, and these women. Well, I won't get into that part. Okay, no problem.
I'm just saying they having sex and making babies, right?
Yeah, they having sex, but the thing is, they're not marrying men who want to marry them.
Part. You're correct.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You have a lot of guys who want to get married, and the confusing part for the good men who want to get married, they're like, yeah, but when it comes. Because I've had that experience with one of my ex-girlfriends. While I was ready to get married, everything's copacetic, everything is great. But when it came down to getting married, when shit got that serious, she got squirrely. And then it's like she changed after that. You know what I'm saying? When it was time for marriage, she changed completely. She changed damn near completely, singing a whole nother song. I'm like, why would you get squirrely now? Like, what the hell is this? This is like everything you wanted. And now it's right here in front of you, and now you just turn away from it?
Yeah,
here's the thing. I would have been just as skeptical as you, Rico, had I not experienced it myself. And I was like, okay, this is what everybody's talking about. Mm-hmm. And it is insane to experience it for yourself. Like, this shit is crazy.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, the woman you described that will never submit to anybody. I do know that we have ample evidence of certain women that just fall outside the norm. It's like, you know what, that's just what they are. And there's no fixing them. They don't want to be fixed. They're good, fine, this, that, whatever. It's hard for me I always get confused when certain behaviors are painted across such a large spectrum because there's so much evidence to the contrary. So like I said, it's like, if you tell me on one side of the ledger that all these women are sitting over here thirsting and starving for years for this perfect guy that's a high value man that we all know they ain't never gonna attain. And I'm like, okay, so they'll do it for a while. Because when I first came out in the game, before I was married, I thought I was just gonna date only bad chicks. Well, after a couple of months of being dry, I just kept lowering that shit till I got a hit.
But Rico, the problem
that's what men do.
What you're doing wrong here is you're trying to make sense of this shit. That's where you're going wrong, okay? Because it doesn't make sense. Because I agree, it doesn't make fucking sense. It doesn't. Yeah, you're trying. That's the thing. You're bringing logic into it, and you're going the wrong way with that. Here's the answer: it doesn't make sense at all, and that's the confusing part. Ultimately, on this side of men, we're saying that, ladies, what you're doing, not only does it not work, and you see it's not working, but you keep going in the same direction with no results. It doesn't make any sense. And then they'll make excuse after excuse. Well, gotta bring me him. Gotta make it better. Or I'm gonna manifest it. That's when you hear all these crazy talking points for women.
Let me say this. Rico, before you say anything, let me say this before I hop out, right? That's why I try to make a differentiation, right, when it comes to describing those type of people. It would never make sense. But if you look at the bigger picture of things, right? Remember, there's always going to be someone. There's going to be some sensible, real women that are actually going to look for the best qualities of a man. But the majority of women, that men are looking for. You know, they're looking for the most attractive dimes that they could get. And unfortunately,
right,
I'm just gonna flat out say this, you know, and this is facts. You know, for most young women, and some of these old Krugers too, that's 45 and above or whatever, the prettier you are, right?
Mm-hmm.
The less personality that you'll have.
Yes,
okay?
I agree.
So when you're looking for the wrong type of women, I'm talking about like, I know like people would try to say like, you know, you should look for a woman's heart, the inside or whatever. But reality is you can't try to ask for both. Okay, it's either one or the other. Maybe that person that has a great personality, beautiful on the inside, is not going to be that 10. It's not going to be that.
She might be a 6 or 7.
Yeah, or 7. But you could turn that 7 at least into a 7.5 or an 8. You know what I mean? That could actually happen as time progresses, as the woman starts treating you right, as you're spending more time and really digging deep. Look, I know women, they're not even that. Some of them are not even dime pieces, you know, but their conversations, you know what I mean, is more attractive than just their physical attributes, you know, and that's because they have qualities on the inside that outshines just looking good.
That's because they're a wife. Those are the qualities that that you're describing. She has wife qualities.
And the problem is that, like I said, men are looking for hoes. Hoes are never wife material, right? Hoes are just going to be hoes that's going to be out there for the streets. And I'm almost done because I'm going to get out, right? Like I said, they're out for the streets. But the problem is, right, we got to look at ourselves too as men. And we got to challenge ourselves like, look, you want all these things, you want a family, but do you really mean that? You can't just find a family into a fucking prostitute, because that shit is not going to happen. And any woman in this chat or anyone else tries to defend these hoes or whatever, then I question you guys as well too. Seriously, because that's why I try to differentiate.
But let me ask you a question, because again, because I'm old, right?
Well, you hella old, but yeah, don't forget hella.
But let me ask you guys a question, because I'm not out in it. I ain't been in the dating world for the last decade. But this is what I kind of get, or I think, and this is just an outsider's perspective. I realize dating is a little bit different than since I last dated. But, and the way I'll couch it like this, even when I was dating, I know people, like you guys said, the 80% for the 10, I know I was in that 80%. I was always shooting. We punch above our weight. I think a lot of guys, but I think it's harder today because society and the IG world and everything else sat here and encourage people to do that. So dudes is sliding in the DM. Dude, like I saw some content creator was crying because he was trying to send Melanie King some money to fly her out and stuff like that. I was like, why would you even think looking like you look that woman would be interested in your ass? You know, I'm just I see guys, seriously, and I'm like a dude, and I'm like, seriously, dude, you punching way above your weight. But I'm thinking that today, people are starting, I think even my sons, I'm like, Lante, you too fat, man. You can't be, you know, it's a concept where dudes think they can get these bad chicks, and maybe some of the chicks are using them, the OnlyFans and the whole internet thing, and people getting catfished and all. So I think what I'm trying to say is, it's creating a greater, in my day, because you could only see a woman one at a time, one-on-one, one bad chick at the bar, you knew you shot your shot and you just went on and got her fat friend and made a good night. But these dudes now, dudes are becoming almost as delusional as women, believing they can get that baddie, that dime piece, that, as you said, Mr. M3, you don't want her ass anyway. She probably stupid. She's like you said, she's a very toxic personality. She ain't never been nice because dude's been kissing her ass her whole life. That's the worst thing on the world you want. But, you know, everybody's punching above their weight, men and women. And then obviously you're creating a bunch of L's. If I keep trying to get the baddies, and all of a sudden I get 50 L's, then you shouldn't have been taking them. You asked for those L's. You could have asked me, and I'd have told you, nah, M3, don't do it. Don't do it, Mandrill. Don't do it. You know, but they don't do that. Guys don't ask their boy no more. They go ahead and slide in DM. Now they got 100 L's, and now they damaged. Well, fuck all these bitches. Nigga, I could have told you not to be hollering at her. She's above you. You know, she not gonna fuck with no dude like you. You know that. I'm 5'7". What I'm doing, shoot my shot at a bunch of 6 foot tall women, the women 5'10". They ain't fucking with no dude my height. I know women got height shit. So if I do it, take them L's, whose fault is it?
Again, Rico. Again, Rico. Rico's still making the mistake of bringing logic into this situation. Okay. He's like me. Rico has a need for shit to make sense.
I do.
Just like me. I have a need for. But I learned early on, Rico, that you can't bring logic into it because it's not gonna make any sense. It's just not, bro.
Okay.
It's crazy.
I am struggling with trying to understand.
Right.
I don't get it.
Will you accept the fact, Rico, that it's not making any sense?
It ain't making no goddamn sense to me.
Right. Once you accept that fact, I think you'll be all right, man. Because it's Rico. It's not. I'm telling you now, bro. It's not gonna make any sense to you because people are making moves that you and I just would not make.
Nope.
It is an observable reality. I thought it was exaggerated too at first. I really did. I said they inflating these numbers. I don't know where they're getting these stats from. It's not that bad. But the longer I've been in this space, the more I realize, yeah, it really is just that bad. And that's the amazing part. It really is just that bad. Like, so many people are making the same mistakes and moving the wrong way. It's crazy. And I keep wondering, like, why would you think this will work?
Me too. I'll be like,
why would you think this?
I don't. Wow.
Yeah, I'm like, why would you think this will work? There's no way. You know what I mean? But I don't know if Noah's teaching them or what the case may be, but it's out there like that, Rico.
And I don't think, you know what I think makes it worse is, we were talking earlier, is this movement, this passport movement. Because see, now these guys are going overseas, and now they can get those 9s or 10s. But the part they're leaving out is, but you gotta pay. And she ain't yours, she's everybody's.
I mean, you gotta pay in America too.
Huh?
You have to pay. Look.
No,
I'm trying to get out here.
I'm saying it's purely transactional over there. I'm not talking about paying for dates or anything else.
But there's no levels to it though. Like, I mean, look, whether you stuck in America or you go out there overseas to Brazil, everything is going to be transactional. You're going to be spending money no matter what. It's just that maybe you're going to be spending a little bit more of traveling money, but I wouldn't even say that you won't even find a dime that's going to be attractive to you like that.
The ones that ain't attracted to you either. It's a job.
Yeah, because they're gonna see, because what they see, they're gonna see a lot of dollar signs, and most of them are rejects anyway from their own country. So people that might not want them, they'll could sucker somebody in America because they know that unfortunately brothers like us are desperate enough to try to look for somebody because we can't tame like the ones in America.
But they could get a dime here. They just gotta pay more for it. That's all.
Yeah, and the thing, or like I said, you can get, or they can get lucky, like me,
right?
Like the woman I'm with now. This one I'm actually making arrangements to marry. You know what I mean? And she's a brick house. She's bad. You know what I'm saying? Okay. But it's like, she has all the qualities of a wife as well. Because I'm a person who probably like Rico as well. I'm not impressed by pretty.
Nope.
I've been around beautiful women my whole life. You know what I'm saying? So pretty don't impress me. You've always had to have more than that. The conversation, her intellect, her ability to reason. You know what I'm saying? I can have intellectual conversations with. She has everything you want in a wife. Mm-hmm. The looks is just a really good bonus. You know what I'm saying? But I accept that fact that shit, I got lucky. This is one that you don't let this one go.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
What other guys may have, I don't know. Their mistake, their loss.
Just glad they made it.
Right, I'm glad you made the mistake.
Look. I'm gonna just say this. Yeah, I'm gonna say this though. I thank God every day that I could wake up to someone and have a smile on my face. A lot of guys are not fortunate enough to wake up and look at a beautiful woman next to them. You know, I'm just gonna put it like that because, like I said, I could go in on the insults, but I digress.
But I think they could if they reason within themselves, thought a little bit more logically. But I still think it comes down to we're in this IG generation. Everybody's doing filtering and everybody. So I think as a society, it's warping our and it's putting beauty first. It's with everything. A guy don't even want to attempt to talk to a girl unless she looks pretty enough. And it should be the other way around. It should be great conversation that stimulates you, that's gonna make you feel good and secure. You talk about you want submission. You should that's what you should want first. But instead, these guys just want the prettiest thing in the world. And as Mandrill said, she ain't submitting to no goddamn body. But you asked for that. She don't submit to her own daddy. So you know she ain't gonna submit to you, but you wanted that. And then you cry about, oh, she don't look, but you asked for that. That's what the logic doesn't make sense to me, is that you're actually fishing in a pond full of catfish, but you fishing for goddamn bass or swordfish. Like, you can't be looking for tuna in a pond full of crappies, because that's where you fishing at. You fishing where it's nothing but crappie. That's all you gonna keep pulling out, because they all look good to you. But the quality fish over there in another pond, oh, I don't want to go over there. It don't look that good, but that's good. That's better fish. That's the problem. So you're lucky. You're right. You got to be. But I think other young men can too, if they're willing to put the right values first over the superficial. But they just don't.
You got to work on yourself first. Like, stop. That's the problem, right? Like, we keep focusing on these women too damn much. Like, let them just be the byproduct, not the priority. Okay, they will eventually they will come to us when we are a finished product. I was trying to let Mr. He say something, because I know he's been up there for a minute, but hopefully he comes back. But the problem is that we focus too much on trying to get these hot women to like us for who we currently are, and we may not even be our best selves for them anyway. And to be honest with you, would you really want them, or you just want to smash them? I would say if you want to smash them, smash and dash, then by all means do what you want to do. But if you're trying to find like a lifetime partner, I'm like, focus on your life first before trying to focus on trying to improve someone else's lifestyles. And that's all I'm just going to say at this point. But I just want to say, Arshawn, wherever you at, man, like, I know you probably doing something, but
Wally,
thank you for bringing us in.
Come on, Wally. They told us, shut up, Wally. Come on. Wally.
Wait, is Wally married?
I don't know.
I don't know. He look like he'd probably be single, though, so I'm just going to assume he's single.
Wally done went to sleep.
I know, Rico, because you've been talking for so damn long, man. I'm like, damn. I was going to go to sleep, too, though. That's why I had my sunglasses on. I was like, yeah.
Wait till I make me a drink.
But yeah, man. Yeah, it was fun talking to you guys, man. So I'm gonna be out. But later, y'all.
Right.
All right. Damn, I think you put my man Joe sleep too, though, because he ain't saying nothing.
Yeah, I'm still here. What you talking about? I'm just letting y'all talk.
There you go.
Oh, you no, bro. You finally woke up.
I've been talking more longer, so I'm letting y'all talk.
Well, it's your turn again.
Well, hey, don't let Rico talk. Rico's been talking for like an hour and a half.
Okay, what the conversation is? Because since y'all was letting y'all talk, I jumped on another panel.
Okay, well, no question. Let me ask you this, Wally. You're not married, are you?
No, I'm single.
Okay, so you're dating, right? And how old are you? Let me ask.
I'm 27 right now.
Okay, so he's a perfect candidate to know about the dating world. Single, you're dating, right?
How you know if you know about the dating world?
Well, I'm assuming.
Okay, look, I'm gonna tell you this right now, Rico. I'm not in the dating world right now. I'm morely focused on myself building up and my family situation. So that's what I'm worried about right
now.
Wait, how old are you again, Wally?
27.
20. Oh, yeah, you got plenty of time.
Right. You got time,
man. Wally, you should be focused on building yourself up. You should be in the gym too, man. Like word. You get on the good regimen of diet and exercise, like hitting the weights, man. I'm telling you, bro. Then once you get to where you are, the world is going to be your oyster.
Well, can I ask
because
you?
Not only will you have the finances and the station, but you're gonna have the body to match it. Please.
How would you date if you were dating? Give us your opinion.
For me personally,
yeah.
At this point, I really would just have to really just see where their head's at. I mean, that's my thing for me. Because
what's most important? Looks, intellect, what? Give us some ideas. What
I'm not all you know, let's say it like this, right? People talk about, men want to be 8s and 9s and 10s of the world. But my thing is, not all 8s, 9s, and 10s have substance. So I'm not even trying to go lock into that.
Well, the thing is, what Rico's trying to get you to understand is that first, before you go out there dating, the best thing for you to do is figure out what you want in a woman.
Right. No, I get that.
Okay, and then narrow that list down to the things that are the most important to you.
Right.
That's the most efficient way to go out there dating. Now you know what you're looking for. So if you meet a woman and she's not that, you can just say, "Okay, thanks for your time," and then you move on to someone else.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, first figure out what you want in a woman. I do recommend that you actually do sit down and think about that. Give it real thought, man.
No, trust me, I know that. I've been told that before. So
figure out what you want first, man. Because then that's how guys get caught up in traps and stuff like that. They fall for the pretty. She might be pretty, but she's an airhead. I can't.
Or just pretty nothing.
Right. I can't deal with a woman who doesn't have a brain. I can't deal with airheads. I've dealt with them. They're an absolute nightmare to deal with. Oh my. Exactly that. Exactly that. No, I can't deal with a woman without a brain.
All the things we want in relationships are all universal. Okay.
Well, let me ask you a question, Wally. Even though you're not dating, right?
Right. Right, so now, I gotta head out.
Say you out hanging with your friend. I want to see what kind of wingman you are. Now you out with your friends, right? Your boys. Y'all at the club, the bar, whatever the case may be, right?
Right.
Now you see him shooting his shot at a 10, and you know your guy's a 5.
Right.
What kind of wingman are you? Are you gonna let him go ahead and take that L, or are you gonna like, dude, come on, what?
Honestly?
Yeah.
I mean, if he gonna take that shot, then he gonna take that shot.
Okay.
I ain't gonna tell him nothing, because my thing is, if you have enough balls to go take that shot, you better have enough balls to take the rejection.
Okay.
That's what I'm gonna be honest with you.
Do
but
you
on the
think?
Flip,
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Go ahead. On the flip, what?
No. On the flip, though, I would also sit here and say, if you're gonna, my thing is, if you're gonna go for a 10, you better be making sure that that's what you want to deal with. Because my thing is, like I said before, is like, because my thing is this: if she's a 10 and she's coming to a bar, I'm just saying.
Or wherever, you know what I'm saying? Because like I said, we all know what we think a 10 is.
Right.
We all kind of have a preconceived idea or notion about these baddies. So my thing is do you feel like you said, you're a 27-year-old guy, single guy. I'm pretty sure you got a lot of friends in your age bracket. Are they out here shooting their shot? I mean, how are they dating? Not that you're in their bedroom or nothing, but like,
right.
So educate me on what are these young men doing that I don't understand.
Right. So to the guys that I know, as far as right now, like one of my homeboys right now, he's literally focused on building himself. So that's what he's working on, because he's considering going back to school and taking the benefits that he still has and working with those benefits to upgrade on another skill set for the time being. I don't know if he's taking that for sure yet, but he is thinking about it. He's just trying to make sure he gets all the information before he makes a move. Other than that,
are some of them dating? Aren't some of them dating?
Are they dating? I mean, at this point in time, no. I know one person that dated somebody because he had a girl. Another person that I know, I don't talk to too much. He's actually married. He got 2 kids right now, so he's doing good. I can't complain on that. I'm
just trying to get some perspective on what is going on in the dating world of the 20-year-olds that
My thing
it
is,
causes
I'm gonna be
all of
honest
this
with you,
friction.
Rico, I think it's just they're just getting caught in the spell. That's all it is. It's just getting caught in the web. It's
Mhm.
like most of the things that are being said may be true, but it's not ultimately to the wiring of what's going on. My
Okay.
thing is, in a lot of senses, it's like I said, it's like I was saying to anybody, like, look, you know who the freak you choose to deal with. If you know if you know what you're gonna choose to deal with, why are you complaining with what you're choosing to deal with? You know who she was. Why you
That's what I'm trying to understand, because they're telling me like I don't understand, and that was where realistically in the beginning I'm like, I don't see how that the problem has gotten to the point that they're acting like it is.
Yeah,
and
it's
they're telling me it's so different today. I'm like, okay, well, how?
Right. But my thing is in that same sense, but this is the whole sense of, because I remember I told someone this before, right? Like, hey, in a lot of ways, men, they just simply broke the code. They simply broke the man code. You know, they out here, worrying about a bunch of people. Like, you know who the fuck you deal with. Like,
okay,
just realize that and move on.
Yeah.
Like, you know who she is. Why you complain about what the frick you chose to deal with? I'm not gonna blame you for what you chose to deal with, but don't motherfucking complain about what you chose to deal with, knowing who she was.
And now let me ask you this too, because now because I hear this too as part of the conversation. They'll be like, and it's weird. I hear them say, "Oh, because men, their goddaddy started it. Men have done the work." I'm like, huh? So men have, like, all black men have done the work and leveled up, and I'm like, nah, right? So I'm like, I know too many trash ass dudes. And I know some in their 20s, 30s, 40s. So, nah, all of them ain't done the work. So they make the conversation that men have done the work. Now women got to come. But I mean, these are the words I specifically heard the content creator say. Men have done the work. It's time for women to come to the table on men's terms. And I'm like, nah, I think both of them need to come to the table on each other's terms. I don't see how you can say men have done the work and women ain't done nothing. I think I know a lot of men who leveled up. I know a lot of women that have leveled up. I don't see one side outdoing the other.
You know what's funny? So I'll say this, right? I remember I told someone this the other day, right?
Mm-hmm. You're a little low, Wally. You're a little bit low. I don't know if it's...
I'm sorry. No,
Okay,
yeah.
better.
So what I told them was this, right? I remember I told them, you know how they always say that women are more mature than men, but I was like, if that was the case, they'll make some decent, more better decisions than we are right now. So, but my thing is, so for me, I look at it as men and women are really at an eye level. No one's really bigger than the next mother level. That's what I'm saying. So for the whole entire conversation, I don't think so. In most cases, they're not. Most men out here leveled up. Like, to my point of view, right now, most guys that I know and deal with and been in school with, I'm seeing them in relationships here and there, and it's like they're not even, like, in most cases, leveled up to this high standard. They just been doing their thing.
Right.
And that's what working, building themselves up. That's it. So my thing is like, I say it like this: if they leveled up somewhere else, but it ain't all around the way.
Right. And that's why I hear you say they'll level up. Like I'll for example, I'll use my sons for example, like the one that took me to the football game yesterday. He's 30 years old. He's in school. He's single. He's doing excellent as far as in his career, in his academics, and everything else. But he still got a lot of work to do on himself.
Right.
He ain't got no kids. Ain't never been married. None of that. But I'm like, he's my son. I love him. He's 30 years old. I'm like, motherfucker, you ain't perfect. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't even let him, as good as he's doing, to say that, but he don't think like that. Then I got Delonte's 27. He's a plumber, got his plumbing business on the side. He's doing great financially. However, he's got a couple of kids. So all of my sons except one can say they leveled up career-wise. And I would give them all that, but I'm like, that's just a job. That's just a career. And it's not saying that there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not taking that away. But I also tell them that you can't say that somehow in some way makes you superior. Because if it doesn't make y'all superior to each other, why do you think it should make you superior to a woman? Because the 27-year-old, you got a job making X amount of money. The 30-year-old, you got a job making X amount of money. And y'all are equal to each other. So if a woman got a job making the X amount of money, why would you say that you're leveled up and she need to come to you on your terms because you got a job? That makes no sense to me.
Right.
I'm like, yes, you're the man. You know, don't sit back, like I tell them, like, don't get married anytime soon. Don't have no kids. Make sure you're married, blah, 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 blah. But don't think nobody's going to come crawling to you. And you don't want, you know, with this one, I try to tell them, look, you are at 30 years of age, an African-American man, going with a master's degree, you know, this, that, and everything else. You are, and childless. It's not a lot of you out there because most of his friends got kids. And they all got degrees. But I think Antoine is him and maybe 2-3 other ones that I know that don't have any kids. All the rest of his friends, they got kids. They're not all married. They all got degrees, but they all got kids. So I'm like, you being unmarried and childless, then that does put you in a different space, but still not enough, especially because he wants a woman with no kids. So I'm like, that's fine, but y'all both are still equal. Because it ain't gonna be a whole lot of 30-year-old black women out here without a kid either. Mm-hmm. At 30 years of age, the older we get, the percentage, you know, the pool. So you don't have any kids, right, Wally?
No, I got no kids.
Right. So when you get ready to settle down, it's going to be the pool of you with a single childless woman. The older you get, that pool gets smaller.
Right.
I hope you know that. So in 27, it might be a certain percentage. By the time you get 33, 34, 35, that pool gets smaller. Now, out of that pool, ain't gonna be a whole lot of 10s. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get
a lot of the 10s by then have been knocked up. Mm-hmm. It's just the law of averages. Yeah. Not that you want a 10, but I'm just sitting there saying is dudes be like, oh, I want a 10. I'm like, wait a minute, you 35, you looking for a 10? That 10 got a kid. Maybe 2. So you got 1 or 2 baby daddies you're gonna have to deal with. If that's what you insist on having.
Right.
I mean, that's just the number. So, you know, I was just wondering, like, I don't, you know, to me, if the dating world is as tragic as they're describing it, it doesn't have to be. I don't think.
Right. Now, for me, I say it like this. I see it from all sides. I see the sides that the dating world is not too chaotic or too problematic because I've seen the success. But at the same time, I've also seen the nightmares as far as, quote unquote, you know, just some disgruntled women. But my thing is that's all based upon wherever they see it. If that's where you see it for your zone, that's where you see it for your zone. But that's not everywhere else. You don't know just because what's going on in Texas, that's not the same thing that's going on in Florida or wherever other state. That's where you at.
Right.
If you don't like it, what you're seeing, hey, maybe you should consider moving.
Right.
Probably one of the concessions.
Well, it's the same way. Yeah, it's also the same way, like I said, you know, you can't complain about cars just because you keep buying shitty cars.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's like that's what, if I tell you stop buying this cheap car and you keep buying it, and then you start complaining about all cars. No, that's not all cars. That's just, you know, like I say, you get what you pay for. You keep getting a cheap computer and it keeps getting debugged and breaking down on you or whatever the case may be. Like you said, part of the problem is, I think with the dating is the same as with people with their purchases. You just keep buying cheap. And I'm cheap about certain things. But when it tears up, if I love me some Walmart, I go get me some cheap jeans. I don't complain when hoes get them. I just go buy me another cheap pair. Because I know I bought cheap ass pants.
Right.
So some of that, I just think, you know, in the dating world, I'm just wondering, like, some of it self-inflicted.
Yeah, but I mean, But the funny thing is too, this is my thing. It all goes back to who are y'all dealing with? And my thing is, I think a lot of these dudes, they know exactly who the hell they're dealing with, and they complaining about the choices that they made, knowing who they are. Because my thing is, I look at some of the dudes that I went back to school with, and I'm looking at they girls. I'm like, they ain't shit that none of these females are that y'all be out here choosing and complaining about. So it's like, what the frick are y'all really choosing?
Right.
So, I mean, it is what it is. But
and a lot of them be situations where, like, you know, your mama told you not to mess with that girl, but you mess with her anyway.
Right.
He had a big old butt, and that's all because I mean, I always admit, you know what we think with, you know what's making all our decisions and choices for us, and then when it chooses poorly, now we like, oh, you see, I told you women ain't shit. Like, no, we told you she wasn't shit, but you went anyway because she had a big old butt or whatever the case may be. I've been there. But that's why I simply say it's like, it's kind of disingenuous because they'll speak about times past like it was different. I'm like, we had some of that same shit. We made some of those bad choices too. So did I. But I didn't give up on women or black women in America. No. You know, the one I messed with, I knew she was out there thotting. I thought that shit was fun. Or I thought I was young and I could handle it. Or I thought I could change it. Well, I couldn't. And once I come to the realization that I couldn't change it, who am I going to blame but myself? So that's what I do think is I don't think there's enough self-awareness. I'll say this, we were more apt to, in the past, to blame ourselves for bad relationship. If we were in a trash-ass relationship with a woman, I blame myself. I was like, I should have known better. That's my fault. Right. I ain't even going to blame her, much less another woman, because I knew how she was. I mean, especially dudes out here. If you know, here's the thing. You messing with a woman that's married. So she cheating on her husband. Why you think she's shit anyway? Mm-hmm. Or she got a boyfriend. So if you even in a relationship like that, how you gonna get upset about how she turned out? She cheated on you. Motherfucker, she was cheating on the last one with you.
Yep.
That's who she was.
Right.
But then you butt her because she did it to you. Mm-hmm. But you was complicit in helping her do it to the last dude.
Right.
That goes on a lot. And right. I hear you nowadays, because I asked my son, this is the one thing I really don't understand this, Wally. We had a code coming up, right? Because I remember saying this on King's show one time. They laughed at me, right? And I was like, nah, man. When I came up, like, if me and you, we buddies, right, Wally?
Right.
And you break up with your girlfriend, I could never talk to her. It was just a code. You just couldn't do it.
Right.
But nowadays, they say that shit's okay. So if I break up with my girlfriend,
nah,
be smashing her.
Nah. See, I couldn't live like that. Sorry, no way.
Hey, but I'm telling you.
To constantly bring up my homeboy's ex-girlfriend around every other time in my whole livelihood, like, nah, that don't feel right. Sorry, no.
And so you've never heard them talk that's okay. Not saying you and
I
your
never heard no
friend
one say that, but the fact that you said that now, oh hell.
Yeah, because my thing is, and this is how serious we were about it, right? If me and you was boys with Arshawn, and we saw Arshawn messing with M3's ex-girlfriend, we stopped fucking with Arshawn because he didn't have to do me dirty. The fact that we were all boys, if you did it to anybody in the circle, I couldn't trust you no more.
Right.
We'd be like, nah, you fuck this nigga this time, you'll get me next time. So you just showed yourself to be untrustworthy. So anybody in my circle, any of their exes, definitely they had a kid with, but I don't care how far back the relationship went. If I knew you messed with my guy, you were off limits to me for life.
Right.
For life, because it gets into the concept that if me and you friends and you be like, yeah, but Rico, you know, you and her, y'all broke up a year ago. I'ma think, yeah, you wanted to fuck her back then.
Exactly.
You're not gonna convince me that all of a sudden now it's new. No.
Exactly.
See, but dude, I be trying to tell him, I'm like, y'all do so much, not you, but the younger generation. I'm like, y'all do so much weird shit that I can't understand. That I don't see. You put yourselves in some uncomfortable position.
Right. But you know what's funny though? I think the only reason why they do that is because if they follow that code, they know that's less options for them. So they have to. So they want to break that and be like, nah, I ain't following that no more. Because if I follow this, every freaking female you date, that's less for me.
Yeah,
so but that's the thing though. But that's the honor code of it all though.
Yes. Because that's what I don't get.
See, but that's my thing. I'll never fuck with that though. Nah, bro, couldn't do it. To literally sit there, marry a chick that my ex, like that's literally my homeboy's ex-girlfriend, and have this woman plaster every other time around the spot every other time. Nah, that's like literally shitting on my homeboy every waking moment. No, I couldn't do that. Nah.
So would you even date him? I ain't even saying marry him.
Not even date him. No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. But have you heard of this though? This.
No, you're the one that put it up to me.
You never heard of this?
That's some fuckery right there. I'm sorry.
I'm telling you, I've heard, and I've even heard them speak about it in these spaces where they okay it, and I'm like, am I the only one that's think that shit is weird? I had them belittle me for having this position.
Girl,
literally saying that like, nah, man, I don't think that's cool. And they was like, man, you crazy, Rico. You that's like, really? Y'all messing with each other's exes?
But you know what's funny though? I think another reason to that too though is because now that these guys are now realizing quote unquote a lot of these females could be cheaters and yo, it's like nowadays these guys don't care because like if they sit here and able to sit here and say, oh yeah, you can mess with my ex, that's basically sitting in that same sense because you're only qualifying her as a quote unquote hoe. So you may as well be like, yeah, go ahead. Oh, for bros. So he's like, and that's some sense of that whole thing. But it's like, other than that.
But that still got to come across as because for me, it still comes to, that's still a weird dynamic. And it comes across to me as, if you do it, I can't trust you. Yeah. And if you like God, like I tell you, like I said, I value my male friendships over a piece of tail. I'm not saying my wife, but just over a piece of tail. Because of the fact that it's harder to find dudes that you can really trust.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, man, me and Wally, we really tight. I've known this guy 10, 15 years. I trust him with my kids and my family. So when you break that, that's it. Nigga, you dead to me. So I would never do that to you. It would be like, I even had, and it's funny, right? I told you I don't have a problem with my wife traveling. But like if I came to your house and I had friends, I go to the house, I knock on the door and I say, is Wally home? And your wife or your girlfriend say, no, he's not here, Ricky, he went to the store. You can come in and wait. I'll be out in the car when he pull up. Because I don't ever want you to think anything. But I'm subconscious about that. I don't want you to, it's hard, like if my friend's wife asks me to do something, I'm calling you. Yo, Wally, what's up? I hate, the only thing I'll do is if I see her car broke down on the side of the road, I'll give her a ride. But I don't want you to ever look at me to think, because that shit happens in real life.
Right.
I get that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that's facts, though. That's facts. Yeah, that's facts. So that's just my point on it. But just to the fact of the level that this is how they moving out here, that just goes to tell you how sad that is, though. That just tells you how sad it is.
But that'll also tell you why, and we talk about the gender wars in a relationship, because I'm like, y'all be doing some crazy shit, messing with each other's exes. And then y'all was talking about the dating world is screwed up. Well, so now, if I'm messing with your ex, you know she gonna be talking all kinds of mad shit to me about you.
Exactly. Right? And that's another thing, because my thing is, even to that point, is like, this is the biggest reason why dudes should never deal with your homie's ex-girl, because God forbid, if you mess with her and y'all handle, y'all do your little thing, Now she's gonna compare y'all two together, and then she always gonna throw that shit in your face. Like, bro, no.
Yep.
Like, no, don't get me twisted. Like, hey, it is what it is. But my thing's at the end of the damn day, you do not want to be a tool of warfare and an ammo of weaponry for her. What the fuck are you doing?
Hey, Delord, if you still on the stream, hit the link. I had him drop it for you. But yeah, so that's why I said this. I just look at it in so many ways where you have the potential for a high level of messiness, fuckery. Now, next thing you know, I be hanging out with you, and you like, man, fuck that bitch. Hey, yo, Wally, you talking about my girl now? That's my girl. You know what I'm saying? So now me and you beefing, because I talk shit about all my exes. I don't want to be around nobody that she fucking with now, because I'm gonna call them all kinds of names.
Right.
So you just create so many. But I'm like, literally, they telling me that this shit's okay. I was like, I'm glad I came along late. But I'll tell you,
I'm glad I haven't reached that. I'm glad I haven't reached that place.
Yeah, be careful though. It's some young dudes out there that they believe what they say, hoes before bros, or just it ain't Karen is Karen and all kinds of shit like that.
I couldn't, because honestly, that's just too much bull crap for me. It's like it's too much messiness. That's too much underlining. I don't know.
And unfortunately too, it doesn't help that you got young ladies out here who will do that just as well. And I'll say some of the shit you gotta look at the shit's celebrated. Look at the reality shit. You see that happen on these reality TV shows, so it's even celebrated.
Yeah, because what? Now that you said it, because I know exactly a freaking mother-loving TV show right now that literally did that same shit. So
and then who was it? April Mason with the group, Omarion and
yes.
I'm like, what in the Joe Jackson shit is going on?
That's the craziness of it all, right? Because Omarion, out of the whole group, Omarion got betrayed the most. That's the crazy part.
But I don't see how his boy could do it and call himself your boy.
Exactly. That's my thing, though. It's like, oh my goodness.
It's crazy. It'd be like, dude, every time I see you, I want to put my foot in your ass. I don't even care if I want her ass. It's the respect. It shows a complete lack of respect.
After all these years, and then next thing knows, like, oh, it will just happen. Like, nah.
No, it don't. No,
that means it been happening a long time ago then. And you
and
always
you
was looking at her some
was
type of
running
way.
up in your ass when we was together.
Exactly. That's that buffoonery crap right there. Like, yo, that's that shadiness right there, bro. I can't do it.
Yeah. And I can tell you, like Cindy said, is again, so just so they don't think this shit ain't totally new, because it goes all the way back. Remember, like the Jackson, the girl had kids by two different brothers. I want to say it's Jermaine and Tito got the same baby mama.
Damn.
So I'm like, how the fuck your kids is cousins and sister brother at the same time? It's two of the Jacksons that got kids by the same chick.
Wow.
And that is no lie.
And here's another one, Rico. You know the movie Heartbreaks?
Heartbreak.
Yeah. It was with those five dudes that were
the five heartbeats or something.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
I think the 5 heartbeats, yeah.
Yeah, but it was a movie though. It was a movie. Yeah, because basically two of the dudes that were there, they were basically going after this one chick, but the other one got it. He was the other dude was pissed, and then the group sort of separated because one became a druggie, but he sort of became reformed through Christ and all that. Another one I think in the same place, and the other one's there. They eventually got it together, but it was a little bit heartbreaking.
Hey, Yella, hit the link. I want to ask you about this, about the because I know you might be able to know about that culture. Because I'm just curious, because I know I got made fun of for having a stance against it, and motherfuckers were like, "Nah, Rico, you old." I was like, "Well, we ain't doing that."
You know that tells you. Most of them, see, if that's the case, that means most of them ninjas that told you that, they never had their daddy tell them that shit, or they don't know no one that believes that type of code. Right. Because that's the only other way around it, Rico. That's the only other way. They've never been told that code before, and that's why they don't believe in that.
Because that's unacceptable.
That's just crazy.
That's unacceptable. But I mean, you know, and the bottom line is you got the girls that'll be out here, and I'm like, dude, I don't care nothing about her being a pass around. That don't make no difference to me.
Right.
If that's somebody's significant others, you know, unless, like I said, the closest I ever come to that's like, yeah, I ain't gonna never say that with the football team, we ain't run a train on some girl at the bottom of the stairs in the high school or something like that. But that's like, that was nobody's girlfriend or somebody else's girlfriend that ain't none of us fuck with. But if we supposed to be tight, nah.
Right, because when dudes say, because you know, hey, if it's been, cause like if you certified it, like, hey, you know, that's my chick, no one touch your chick. But when you don't say nothing, and it is what it is. We all know it's a group. It's like, all right, cool.
Right. And so you claim her, she claimed.
Yeah.
And my thing is, you say like you say, dudes worried about, oh man, it's you know, it ain't. I'm like, we never felt like it was a shortage of fucking women or pretty women. To me, it's like, why I gotta get Wally's ex? Because it's as pretty as she is, I can find 10 more that look like her that ain't none of y'all ever messed with. So I'm like, go mess with them. Don't mess with one that's affiliated with the group. That makes no sense, because you got a hard enough time with dudes.
Oh, Marcus, the devil's up. Let's go on.
Marcus might, yeah. Marcus probably know about that ideology.
Hell yeah.
What are you talking about?
The ideology of let me ask you this way. So do you subscribe to the ideology?
Well, first of all, how y'all doing? First of all,
I'm doing well, sir.
Okay, I'm good. Well, continue. My bad.
Okay, so we believe there's this ideology, this culture of young guys who believe it's acceptable if Wally broke up with his girlfriend 6 months ago, that you can start dating her later.
Is Wally my homie?
Yeah.
Then no.
Okay. So you are against it.
Yeah, I'm against it. But if that's where they find happiness, that's how they found happiness. But for me, I'm personally against it.
Okay, but do you know about young dudes that's saying that shit's okay?
I know some. I've heard of some, and I've seen some.
Okay, all right. Okay, good. Thank you. I'm not crazy, because I told you that. Thank you, Yellow.
What up, y'all? Can y'all hear me? Y'all hear me good?
What's up, Yellow?
What up? All right. Yeah, my bad.
You're a little bit low though.
Hold on. Let me turn it up. Turn it up just a little bit.
What's up, Yellow? How you doing, bro?
What about now? We better now?
Yeah, that's better.
That's better.
All right. What up, Marcus? Shit. What up, Wally? What up, Rico? I came in at tail end when you told me hit the link, and I'm assuming y'all talking about buddies fucking each other, girls and shit.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
So that's an ideology you've heard of, right?
Yeah, man. You don't fuck your buddies, girl.
Okay, thank you.
Especially if they were an ex, Yellow. If they were an ex.
I mean,
because technically, Rico, that's what you asked, Rico, is after they broke up.
Okay. This after they broke up. All right. Okay, hold on. Let me reconsider.
I guess it depends on how close you are with your homie. Then you know.
It depends on their relationship. You and your buddy can be cool. It depends on their relationship.
What do you mean? Okay, qualify, because I'm confused now.
I mean, I think we can all understand, like, it's some women that'll be excluded from your buddy, right? So we talking about like his ex-wife, ex-fiance, baby mama. It trickles down. Right. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like a trickle down. I think maybe
ex-wife's off limit. Ex-fiance,
ex-baby mama
off limits.
Yeah. Baby mama's off limits. Any one of them long-term relationships, like if she got pictures at the barbecue with the family and shit, I think that you know what I'm talking about. One of them were like they was like 7 or 8 years. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a little off limits. If you got a picture with them as a couple, you probably shouldn't be with her.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like if they showed up to your.
All right, so but there's a group that you won't smash. So tell me.
Oh yeah.
We're
All right, I give them 3 years. If they was together 3 years or less, it's fair game. Goddamn.
Okay,
it'll
so
be
now
3 years or less, and it's had to be 3 years after they break up. So if you want to put like a caveat to it, however long they was together, give them that amount of time after they broke up, and it maybe we could maybe I'll be fair. So if they was together 8 years, give her 8 years. If they don't get back together, then I guess she fair game.
Okay, so let me ask you this, right? Because for me, they just off period. But let me ask you this, okay? And that's a good qualifier, right? But I still don't say I agree with it, but that's a good qualifier. But let me ask you this: I'm gonna separate the smashing, right? Because I'm like, okay, maybe smash as opposed to relationship, because I would be more concerned about you getting in a relationship with an ex of mine more than I would if you just smashed her ass.
Right, like he was eyeballing her from the beginning or some shit like that.
Yeah, because again, like you said, me and you boys, and all of a sudden you fucking with my ex, and I'm like, okay, look, I might start talking grimy about her. She may start talking grimy about me, and that creates conflict. Because me and you still boys, and now that's your girlfriend, not somebody you just fucked.
Right. So to that point, right? Because based upon how we're describing this whole scenario, right? So let's say this then, right? So let's say I divorced my ex, right? But she was a cool ex. We just separated because we just understood that, you know, we're just different, yin yang, yo, all that. Good woman, nothing bad, no bad taste and no bad quality. My thing is from that point on, from that woman, is she dateable or no?
Your ex-wife?
Yeah.
No.
And I'm talking about as a good woman. I mean, literally. Like,
she's not dateable to me. She's your ex-wife.
Yeah,
no, because when we talk, because when you break down this one, because you saying like, you know, if you talking shit and all that, so I'm thinking like we talking about like, from a bitter relationship.
If she was your ex-wife, you made a commitment to love her forever, and I don't know what happened. I don't care. It's none of my business. Right. But y'all had a bond before God, family, and everybody. She's undateable to me. If me and you boys, because she's your ex-wife.
Right.
Just period. She could be great. She could be horrible. I don't care. To me, she's dateable to somebody else, but not to me, because me and you boys.
Right.
Okay. Of course, if you got kids with them, absolutely no.
Oh yeah.
But them my nieces and nephews.
Right. At that point, yeah.
Yeah, that's a real opportunity.
Yeah. So I mean, ex-wife, like Yella said, it just I definitely get that ex-fiance because it's a different level. And then anything long term, for me, any sort of relationship, I'm just going to just avoid it. I'm not going to say maybe in a drunken stupor I might not smash, but I'm definitely not going to get into a relationship with none of them. Because I'm concerned about like, look, I don't want there to be no conflict between me and my guy, especially if we really solid. Because it's hard to find some really solid dudes in life to really fuck with. And to me, that's never nothing I don't want to squander that over no piece of tape.
Right.
So that's why that's just my own personal reason. But I hear dudes now, they be like, shit, you broke up with her last week. They in her DMs. Niggas don't waste no time.
That's a fact.
They don't waste no time, and they be reckless and grimy as shit with it.
You just described Wally. You described Wally right now.
You fucking dead, nigga.
Wally waiting on her to post that.
Hey,
As soon as see that change her relationship status.
The nocturnal activity. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, look, Marcus, you be laying there. Look, I told you that nigga wasn't shit. I
told you. He lied.
Hey, he ain't lying though. He ain't lying. These niggas be on that. But check this out though, man. Since we own that though, and I've been kind of giving a big fuck you to all the traditional shit. Let's talk about that in traditional sense, right? Because if we look at it like, I don't want to like misquote the times or like, but like let's say like the medieval times or like way back when. Now, when you used to die in like battle, or some shit like that. Like say you be out hunting or some shit like that, and you get killed by a bear.
Mm-hmm.
Like your brother, your blood brother, was obligated to go marry your wife and take care of your family.
Yeah. And you know what? That's not even old, because in some cultures, I had a guy that worked for me 5 years ago. I think he's from Saudi. His wife died. He married her sister, because her sister, he had 5 kids, and she died giving birth to the last one. He married her and was fucking his sister and got her pregnant with a new baby that was like younger, and she was now raising her nieces and nephews as their mama with the new baby. So, you know, it still occurs even in some cultures today. And that's what I knew about personally, but I was like, and I feel like, what the fuck? You know, I couldn't wrap my head around it, you know, being American. But, you know, I was like, I guess.
Yeah, it's definitely some non-American shit. Big Rig, what's good, brody?
Big Rig.
Big Rig Slash.
What's good, y'all?
Hanging in there, fella.
Yeah, man.
I just wanted to chime in real quick on the whole dating thing. I think that what Yella said, I've never heard it said like that before, and that was kind of slick. That was kind of cool. But
Me too,
nah, it was though. I've never heard it put like that. You know what I'm saying?
He said if it took 3 years, wait 3 years after.
Yeah, I mean that's, you know, that was pretty slick. You know what I mean?
Tell her, look, man, y'all been broke up long as y'all was together. Now you mad at me?
You cut out.
Come on, man.
Right. And looking at it that way, I mean, I feel where you coming from. Put it that way, but I'm still more on the stance where Rico is, man. I'm not with it. You know what I'm saying? I've also had like a couple of my partners, you know, they girls kind of would get a hint like it was all good or whatnot. You know what I mean? I don't take that bait. You know what I'm saying? I'm not with that. And because I don't know, it just ain't a good look for me. I just don't think it's a good look. You know what I mean? For myself. But I did really like the way that was put though, because, you know, shit, fuck, you know, a lot of people, you know, they be with people and you know, they break up whatnot, and they could be broken up a few months, a year or whatever. Next, you know, they still fucking around. You know what I'm saying? So if y'all really been, you know, out the water for like, you know, a couple years and shit, you know, hey, especially the timing that y'all had together, you know what I mean? That means it's really over with. You feel me? It's finished. So I couldn't be mad at that. And then when Rico, you said something about the smashing or having a relationship.
Right. Because that to me is the
ooh-wee.
You know, it's like, you know,
I would still feel the same way, man. But if it was me on the other side or something, you know, maybe a smash or something, you know, I could kind of take that with a grain of salt. But you actually like trying to be in a relationship and you know all that type of shit, you know, and kind of how Yella said the whole thing. If you got pictures with, you know, them as a couple and shit, you know what I mean? You kind of a cold dude. You know what I'm saying? But
we all know you take those pictures.
Big red flag. She just popped the X out and shit. She cut it.
That's some cold shit. But really, you know, but on that though, yeah, I would still, yeah, I could take the smash with a grain of salt, man. People, whatever. I could take that, but I can't take the relationship shit, man. You know what I mean? I can't take that.
Right. Okay. Yeah, he got me.
That was just my spill on it. But my phone finna die, man. I gotta charge my shit. Just y'all was kind of cooking, bro. So I had to, you know, run some shit real quick, man, and give my spill on it, man. I like that little topic right there, real quick.
Well, thank you for jumping in and giving us, because you definitely brought it right to where we were at. And spot on the money. But definitely glad we could talk about this and sort of like just put that out there in the atmosphere, because these boys, they're gonna do what they're gonna do anyway. Hopefully somebody will hear it and think about it.
Absolutely. And it's good to have different points of view on the shit. You know what I'm saying? And it gives you something to think about.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that time that they was together and letting that shit, you know, that might be a new one. You know what I'm saying? But hey, man, y'all be good, man, and I'm gonna stay. You know what I'm saying, in the chat, man, and peep gang, man.
Yes, sir.
Peace out, baby.
Hey,
Yeah,
now I
but
got
that's definitely Yellow. That's you need to trademark that shit. That shit.
Basically, Yellow has a 2-year layaway plan.
yeah, man. Saying it's like, you know, no tampering. We all know sports.
But-
You can't
but
tamper
the
with
way-
somebody where they. Yeah, no
The thing, I think what threw me off was the first time, like I said, and then I was on the panel and everybody was like, "Oh, you crazy." They just made it seem like, "Oh, fuck it, you break up with her last night, we smashing the next day." I'm like, "What?" And they
That's
was
so
pushing,
you.
they was
No, I'm
pushing
sorry, my
like the bros before hoes, sharing is caring shit. I'm like, how the fuck y'all do some shit like that, knowing the nigga was emotional,
Yeah,
and you just
That's
gonna
right.
dig his old lady out the next week? You dirty
That show you what type of niggas is out here, though,
Right.
man. That show you what type of dirty ass niggas out here,
Right.
bro. That's
Give
why I
that
give
nigga
a Rick.
a chance to let his heart heal or something. You know what I'm saying? He was riding with Shorty, and just because my belief is like one or two things. If I catch you, so what? Well, you know, that's on her. That's on her. Okay, she's a hoe. So what, nigga? You got to be a hoe ass nigga? Because she's a hoe?
See, the old me would have got into a fight before back in the day,
Right,
but
because
now I
my
just learned not
thought
to.
is I tell a dude this. One or two things occurred. Either you was always wanting to fuck her while we was together, or y'all was already fucking.
Yep.
Right.
So at that point, just like I'm done with that bitch, I'm done with you.
Yo, punk ass.
I'm done with you,
Hey,
nigga.
and even if y'all wasn't, I'm gonna assume that y'all was doing both.
Exactly.
I'm assuming. And
That part,
you gonna
that
take
part.
You in, fuck you.
You can't prove to me you wasn't. So fuck you.
Them, that show you some snake ass niggas out here, bro. That's why it's like, look, man, and that ain't, and then that's where my energy was at. Like these nasty ass niggas, we can come back to that shit every time. These nasty ass ninjas out here, for real.
And my
You know what I'm
thing
saying?
is I ask you like this, Yellow, right? I'm like this. I ain't even trying to seem like I'm such a thirsty ass nigga that like, ooh, I just can't wait till he drop his bitch and I'm gonna jump on him. Like, nigga, I got more game than that. Even if I am gonna run at her, I don't have to run at her that soon.
I don't even be wanting to compliment my boy's woman, like
No.
for real and shit. I might think like her whole fit fly or some shit she out there. Like, I could be like, I don't even see her.
Yep.
Oh, your wife, my bad.
They invisible to me. Facts.
I get you right there. But here go. Look, real quick though, because I don't know if our Sean came and be finna end it or what. But I got one more, right? Since we own this.
Okay.
I got one for y'all, right? So this scenario a little different though, because
Hey, real quick, go ahead and do your thing, man, because I'm driving. Go ahead, rock it out.
Okay, cool. I got you. So let's look at the scenario, right? We all seen The Best Man, right?
Mm-hmm. The movie, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I see where you going with this.
Yeah,
I already know.
right.
I already know.
Yeah.
So you about to marry your
That's
girl.
right.
You about to marry your girl,
Mm-hmm.
and you find out
True.
homie smashed in college. You wedding night before the wedding. Still going through with it?
I don't know, bro. I don't think so.
Oh my god.
Hold on, that's the phone. I'm gonna let y'all have it. Hold on, I'll be right back. Hold on.
See, that's that type of shit.
Right. Yeah, because now, because like you got a lot of different layers you need to peel on that onion. You know, you the first thing you want to go into was, well, this was before our relationship. But then the part that brings you into pause is you got to wonder why neither one of them told you until then. You know what I'm saying? Or did they tell you, or did you find out? You know what I'm saying? So, because like I said, and a lot of times in these circumstances, you start having level issues of trust. It's like, wait a minute, I'm supposed to trust you. We get ready to get married, Why the hell is the night before I'm finding out you smashed dude? You should have told me that way back at the beginning of the relationship. You or him or both of y'all. And nigga, you my best man. It ain't, I mean, was the pussy so bad you forgot it was her? Come on. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of layers to the onion you gotta peel. Because normally you could say, look, if y'all did that back in college and I wasn't with you, I don't care because I know you was fucking somebody. It just happened to be my guy. But I think if he's my guy, the minute he knows I'm dating you, he's supposed to say something to me. Because if any of my guys ever came like, dude, you know I used to fuck with. It's just that simple. I ain't got to go no more into it. Nigga, hey, yo, Yella, I used to fuck with Shorty. She good, whatever. Y'all rock out. But I'm telling you, because I don't want that to come up later. In pillow talk, somebody else in her family might have known or anything. You gotta do a full disclosure. Because if not, it looked like, oh, nigga, y'all was probably still smashing.
Right.
Those are the things you leave open when you don't give full disclosure. Now, normally, I ain't gonna tell you none of my business. But if you fucking with anybody I used to fuck with, I got it. Even if I fucked her just one time, I don't care. I hit it. She told me my dick was too small, but I did hit it, and that's that. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the case may be.
I hit it first. Ray J, I hit it first.
Right.
Man, Margaret, he still ain't let that shit go, bro.
I'm gonna give it Ray J.
Hey, but I can't blame him, Yella. If they're gonna talk shit, you better have the receipts, and he had the receipts, so I can't blame him.
Let that shit go, bro.
Right.
Hey, get a check from it, Yella. Get a check from the Kardashians.
Yeah. That best man thing, though, that's
that's a good point.
That's
Marcus, you going through with it, bro?
Man, boy, that was a hitter right there, boy.
What you doing, Wally? You going through with it?
Bro, what y'all doing? Wally, Marcus, you going through with it?
Wait. Re-answer the question again.
You found out your fiance slept with your boy. You found out your fiance slept with your best man.
Your best man.
In college. I forgot he had his best man, which is your boy. That's your boy.
Yo, you did like your brother or your best homie that's a brother.
Right.
Yep.
But you picked
That's your man's. Yep. So
you getting married.
You getting murdered. Shout out to B9. You getting murdered.
Are you getting married?
You going through with
it? Honestly, man. Oh man, bro. That would be so much to think about because I have to really put in the scenario of how much years this has been, all this bullcrap and everything else. But my thing is, because that would be heavy for me. And then to top of the law, if I have kids with her, sheesh.
No, it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow.
I know.
But that's the thing. That's
tomorrow.
I know.
Man.
My only issue with
I ain't gonna lie.
The fact that he
smashed. If I were to find out in that moment,
hold on,
that he said what they end up telling me at that moment in time, right as we getting married. On one side, I'm punching my homie in the face, and then from there, I'm walking the fuck out, like dead ass here.
To me, them smashing.
I would have pulled a Steven Jackson, and I've been like, I didn't sign no shit. I didn't sign no prenup. You didn't do nothing for me. I'm out, and I'm taking one of the bridesmaids.
All right, now, fellas.
Oh shit,
fellas, let's keep it real now, okay? All right, because we talking a little out of turn. First of all, you know your heart's gonna be in it. You don't propose to this woman. You get ready to get married, so it ain't gonna be just no quick like, oh, I don't love that bitch no more. Nah, nigga, you about to marry this woman, so you know your heart's there. So you can't even act like your heart. She got your heart in her hand at that moment. So my issue isn't the fact that they smashed. My issue is, can I trust this motherfucker? Because they waited till now to tell me. I could be still in love with her.
Right.
But I'm still like, man, you should have told me from Jump Street. That's it. I don't give a fuck. You probably have fucked 1,000 motherfuckers. I don't care about that. I ain't tripping off no body count and that other bullshit. Just don't tell me no shit like that. Don't hold it. How long did y'all two niggas know this and have me around? That's what I don't like. It's like, I don't want to think y'all been laughing behind my back and shit. Right. We got this little secret. Everybody might have been talking. You know he used to fucking. I want to know that information too. When motherfuckers start talking about me, and I can handle the rest. But if you ain't gonna do that, that's hard. But I know I love her. So don't act like y'all ain't gonna love her now. This is the night before the wedding, motherfuckers. This is the night before the wedding. That ain't gonna be no easy turn off.
Ain't no up and fuck that. Like I said, I'm crying first.
You done dropped a bunch of bread. You might done
I'm
dropped.
start crying.
Look, you done put 20 stacks on the wedding, right?
I'm start crying, nigga.
Oh man,
You done slept with this thing. First of all, I know my boy. And if I know my boy, it's like, oh
yeah. You tell your boy, look. You tell your boy, after this wedding, I'm going home and I'm gonna fuck your bitch.
Hey, I gotta get it. I gotta get my lick back, nigga.
Because look, Yella, you done dropped 20 bands on the wedding. So you like, oh shit, I gotta walk away from all this bread. You ain't getting none of that back. So you better think. You better think.
Yeah,
y'all might have moved in together. By then, y'all done
something.
moved in together. You done dropped 10 bands on a ring, another 20 bands on the wedding. That's a lot.
See, that's that bullshit right there. that's that BS right
bullshit.
there.
That's a lot.
God.
It ain't that easy.
I was just talking to one of the guys at work. He just proposed this girl yesterday. And he's sitting there talking about, yeah, that's why I'm at work now. I got to pay for this wedding. And I was like,
yes.
You know. I told y'all I'm on this fuck traditional shit, right? So I'm trying to kick tradition in the dick right now. So traditionally the father's supposed to,
right.
Traditionally the father's supposed to pay for the bride is supposed to pay for the wedding.
Right.
Yeah.
But he probably
that's usually that's Wally. That's usually
it,
tradition, Wally.
Exactly.
That's usually tradition.
But you say motherfucker daddy ain't around ain't to do shit.
So you said
Yeah.
Daddy ain't around like most of us have.
Especially in especially in all the I've seen it a lot like in like the Jewish weddings and stuff, and I've seen it like in certain white weddings. It's always the dad that like whips out his checkbook.
Yeah,
be like,
well, you better get you a white woman.
Nah, I'm good.
You get a sister or a Latina, motherfucker. You get a sister or a Mexican.
I'm gonna pass on that. Listen, if I need someone to do my taxes, I'm gonna hire a
white
woman.
You're getting married to it, man. What you can keep that for your wedding?
You get a sister. You go to the courthouse. You get a Mexican. We doing it in the yard.
And we get a donkey. We get a donkey too.
Yeah, you know how many backyard weddings I went to, and all them couples still together. You know how many big weddings?
The taco man.
Hey,
or you gonna pay for it? Because that's how I had to do it. And like I said, that shit set me back 20 bands.
Let me take out a loan.
Yeah, and I got a cheap one, and that shit was 20 bands. I was like, God damn.
Ain't no wedding.
They going now close to 40.
20 grand?
Yeah, they won 40.
Right, so look, let me tell you how I'm breaking down 20 grand for a wedding.
I did 20 for 75 people. That's it.
See,
that was no big.
This is my financial breakdown for a $20,000 wedding, right? $100 on the wedding ceremony, $19,900 on the fucking ceremony. God damn it, we gonna turn the fuck up in this thing. And I mean, look, we getting, like you said, we gonna have the wedding in the house, and then we gonna have a parade to like somewhere else.
Yeah.
And we ain't gonna throw the biggest, dumbest fucking. I'm going to jail that night because they gonna call the police. I'm going crazy. 19,000. You know what I can do with 19,000 for nothing? Just to throw away at a party? Shit. I've done worse with less.
Don't forget when you try to you reserve a nice spot too. Shit, that's one.
But you gotta understand, that's not high end. That's low end.
I know.
The middle is 40K. 40 to 50 is middle.
Yeah, I heard 50.
50 is middle. Low end, I was like, I ain't going no more than this. Fuck this shit. This is my limit.
50K?
Yeah, that's middle. In 50K.
I'm not the only motherfucker.
Ain't no way.
I gotta pay.
Oh,
It's
yes,
two
you
other
do.
motherfuckers getting. It's we getting a bunch of people
Rico,
married.
50K? Ain't no way.
Oh yeah.
Nah, fuck that. 50K, that shit gonna be like a fight card, nigga. It's gonna be undercard marriages, goddamn it. My shit's gonna be
Rico.
It's gonna
In
be
the
a
blue
bunch of
corner,
motherfuckers.
we have
Yeah,
Wally
yeah.
standing out of Florida. In the red corner, we got out of Chicago, Yellow Pill Coffee.
Shit, that shit's gonna be undercard. That shit's gonna be undercard fucking weddings. Goddamn
So,
it. It's gonna be
so now
Hernandez
imagine,
getting
right?
married over
Now
here.
imagine you the night
The French
before you doing a median. So you know you done put out 45K, damn near 50K. And you gonna walk away from that? Cause you ain't getting none of that money back. You don't have to get married, but you ain't getting their motherfucking dollar back.
Oh, we kicking.
See, that's why I always say, to me, it don't mean matter. See, that's why you already know the moment you spend that, it's gone.
It's
You
gone.
gotta know that for the facts.
It's gone.
But all that money split everywhere else, you already know that bit gone.
But now you know she got her guts dug up by your best man, though. So
And that's the fuckery of it all, right
you
there.
gotta consider all that shit, right?
Yeah, he wrote a book about it. So that pussy was good. He wrote a book about it.
So, again, you just got to take that L, because I'm like, that's a lot of motherfucking bread to walk away from. And you ain't got nothing to show for it, and you didn't have the wedding, and you didn't have the party. Bitch, we getting married. I might divorce your ass next year, but I'm getting this bread worth, like you said, they said.
Get him money. No, get married and then divorce her for infidelity.
Well, bottom line, look, we might get married, and I might straight out start fucking around on you. You know what I'm saying? But we gonna go through it.
I'm cheating on you that night.
The only messed up
Hey,
thing was
Yellow,
the fact that
Yellow,
you
have
wait
big.
guys go out,
Fuck
though.
you,
That's messed
fuck you. You're cool. Fuck you. I'm out.
But that's
I'm petty, bro. I'm petty, bro.
I can't be mad at that. I can't be mad at that,
bro. I'm going to fuck an auntie or some shit like that. I ain't even gonna fuck one of your cousins.
Nah, you know what's better, bro? I know what's the most petty thing? It's fucking your girl's enemy. The bad chick, the other bad chick that's her rival. That's being petty.
Okay, so we can all agree we all going through with that shit.
It depends on what they do.
You gonna walk away from that money?
How much money? How much money?
That's $50,000.
We go with the median, right?
That ain't enough. That ain't enough.
You going with the median? $50,000.
Why gotta be the minimum? Why you gotta lowball this? Rico, why you gotta lowball it?
Marcus, you didn't get your white girl. Her daddy didn't pay it.
I don't give a shit.
You gonna walk away from
Yeah, you better, Marcus, you better be rich. Hey, Marcus, you better have, wait, let's see, 50,000. You better have $500K in the bank right now.
Ain't no way in hell you walking away for no 50,000. Nah.
I've turned down something like that.
You ain't turning it down. You spent it. Ain't nobody offering you 50,000. It came out your pocket.
Yeah, hey, listen, money when it's that much lump sum, it sounds too good to be true, but it usually is too good to be true.
I'm not walking away for no $50,000. But
yeah, you are.
I'm gonna get that pussy that night.
If that's gonna be the case, I need
You paid Marcus. You paid $50K for
Let
your
me
wedding.
calculate this shit real quick.
You walking away from that?
Is it like a 50K where it's like I leave your daughter? Is that what I mean?
No. He's saying right. He ain't saying like a bag of that's got 50K in it. He's saying you've paid for the wedding, like you paid for the venue expenses,
yes, the
food,
cake,
all that
the
other shit.
decorators,
Yeah.
all that shit cost.
Mm-hmm. And then you find out this shit happened.
You get none of your money back. Right?
No, I'm definitely leaving. I'm still leaving the chick.
You gonna leave $50,000 that you content with just I threw away $50,000.
You basically trying to tell me I gotta sell my dick and my soul for 50K.
Bro, I'm gonna say it like this.
I sell my dick for less.
That's the problem. That's what makes us different, Rico. You general USDA beef. I'm prime rib.
Rico be like, well, what you got on you?
Who paying 50?
Well, how much you got on you?
I ain't never got paid that much.
I'm gonna say it like this: if I'm spending $50K, I need 100 times that in the bank account, which means I need $5 million in the bank to walk away from this.
Yeah,
Hey, if I got $5 million in the bank, I can walk away. Other than that, shit, I'll lock it in.
Yep. Even if it's for short term, it could be short term. But nah, I'm gonna see that 50K get burnt up and get used. Cause see, when you walk away, you don't have the party. You don't get none of the gifts. I'm like, nah, we gonna do this shit because bitch, we get
part
a lot
of that
of
50K
gifts.
is the food too. Shit, me,
The food.
I'm
You
pissed.
done paid for all that shit, and you walk away from it. They be like, thank you. Them caterers don't care.
Exactly.
The people who
Caterers
willing
still get
to give
paid.
you up, they be like, thank you. We don't care. We're giving you nothing back. Can I have a little bit back since we didn't have it? No, sir. Non-refundable. Not a dime. Nah, I'm not. Nah, we gonna get married, and like you said, I might cheat on your ass the next day, but we gonna go through.
I'm about to be pissed for a whole year.
Yeah. Now, if her father paid for it, I'd be like, fuck it, that's on him.
Oh hell yeah!
That's on him.
That's the scapegoat right there. That's the scapegoat.
Hey, if he paid for it, but that's only with a white girl. But like I said, with everybody else, nah, bro. You marry a sister, a Mexican,
you marry that, you pay that big yourself.
Yeah, and that's just that expensive. Well, you gotta consider it. Shit, I tell my daughter, you get married, you better go to the fucking courthouse. I paid for your mother. That motherfucker better pay for yours. I don't believe in that tradition shit, but that is true. The father's supposed to pay for it.
See, that's the whole thing,
tradition.
right? Most of our
but like and like you said, that's only
we're
with
not having in business in some cases.
certain communities that still do it. You know, maybe Jewish, white kids if they got the money, but the rest of them, nah.
Typical.
Shit, nah. So Arshawn, you gonna walk away from that 50? Shit. We gonna be married for that week.
The whole life of life.
I'm getting that. It might not last but a week.
I agree with that. I see what he's saying.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm not saying to stay with her. I'm just saying I'm gonna see to it that I'm gonna get something out of that 50K.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying to stay with her. Yeah.
Gotta recoup my payment.
I gotta try to get some of it back, right? Is it wrong for me to try to get some of it back?
Hell no, I'm saying.
I'm like, look, I'm gonna get this ass tonight. There's a bunch of gifts that's gonna come in, so I'm getting half that shit. Matter of fact, I'm trying to take all the cash envelopes I'm stealing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? There are some ways that I'm trying to get something. You got a $50,000 wedding, you should get some nice gifts.
Hell yeah.
And you get
the
a lot of
thing
money.
is they won't leave you the receipt though.
Yeah.
They be like, this shit trash. I'll just take the receipt.
And everybody that comes to your wedding gonna hate you next month when you leave her ass, right?
Right.
$500 didn't last a month. Like, nigga, I had to get my money back from somebody.
Everybody's expensive ass gift.
I took an L. We all taking the L. Fuck this shit.
Exactly. Shit.
Everybody gonna
lie to, goddammit. We all lose.
You gotta look at it that way, Marcus. You gotta think smartly.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I'm trying to warn you. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to warn you so that in the future, when you find the future Mrs. Marcus, and she's the love of your life, and she's just the cat's meow. If in fact you find out the night before that Wally smashed, just go ahead and go through with it. Get your money's worth.
No, fuck that.
That's
fuck
a white
that.
girl. If it's a white girl, fuck her daddy.
No. Listen, I do not adhere to this message passed by Rico at all.
You're gonna be like, Marcus gonna be
At
like
all.
this. God damn it, Wally got me again.
Yeah. No, the day that happens, pigs will fly, chickens could talk. You know, the ice, solar caps would be melted off. You know,
Wait a minute. Look. You can. I tell you what. I help you get through the pain, Marcus.
That's even worse because I don't know how to have to deal with your crazy ass.
I'm gonna help you get through the pain. According to Yella, as long as they've been apart, longer than they've been together, since you get married, it's okay. jealous for lots. They only smashed for one night. They've been apart for a year, so it's okay.
Hell no.
See what I'm saying? But I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, the only pain is it's the lack of them not telling.
Right.
You keep
No
some shit
trust.
like that
No
from
trust
your
in
brother.
communication.
That just means you hide in secret.
Hell yeah.
And
what
you got
else to lie to me about next?
Yeah.
That's like the old saying. It's like a lie of omission is still a lie.
Yeah. Secrets are just not good. That's just never good to have a relationship full of secrets. You can't trust their ass. Whew.
I mean, God forbid, you gotta trust them with your bank account. Hell no.
Yeah.
I mean,
you can't
I can't trust you. God forbid I get injured. How the freak you gonna support me now? I don't got no job, so shit, I ain't gonna plug you in my bank account. Hell no. Can't trust your ass.
That's true. Well, gentlemen, this was good. It went longer than what I thought. I appreciate y'all giving me the opportunity to come up. I'm gonna have to drop off and get me a cold cocktail.
You better get a hearse too.
And I will see y'all on these YouTube streets at the next one, sir.
All right.
Nice chopping it up with you guys.
Peace
All
out.
right, Arshawn.
Oh man. What's going on with the rest of y'all?
Nothing much, bro. I just saw y'all were live. I missed it because earlier you guys had like a panel of like 8 or 10 people earlier.
Nah, it was a war fest up in here, Marcus.
I missed it. What happened? Because I saw like Mandrell and then pull up, so I was like, oh shit.
Yeah,
You know,
no, that wasn't where the war fest was. It was mostly with AR and Yellow.
AR and who?
AR and Yellow. It was a war fest up in here.
What about I saw Simon in the chat and I saw Simon go at it. That's funny.
Yeah,
With the
you
AR.
know what happened over there at
Red Lipstick?
Red Lipstick Vibes. Yeah, that whole commentary.
Yeah, you should have seen me in the chat. I was making people laugh like a motherfucker.
Yeah, because that was the whole fuckery of him saying what he had said, and then of course just overall commentation he made earlier.
Yeah, no, I seen like I gotta rewatch the replay because I saw there was like 8-10 people, but I didn't get a chance to see.
Yeah, because
exactly
at the time it was me. I think Yellow's still there for the time being. Arshawn, M3, Intentional Soapbox.
Yeah, I saw them. Yeah, AR and then Mandrell.
Yeah, I think Mandrell came in, and then also Rico's still here. And Mandrell came in, but then slowly people started coming off, but they had to go somewhere.
Yeah, it was like 6.5 hour stream. I was like, bro. I think it's like the longest stream Arshawn's had.
Yeah, no, but I think because because at the time of the conversation, it was probably decent here and there, but there was also some space because YouTube was being a bunch of buttholes because Arshawn was sharing some.
Yeah, Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
What's up, Arshawn?
What up, Critically Sober? How you feeling, bro?
Man, just chilling, bro. I just saw y'all were going live. I was like, oh, Arshawn, he's live. Let me go show some support. Let me come
I
by.
had, some things I was trying to do, but so many people came up. I didn't want to just end the stream because Mr. He said it just came up as soon as I was getting ready to run out the door. So I'm out and about, but let me just check in real quick because everybody seems to be slowing down. But this is not my longest. It was almost 8 hours, but it was music on Twitch.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's what's up. Jesus.
Yeah, but
No wonder y'all be getting monetized so quickly over there.
it's cool over there, man. You only have to get 50 followers. So you only have to have 50 followers and like 50 hours or something like that. It's pretty easy.
Oh, for real? That's nothing
Yeah.
compared to what YouTube makes you go through.
Exactly. That's why I couldn't understand why everybody wants to do it.
See, that's the thing of it all, right? It's like, and that's
Hey,
why I'm not considering
Arshawn, I had a question for you and Yella. I don't know if Wally's on Twitch either, but let me turn this down real quick. So on Twitch, can you play music while you're doing stuff, or like if you're on the panel and stuff?
Fuck you wanna do?
Yeah.
But they won't take you down because like the music copyright shit.
No, that's what I'm saying. I played an entire stream, 8 hours of just playing music.
Bro,
and that's why I have to like be diligent enough to read Twitch, because every time I be reading is like what they say. I need to reread that stuff because I be looking at Twitch too weird, so it's like, damn.
Man, y'all come holler at your boy, man. Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, yeah, but I'm considering. I am considering switching over. I'm just waiting. I'm just trying to get a bigger, system to strengthen up.
What's the
Are you using StreamYard?
Y'all got Patreon?
No.
I don't.
How you on StreamYard right now? Wow.
About to say, yeah. All you got to do is just add that extra little button in your StreamYard or your Melon or your Restream, and you're streaming the both at the same time until you build up a thing.
Oh no, well, I've been using Restream, so I can definitely stream the both for free. So I don't worry about that.
And if we were doing that right now, that is something we can do. But Ixnay, because that's against the old regs.
Right. But I don't care about no. I don't care about no rules. I'm breaking all of them.
Yeah. Hey, Arshawn, how long ago has it been since you've been on Twitch?
I want to say March, or because I know January is when I started YouTube for myself. I think March is when I started streaming to Twitch, or February, one of either February or March. But I think by May I was monetized. So I mean, it was only 50 people. I only needed 50 people.
Yes.
What about you, Yellow?
Man, I've been on Twitch since March 21.
So basically like 6 months.
No, March 2021. Like
shit, like a year and a half then.
Yeah, like a year and a half. And that's cold. Like that's just like I just started cold streaming. I got into a couple streams and I just started. But see, I found the system. Like I got monetized in like 6 weeks, 5-6 weeks. Cause it's so simple. It's like all you need is like certain amount of days and shit like that. And a certain amount of hours.
Yeah.
And them followers. And it ain't shit. And the barrier to entry is so better. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how to describe it really. Vocab's a little fucked up. I am inebriated right now. Well, I'm trying to explain it. But like, yeah, like I ain't trying to be like that, because I ain't knocking nobody on YouTube, because your grind is your grind, wherever you choose to grind at. And there's folks chugging away. But if they just learn to adapt, they will be in so much more of a better position. See, YouTube is for the consumer. Twitch is for the streamer. Twitch is for the people that watch and do this. They try to do that over on YouTube, but it don't really work like that, because it's more built for the consumer. Twitch is a culture. That's why Bree said you still got to lean into Twitch culture. Twitch is a culture for streamers. That's most people who watch Twitch stream. Everybody who watch us stream. Most of the people that watch us, I ain't gonna say everybody, but most of the people that watch us stream. The raid function that enables that type of networking and community build. So get y'all ass on over there sooner rather than later.
I don't blame him. Because the funny thing is, you said something similar about that, but the way they do it is wonky.
Because if that's the case, that's you. No disrespect to YouTube, but they're out there, YouTube agents, but they overwork you, they overload you with so much shit, and it's like just to get to that first, it's to that point where it's like, so y'all really be trying to do this to people like Twitch is still more beneficial. And the Twitch game was getting big. What, like about 10 years ago or so? That's when the Twitch game was really exploding up, and so that's why people kept jumping over there instead of YouTube. And those people got hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of subscribers to their channels now. Some of these dudes that are like, men and women that are gamers. And I'm like, bruh. And they be selling all their merchandise. They be selling their Patreon shit. They be selling some other stuff there. Oh, I was like, bro.
Yeah, I feel you, Bree. I feel you. I done had some shit raids the last couple streams, man. I had some shit raids. I gotta pick better. I gotta vet better when I'm picking my.
What do you mean by that? What happened?
Like I'll be trying to. Sometimes I'll try to go into somebody new, and like when you raid on somebody else's channel, you're basically taking all your viewers and going over to somebody else's stream. Sometimes motherfuckers just will ignore your shit. Now, in certain circumstances, I try to give them benefit of the doubt, right? So if I see you got like 1 viewer or 2 viewers, but you're doing this kind of format, I'm gonna assume that you're more or less over on the YouTube side. You might not understand what a raid is. So I try to give them the benefit of the doubt. Sometimes. However, some motherfuckers just ignore the raids altogether. And that's how you get your ass roasted in the chat. Bree said, I don't give a fuck. I'm shouting out my raid. Dropping Tigo business. Hell yeah. They made 200 off a raid. Oh, shit.
What's a raid though? When you say raid, what is that?
It's when you like, okay, so say if Arshawn was about to end his stream right now, he would take his viewers and he would go to somebody else's channel. So it's like we just basically.
Oh, I get you.
Everybody just running up in the room. You know what I'm saying?
Just bombarded you, basically raided you.
Right. We in here, and that's a way to network. Because then that streamer usually shouts out the person who led the raid, and then most people who follow. I mean, most people who come in with the raid. A lot of times, those people follow. So, like, it helps. You know what I'm saying? Their community, that person's community gonna follow you. You know what I'm saying? And vice versa.
I feel you.
Say, but they may follow and sub and throw bits. That's how you make money. Mm-hmm. Yep. We over here where the money reside, where the money reside, where the money reside, where the money reside. You boys and fries, where the money reside. You fries, where the money reside. Hey. So you really got to work the rate and capitalize off new viewers. Yeah. And they give you like little incentives and shit too. To raid. Like you get achievements. You got streamer achievements. That's like, that make way more sense than YouTube. Like the shit you would have to do to get monetized on YouTube. By the time you do all that on YouTube, you would be accomplished so much fucking shit. On Twitch, it's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? You would have accomplished so much.
Yeah,
that Twitch game sounds strong as fuck.
So going back to because my thing is like seeing from what everything else, and then going back to like Twitch for a little bit, and then seeing Rashad, I'm like, God damn, this dude picked up like 1.1K. Like, what the heck is going on here? Like,
and yo, Yella, and you add your Cash App and all the PayPal stuff on your Twitch too.
Just in my name. That's what Noah was saying. So I love how Yella's name is his Cash App, even on other streams. Hey man. I am for the streets.
Get that money, get that paper.
By any and all means.
Yeah, I just saw that. Thanks for reminding me, Nova. Thank you. Had to remove that. Remove that immediately.
Did him dirty. Did him dirty.
All right.
Said, let me divest from this conversation.
Ain't that Ain't that okay. Gotcha. That's all right. This is that stream of abuse that we talking about.
Basically, this is war.
All right. So this is abuse of power. That's all. He a tyrant. Like that's really.
That's cool. It usually happens to most men. Power corrupts.
Yep, absolute power corrupts. Absolutely.
Absolute power corrupts.
Yeah, you know what time it is. Yep, trash. Type of person. He's a horrible person.
Well,
Bree will not sit in the chat and slander me. What in the world?
what the freak? Rashad's trash for this
That's
man's
co-signed by Nova? Nova?
What are you trying to say?
So I'm trash for having a man panel?
Yep. Everybody.
Last time I checked, the link's been in half the time.
No, that's called Arshawn. It's called misandry.
Exactly. Too much damn misandries. This is was too much.
I'm getting that because I support
Well,
you.
you didn't get him on the platform.
Only person other than her sister that Bree ever has on is men. So she can't talk about me and testosterone because all her panels are men panels. She got the biggest testicles in the room.
Man, y'all be having too much of those.
She said she like 6'8".
It's the same notion on the flip.
That's the camera version. That's the camera trick.
She said, Bree said she runs a Bible study over there.
Yeah.
I've been doing about hell.
That's all right. I'm with y'all, chat. Yeah.
Hey yo, yellow, my bad. Yellow, my bad on your last stream over there when I said the whole my bad for the booty plugging comment. Because you're like, I fucking hate Marcus.
Yeah, man, because you just said that shit out of nowhere.
Oh, man, I couldn't help it.
Yeah, Quantum, I'm over there. Yeah, baby. Yeah, come on through.
I still couldn't believe you had Poetic Flacco there, though. I was like, that's really him.
Black Extreme Geek Gang Bang. That's messed up. But y'all see the name. I had to change the name real quick. You know. There you go. That's gonna be forever my name now. Y'all gonna be some damn haters. Sorry. Nah, but I see.
That was dirty.
His stream got double fisted.
Wow. Protect my stream. Wow.
You should ask his stream on this dog. What did you touch?
What is going on?
I really don't know.
Oh damn! I was the last one. I was the last one here. That's fucked up. No, I wasn't the last one. Was I the last one? Yeah, I was the last one. Shit.
You wasn't the last one.
You never want to go last.
Yeah, you was the last one.
But last as far as what exactly?
I mean, well, I was here earlier. Did that count?
Yeah, you good. You good. You were here earlier. You right.
All right,
Mark
cool.
was the last
I just came back for seconds. I'm
That's
even
right.
worse. That's fucked up.
Second turn on the turn.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, that is kind of nasty.
Yeah, there's something wrong with that.
Hey, but do you feel good about the conversation you had earlier? Do you feel like you got what you needed off your chest?
In a way, yeah. I'm kind of mad at my phone that I didn't really get to finish that conversation.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna put it like this: So shout out to Twin for talking with his chat voice today. I mean, all right, look, I'm gonna say it like this because he not here, but it's the same stream, so it's congruent, and you can come back and see it. Right. I don't. That's why I say I don't necessarily know if I got beef with AI.
Yeah.
It ain't beef because I don't dislike him as a person.
No, it's not beef. It's chicken. It's fish. It's tuna. Everything.
No, what it's supposed to be is what it was supposed to be was one bruh calling out another bruh.
It was supposed to be manly accountability for that ass.
Yeah, that's kind of what male accountability look like.
You better be in your masculinity for that shit.
Because I'm gonna put it to you like this, right? And if that nigga don't never hear it, I know he lied now. Nigga don't never hear it.
Go start.
So the fuck what be it, right? And I'm gonna say it like this because I heard a part of the conversation and it triggered something. They was talking about who could be the next Kevin Samuels. And it could be another Kevin Samuels. AI is smart enough to be the next Kevin Samuels. He just won't get the fuck out of his own way.
If anything, it's gonna be fresh and fit. They're about 1 million subscribers already. We're like 100K short.
They're not. I'm talking about the next. They've already separated themselves. We know them motherfuckers is dipshits.
You always say this. When people said that they said the next Kevin Samuels, I just don't see no one doing it in his style though.
I'm saying, but the next, I'm talking about, he's witty.
Okay, yeah, as far as winning, okay, that's one part, yeah.
But when you say something smart, when you do something good, when you take 2 steps forward and fuck it up and go 8 steps back, that's what stops you.
Right, because you know what's funny is because I can admit to, you know, there was one video he had on TikTok that I looked at where he said something very, very good. Like it was like a little trick question that made the lady shook. I was like, this motherfucker. But in the same breath, it's like I ain't gonna hold you to everything. Like you regard in all that sense.
However, if I consider you somebody I fuck with, I'm gonna call you out on your bullshit. Certain shit you don't do.
And don't say.
Certain shit you don't say. And there's certain ways you can't move, especially if you're talking about how people should view content on YouTube. That ain't how we. That's why our sector is fucked up. Because one, motherfuckers talk so much on here, they forget what the fuck they say.
Facts.
Major facts.
They spend too much time talking to just talk. And that's the difference with him. Sometimes he don't do that. It's scary intelligent how the motherfucker. Scary intelligent how intelligent he is. But then you come back and say some shit like, you asking the women on the panel, are they from America? Because you're trying to make a point. Like nobody's gonna want to listen to you. And first, and second of all, that's like I heard this whole conversation, dude. I know some people are going to be in the small percentage of people that actually get legit help from the things they hear in a positive way. That's going to turn out. I think Arshawn is probably my example because Arshawn has told his story about him listening to that shit, and he listened to it long enough until he couldn't hear it no more, and then he found a balance with that shit. And I think that's where most of the people that come pull themselves up out of it with a reasonable, you know what I'm saying, reasonable point of view do. You find a balance. But what are we doing here? What the the fuck are we doing? That's exactly what I'm saying. 90% of these conversations lead to nothing. Everybody, and I say everybody. You know what? One phrase I try to stay away from as a person who creates content in this space. Let's have the conversation. There's a lot of people say that. I hate that idea. Because at some point, all we doing is just talking in circles, talking. To the point to where people got to start saying just off the wall shit for their talking to stand out.
But and another thing to it is like when you say let's have the conversation, even if y'all have the conversation, it's not really intertwining in any sense whatsoever. It's like, okay, you were just gonna say this and say that and boom, 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 and then whatever. But it don't really click to anything.
But real talk, like my whole issue with him was a lot of the shit that that was some whole ass shit. And God forbid I'm just
talking about realistic vibes thing.
Yeah, I am not defending Simon weird ass at all.
You dirty. You dirty. That was dirty.
I'm confused. What?
I'm not defending him. I'm not. That ain't my deal. Because I don't really know if he was able to convey it like he wanted to, or he was trying to keep it together. Call my daughter a bitch, I'm going to fuck off on you. Period. That's it. So I don't know if he British, he extra nice and polite and shit. I don't know how the fuck that worked for them over there necessarily. But that was some whole ass shit. And then to double down on it, like, that was the thing to say. That's why I'm like this. A lot of motherfuckers, even with him, he was talking about a lot. He'd be talking about everybody got some shit to say about Chicago and all this other shit. And talk about like the gang violence out here and all this other shit, the gang culture and all this other shit. Now, one thing about the gang culture that probably might not be in motion as much now, but since we always talk about traditional shit, traditional gang culture, man, the kids and the women was off limits. You got smoke with me, come out at me. You see me with my kids, you let me keep going. Same with you. But since gang culture done turned into this little motherfucker right here, now women and kids ain't off limits. We gotta remind you that. See, that would take me out. That's why I told him and presented it to him as a point of somebody who was your viewer. That's somebody who do this along with you. The fuck I'm supposed to support you? You out here calling kids bitches because you got beef with this dude. That's what we was talking. That's what we was talking
you on
about.
that. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Everything you said up to that point don't mean shit now. You let a nigga on the internet trigger you to that point. You let a nigga across the ocean.
That's why when I see some shit Simon pull up, I just troll him a little bit and then I poke the bear, but then I relax. It's like, all right.
See, that's the thing though. I can not only do the internet, I can not only do the street shit, talk street shit, I can talk the internet shit too. I made it clear the first time I addressed him in the chat. It wasn't no misunderstanding. He asked me if I wanted some attention. I said, you goddamn right. So don't act like I'm being subliminal. Or I ain't saying like it is. Don't call me. Please don't call my name. Like I'm Beetlejuice. And instead, I come before you get the beetle out. I'm there. If I'm there, I'm finna hawk your ass down. We ain't on that. Here I am, nigga. Keep on playing. But that's all I'm saying. And plus, it was the shit over there, and that's what I'm saying over there when he was talking about trying to be like, oh yeah, if you ain't never been married or if you ain't currently married, you really don't have nothing to say about the conversation. Like, bro, we in these spaces we say so much shit. We don't even be knowing what we be saying. And if you just out here saying shit, then what are you doing? I'm the nigga that can be out here saying shit. I ain't saying what he can and can't do, but let's just put it in perspective. Anybody who watch me, you already know what I'm on. I ain't here to save the world. I'm with Shine. I'm fucking with him earlier, but save one. That's what I'm trying to do. So, I'm really not on that. Don't cash out this nigga. I see that shit.
You ain't shit, Yellow. You ain't shit.
Nah, man. Say all. Hey, for real. Say all shine all the fucking cash out. Yeah. See all the cash out. But like I said, man, it ain't necessarily beef, man. That was really just one bro coming up hollering at another bro. You know, he take it how he want to. Just, I hope next time you understand. Please don't fucking, please do not invite me up to the panel like you got smoked. And don't tell nobody that you can get, don't tell Wally to back off and he can get it too.
That's that fuckery for me. It's like, girl,
So
I'm telling you, like, I'm not even in my tone or my energy. I'm not telling you nothing. Like, you talking about, he was saying this and that. It's like, bro, look at the comment, really. If he was gonna really come at you, he would have literally said your name. Like, don't be taking.
I did. I did beforehand.
Yeah, that's my whole point. You did it beforehand, but at that point of the commentary, you didn't do it. So that's my thing.
But even still, it's the fucking truth. Intentionally bashing anybody is a masturbatory, self-indulgent ass way to try to get fucking views. It is. That's the whole point against it. And that's what I say. You can't be like, bashing motherfuckers is good. And then be like, well, why I'm not saving the world? The world ain't trying to be bashed. Same way these women ain't trying to be bashed about not being traditional. Same way these men ain't trying to be bashed about not being traditional by women and men. Both it's to the point to where both sides is doing this shit. And yeah, this might be my vent, Arshawn. Appreciate you for having me up, bro. Please cash out Arshawn. It got to the point to where we've gotten so panderized to this whole shit that we got both sides shaming both sides now. So let's break it down to the fucking sectors that we in. We got it down to the point to where traditional men and women are just bashing anybody that don't fucking believe in what they believe in. This is pretty much what it is. You're a horrible person. You don't know how to fucking function as a human being if you don't operate with traditional values. We'll be back, man. All right. Right, yeah. Right. I just want to be the exciting guest. I don't want to be no. I'm getting dizzy. I don't want to look at that shit.
This is musical chairs?
All right, now you're gonna make me want to throw up.
Okay.
right. Same thing. Shit, goddamn. You know, all cross-eyed and shit. So I'm only gonna bash a bitch in here when they feel the traditional shit is the only. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's just like, I think that's what it is, and that's why we had so many problems, because so much of this conversation is about traditional marriage. When the people that you're trying to convince don't give a fuck about traditional marriage. Let me ask the fellas up here. Fellas, do you have to have a traditional marriage? If y'all was to get married, would you have to have a traditional marriage?
Well, I may as well answer it first. I really don't give a fuck. It's really just the values for me. That's it. The marriage part, yeah, who cares?
Marcus?
He probably stepped away. Over there fucking around with damn Jergens.
I know you're not talking with your fucking Johnson & Johnson loving ass.
Oh, look here with this damn Johnson. Oh, you know damn Johnson & Johnson.
Somebody call Pfizer.
Oh, Lord. Answer the question, goddammit.
My bad. What was the question? I just walked away for a bit.
No, I was kind of giving traditional marriages and traditional fucking beliefs the big middle finger. So I was asking, like, I said, like, a lot of this content, like a lot of this shit only really comes from like the traditional marriage and the traditional point of view. When most people don't even get down like that. So I was asking, if you get married, or if you need to get, or if you was to get married, do you need to have a traditional marriage?
You mean like involving like the state and the paperwork and shit and like stuff like that?
I mean,
is that what you mean?
Okay, let's tailor it. The YouTube version of a traditional marriage. Basically, you got a house wench. You know what I'm saying? You got a house wench and you work yourself to death.
Right.
Essentially what they want. So.
Not necessarily like, you know, if I can have most of it, that's cool. But if I don't need everything of it, you know what I'm saying? Like most of the boxes are checked out. I could deal with some boxes not being checked out. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, I get that.
I mean, it's not the point. Mostly everybody in the damn, when everyone gets married, you know good and well, most people out here ain't gonna be wearing white, so what difference? Let's keep it real.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like most people don't marry just full on traditional anyway. Like it's still something they gotta deal with.
Yeah.
That's why I call out this whole idea of traditional shit anyway, bro. If we was doing that shit.
What the? This ninja. Hey, don't be writing down big shit for me. What the hell?
I was just looking at man.
Slick motherfucker with the damn betrayal. Nah, I'll say my. I should have wrote this down when Mandrell was here earlier.
What did Mandrell say when he was over here? He said a lot.
No, I know Mandrell. He speak this to me last time talking about bedtime.
Now Mandrell was kind of cool. He just talked to, he plugged his show as usual. And then he was just going with the whole conversation, talking about, dudes be taking stuff sideways. His usual spiel.
Okay.
He came after the heat pretty much. I mean, he came in it, but he didn't talk until after the heat had died down.
Yeah.
When he was popping off, I don't know, people sending back signals, smoke signals. They was sending pigeons. I don't know what they was doing, but everybody pulled up when Yella was speaking with his chest.
Yeah, everybody pulled up then, huh?
Yeah.
I guess I gotta watch the replay. I gotta rewind it because it's a lot of. Was that like a 3-hour mark, 4-hour mark?
Probably about
Yella when that shit.
3 hours?
I think 3:30. Might have been 3:30.
Yeah, but he came in with some good stuff.
I mean, that's just. I mean, look, man, I'm the fucking. Call me the stenographer, bro. Like, I really be hearing shit motherfuckers be saying that they don't even be remembering they be saying. especially if I'm on the panel with you, I don't listen to everything. I'm gonna be honest with you. If I'm up there for a couple hours, I'm gonna miss some shit. But if we
I listen to most of it.
Yeah, if we end it, no, if we was in the shit, because a lot of the shit he said, we was in the shit. When it's time for the ears to perk up, I'm listening. You know what I'm saying? And when you sitting up here shaming married people, non-married people and people who ain't never been married for not knowing nothing about traditional marriages, and you not in one.
Well, not everybody's gonna end up being married, you know. Not everybody's gonna end up having kids and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
nah, I mean,
that's a fact, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, not everybody's gonna end up having like that marriage and shit. Not everybody's gonna have somebody to die with. You know what I'm saying? Some people are gonna actually die alone.
But if marriage is your goal, though, if marriage is your goal, if marriage is your mission statement, you should want everybody to get married. Because the percentage of people that you want to get married, that's fucking small.
That's true, but everyone can't win.
But no, that's what I'm saying. So I've been kind of looking at some shit, right? See, not everybody wants the same shit, and not everybody does it the same way. That's where a lot of the contention is on this fucking platform with this kind of fucking talking and shit like this.
The rhetoric.
The rhetoric is all traditional values, bro. How old are you? How old are you? You're talking about people who didn't even really we didn't fuck with our generation didn't fuck with the people in our family. I mean, I'm just assuming like that, but we ain't really fuck with the people in our family like that, like the older people to pick up the generations. Not like Gen X, sorry, bro. Not like Gen X. But they was getting dropped off at Granny house all the time. That's all the fuck they was around and shit. Because of course they'll tell you that the dads wasn't around and shit. That's why women is so goddamn promiscuous, because the daddies wasn't around. So since the daddy wasn't around and your bad ass was here, you got dropped off at grandma's house every weekend. So that's how you got built up with all these traditional values, because you was under this 79-year-old woman who you was like 6. And that's why the fuck you like Matlock and black coffee with a grapefruit. Because that's like the oldest shit I can think that people used to, my granny used to do. But now you basing your whole existence off these traditional values because that's how the fuck you was raised. Well, guess what, motherfucker? People not even meeting in real life. People not even meeting in real life. If these motherfuckers wanted us to get married like this, bro, if people wanted us, Marcus, if motherfuckers wanted us to get married in a traditional way, bro, I would have to court this woman in real life. Them motherfuckers would not be getting married online, meeting on apps, meeting online, on fucking YouTube, Twitch, all types of shit, bro. This motherfuckers meeting, man, bro, I just heard some shit. I was listening to this shit online today. And it was like, how did you meet your person? And the host was like, me and my girl met on Match. But funny thing is, she was supposed to get hooked up with me 3 years ago by one of our mutual friends.
Yeah, I mean, some people out here actually met up, through here. So that is what it is.
I'm saying, shit, count me in. I can tell you that shit right now. Count me the fuck in on that one. Nah, tell me I ain't got no fucking experience in that shit. You talking to motherfuckers. That's why a lot of these women don't want to participate in this bullshit. And I'm gonna shut the fuck up. But that's why a lot of these women don't want to participate in this bullshit. Because I get the idea of how traditional marriage would better the man, right? I get it. That would just motivate him to work more, improve his family's future, work for them, provide for them, build up their money. I get all that. Cool. in a sense, nigga, I'm not trying to work myself to death like them niggas did. There's a lot of black men in the ground right now that have worked themselves to death in the 60s. Died in the motherfucking factories and shit because the niggas used to work 247 hours in a 5-day work week. Because they had to provide for their fucking family. But it's the idea of traditional marriage that's fucking these women's head up. And that's where a lot of these niggas get their panties in a bunch. The idea niggas would never to force these women into submission. Y'all sound like y'all want these chicks to participate in UFC matches. Y'all steadily talking to them about submission. Telling them they gonna have this stronghold on them where they basically gonna be in a headlock at the house and they can't go outside. They can't fucking live. They can't exist outside of you. Damn, if y'all broke. Can she take a fucking trip around the corner without having to see your ass for a couple of days? You and the big ass kids. Can she go chill at her mama house for a couple of days or her sister house for a couple of days just to get away from your tiresome ass? No.
I mean, honestly, I say it like this is like, I get the whole point of there's always going to be a point of leadership and everything like that. But my thing is the leader supposed to be worrying about the family ultimately, or is he supposed to lead in as far as leading the whole bigger picture? Because I ain't gonna lie, this is the one thing I don't understand. Like, dudes want to be having women stay at home, but it's like at the same time, it's like, if I always gotta help you out with something or this or that, and it's like, if I always gotta hinder myself and give you my time, then it's taken away from the time that I could be building something bigger for the whole freaking family. This is my thing. Like, this is why I say women just have your own shit. Because personally, it's like, what's the fucking point? I'm so
Wally, you're MGTOW, Wally?
No. I'm saying this like this would have been the name that I would put up against Mandrell because Mandrell said the shit. But I mean, basically, in some ways, I am MGTOW. That's the funny part. But
I respect your honesty, though.
I'm just doing this for funny jokes, though. I'm doing this for funny jokes.
I got you.
Yeah. But there'd be time to times I'd be like, nah, fuck this shit. Men go their own ways.
Sound like a real black pillar.
In some cases.
That's traditional stuff, though, man. They gotta go ahead, Marcus.
My bad. Go for it. You were talking. No, I was gonna say, because like traditionally, right? When they say tradition, you know there is more than one tradition. When I come on certain panels,
yes,
you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a tradition of arranged marriage. There's a tradition of what's that called? Like Mormons do it. You know what I'm saying? Like that tradition. Like Mormons have more than one wife and multiple kids and stuff.
Yep.
And then there's a tradition of monogamy with then usually Protestant, Pentecostal, like Christian, basically, right?
Right.
And statistically, the most traditional marriage that works out the best has usually been the arranged marriages. So, if on average, monogamous relationships themselves, supposedly, which is what it's based on through the courts, they're the ones that feel, I think, the most, if not at the highest rate of all marriages that are traditional. So there is that point that I think would shut down a lot of the arguments sometimes. And it's like, yeah, it's one man, one woman, but a lot of times these certain divorces, especially the ones in the certain monogamous relationships, half of them turn out bad or turn out not working out. You know what I'm saying? One way or the other.
Right. But to add to your point, though, right? It's like, yeah, you're right, because let's get real. The tradition, like, that's from an islander, it's not going to be the same thing that's with an American. That's just facts. Like, it doesn't matter wherever you are in the world. Like, people's traditions are not the same as the next person's traditions. There may be some similarities, but not ultimately the same.
My only issue with the whole traditional thing is they pick and choose which traditions people need to uphold. Because I know for a fact, traditional men would not have spent like hours online. Traditional men would not be arguing with some other dude about some other man's business. A traditional dude wouldn't be calling somebody's kid a B word. You know what I'm saying? So all the traditions that we pick and choose from, like which ones are we going to hold, dear to, and which ones are we going to abstain from? So my only issue with tradition is how do we know, what kind of traditional man you are? Like, forget all the different traditions. Even if you pick a tradition, I'm sure you're not that.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, like it's kind of like you have to sometimes roll with the times, right? So by definition, by you rolling with the times, you're no longer in that traditional mindset. Like you gotta evolve, you gotta adapt. That's just how it's been in human nature. The earth itself has to adapt, so in order to survive. So man has to adapt to survive, get a better job, move, go to a better place, better weather, depending on the type of market you're in, job market, for your kids, the better schooling, so on and so forth, and the thing that's funny is a lot of times when I hear certain traditional people, especially the traditional men talk, they say, get that paper, sign that paper. But by definition, that paper was never originally there. That paper was never traditional. The traditional the courts involved that paper to be like a tax write-off, to get incentive to make money off of it. So by definition, that paper itself that you say, oh, go get that paper. It's like, I know people who married and had a ceremony without the paperwork, and they've lived happily ever after without having a document, without having the whole status of that. They still, the guy still got the woman a ring. They still had a marriage like on a private wedding, a beach or whatever it was, or an island, whatever. They got married, they invited people they wanted to invite, and they were all there for a part of it, and they lived happily ever after. I get the problems they get with it, whatever. Every marriage is going to have certain issues you're going to carry sometimes. But this is what I'm saying, because if they want to, because I to a certain extent, yes, I do believe in God, but at the same time, God didn't make up those contracts for those people. God didn't write those contracts in the court system.
You sure about that, Marcus?
By definition, because even my girl has talked to me about this too, and we talked about this. Technically, you get married under God, not under the state of church.
What if the state is their God?
What's up?
I said, what if the state is their God? I mean, they seem to look up to it.
Well, they do that. They do that from an incentive or a scare tactic, I think, sometimes, in my opinion. Because it's like you're involving kids now, you're involving your wife, you get like the benefits. Like, there's a reason why there's lawyers you meet up with before you sign that shit, or at least smart couples would do that. They would meet up with the lawyer beforehand, and they talk about certain incentives, and they look up the laws in their state they live in, and say, look up your laws, look up the policies. What is the benefits you get for this and that, X, Y, and Z, and sometimes a woman goes to see the lawyer. Sometimes a man goes to see the lawyer before the wedding. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you a question real quick. I mean, it just dawned on me. I mean, it's the same conversation repetitively, no matter what topic it is. If everything that they prescribe as the solution is something that's been done already, but it didn't work, like it led to today. Whatever they talked about didn't work and led to today. Why don't we ever talk about doing something new? Like, the traditional way led to the modern way, and the modern way is not working. So why wouldn't we need a new way, like a postmodern? Like, we need something that's not then or now, because you said both were broken.
Honestly, I think part of that is because no one's really constructing a new way or a new image. I mean, we have to really just look at that. I mean, from that point, some of us, we follow our parents' ideologies that work for them, because based upon us, we're looking at them and they're like, well, it works for them regardless of the situation. So I mean, I think that's part of it. It's like, we trap ourselves into something we thought worked, but reality didn't, and we didn't question it because it's, this is what we're familiar with.
Real quick, man, appreciate you yelling for the cash, yeah. You ain't break no furniture, bro. I'm a big guy, man. All the furniture had to be reinforced, so you good.
doubt, bro. No doubt.
Basically, quantum, yeah, we're a program, yeah.
That's why I want to get it. I don't know how to get this across. Like, I mean, I don't have a platform like that, and I wish people that did have a platform. I know they won't because it's asking too much. I wish they understood that the old way didn't work. The new way, they say, is not working. They're going to have to sacrifice and build a new way. And if you're not willing to build, or if you're not able to build, man, you probably shouldn't even be talking. And we got to quit listening to people that can't build something positive. Like, if you can't do something positive, if everything you do is negative and complaining and shooting down other people's options or like possible solutions, if you don't have anything positive to offer, we cannot keep listening to those type of people.
Right. Because my thing is this, right? Also, at this point, if we're at a point where nowadays, in most cases, they're not, you know, the financial stability is going to be by both people, then there's going to have to be a point where we have to look at it like, okay, maybe this whole partnership idea may be the way to go with it, right? But then but my thing is, for me, because my thing is, this is how I've been constructing like a conversation point of that. Like, if we're doing this whole partnership thing, and we're basically sharing the quote unquote power, sharing the structure and how this thing goes, then my thing is, who is suitable? Are we truly, as both people, suitable for it, or neither one of us is just running shit? Because that's going to be my thing to it. For particular reasons. The question.
And I do like what Quantum said, that we do have to follow the person with the pitcher of water. Like, somebody that actually has some life to give is the people we should listen to. Mm-hmm. But if all they can do is speak death on people, all they can do is shame people, there's no utility. That doesn't serve us or them. Right. There's no purpose to that.
Mm-hmm. But that's the whole point of like trying to build a new path of conversation, because I think as long as we're able to build like a structured, developed conversation that build us to something else, it builds up to a whole lot of things. Because like you said before the other stream ago, right? Because people are so tight within where they, you know, usually know, it takes them a while for them to, you know, construct themselves out of what they're so known to being wired to. So if we were to take these conversations enough to where we make it one thing, but then switch it to and build it up as another, consistently enough, letting the person breathe the content, then I think that's going to be the way how we, you know, can transform this whole entire relationship thing concept.
Okay, well, am I not hearing anything, or is that me? I don't know, because I'm out.
No, we hear you.
No, we're here.
Okay, I was about to say, it got quiet. I was like, oh, shoot, my phone finally just cut
My
out.
bad. I was looking at the chat. My bad.
Nah, you good. You good.
Hey, Noah's going in on the G-Man, so.
Yeah. But y'all, listen, it sounds like we came to a little natural pause point, man. Unless y'all got something else y'all want to talk about, man, I'm going to go ahead and hit the end button on this.
Yeah, I think we smashed up enough.
All talked out. That's what's up. All right, Marcus, man. So what's going on with you, man? Where can people find you? You still doing hanging out on the Great Pill podcast, moderating and hosting sometimes?
Yeah, man. So yeah, I'm over there on the Great Pill podcast. I'm also I hop around these YouTube streets. I moderate. You don't find me there. You can find me on Jay Takashi's channel. We talk about more than just anime. We talk about like movies, series, sports, or just general free, you know, conversations, like free range conversations, anything and everything within the YouTube, you know, restrictions and guidelines, you know. Other than that, you know, you catch me on other panels, you know, whether it be BMU, it could be on I See Him Go podcast, Yella's channel, Arshawn, of course, on yours, on Critically Drinking, Knowledge and Relationships, and a plethora. Maybe these are the ones I usually hang around with. Those spaces. I don't try to linger too far. Yeah, man, just shout out support to everybody else that came through here, and Twitch gang. I know y'all have your own little Twitch gang over there, so shout out to y'all, and hit the Cash App like button, comment, and subscribe.
Hey man, I heard you were a moderator over at Cynthia G. Is that true?
What the hell? Never. Never.
How dare you, Marcus? You
What
traitor.
the hell?
You traitor. How dare you?
Not that chick, bro. Not that chick. She's the biggest man misandrist hater of a decade.
All right, Wally. When you getting back to it, man? I know you said you were trying to figure some stuff out, but when you getting back on stream?
Actually, because before I kick it on your live, I was actually working some stuff. But I took that break to kick it up here. So yeah, I'm working my way in. I'm definitely working my way in. So I'm just working
my way downtown.
Yeah, basically, working it up, setting them up, and then eventually I'll be dropping, and I'll be back into the fold. Trying to work back into this whole freaking wormhole of YouTube. Since I've been gone, and you already know when you've gone too long, the algorithm is funky to your ass.
Definitely.
Fresh new baby and shit.
That's the truth, man. So
Also, make sure you gotta be careful, Arshawn. If you're running short on Jergens or Johnson & Johnson, just ask.
Oh my lord, this ninja! I know you like names Jergens and Johnson. This is the main person that talks about them. Yeah, he talking about someone else uses them. Negro, please.
Technically, you mentioned
Let me tell you
it
what I
first.
heard about Wally though. See, that's why I couldn't get lotion from Wally, because I heard once he's done, he scrapes the extra lotion off his hands back into the bottle.
I'm out.
That's filthy. That is filthy.
I can't use anything from him, man.
Oh, that's filthy.
Hey, man.
That's shady. That's shady.
Yeah, what about you, Yellow man? When's your next stream? I know you've been working lately, man, getting yourself set up, man. What's your next thing, Playboy? That sounds interesting. Yeah. Wow.
Pretending you go for conversation. Yeah, sure. Still muted.
Yeah, that's a good one, Yellow. I can't wait till you do that one.
Oh wow, Yellow man. When's that coming out of theater?
Didn't he say he was gonna be gone from the Tube game last couple of times we've been live?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said that he was gonna. Yeah, it's gonna be some time before he come back.
I'm not gonna lie though. I like when Yellow has that game stream where you're guessing the city.
Oh, the Geo guesser or city guesser? Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know that was a game. Difficult. I thought that was just like, a person vlogging or some shit walking around YouTube, but now I know.
Yeah, well, appreciate that, Yell. I'm glad you got us all caught up on what you got going on in your channel. We're looking forward to that next stream. But yeah, getting ready to head up out of here. Everybody that came through, I really appreciate y'all stopping by, chopping it up. I'm not even going to try to go through.
Y'all niggas some weirdos.
There you go.
Oh, there he is.
Y'all niggas some weirdos. First of all, I was trying to get back to the stream. Hey, but yeah, whatever y'all said, I'll live with it. Appreciate you, bro, for having me up, letting me move some furniture around and shit in this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, when's your next stream?
You got a guest coming through?
Shit. I wanted to stream tonight. Oh.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe tonight. Just be on the lookout.
Be on the lookout. Yellow Pill Coffee Co. on Twitch and YouTube. That's what's up. All right, everybody. Well, I really
shout out to Toxic Masculinity.
Toxic masculinity is the move. But I do think, to AR's point earlier, I do think I still think there's a space needed for the emoting of men. I just think somehow we're going to have to develop something where it's directed. It can't just be constant emotion outpouring. It's got to be something where somebody's helping them work through it, because otherwise, from the conversation, I've been listening the entire time. From a lot of the conversation, we're just saying the same things over and over and over. And if we're just rehearsing the same lines, there's no utility for anybody else that's coming behind us listening. I mean, 'cause they've heard 10, 20, 30, 40, 50
women
times.
panels make me sick.
And it's probably the same on the women's side. They probably say the same thing over and over and over.
What?
At some point, there's got to be the conversation has to evolve. Like we get some data and we move from there, and then we land in a new place, and then we move from there. But that's not what I'm seeing in the last year or so.
Right.
Not what I'm saying.
Because my thing is, it just makes me sick. It's one thing when guys do the whole talking point thing, but y'all women gotta follow the same bullshit too. Like it's like if you told me you work within the talking point, fine, that's what I want. But work exactly the same talking point, like come on, get the fuck out of here. You're just milking the damn cow.
Yeah, and yeah, we still going, still cooking. We about to wrap it up. But yeah, everybody, I appreciate you, Marcus. Appreciate you, Wally. I know Yellow just dipped off. Rico before that. Can't remember who all came through. I'm not even gonna try to. But I can't rate from my phone.
Next month, new platform coming through.
Hey, Arshawn, when you going live again, Arshawn?
I'll be here on Wednesday. Glad you said that. I
appreciate it. This motherfucker. You know what? How dare you? You deceptive motherfucker.
Wally Jergens. But yeah, Yellow he might be streaming tonight, so keep an eye out for Yellow. He said he may try to stream tonight. That's his announcement. And he said, never mind, I'm gonna leave that alone. But then Wally said he owned, never mind, I'm gonna leave that alone too. I gotta quit these corny jokes. These corny jokes keep creeping up. But I will be streaming Wednesday. Wednesday, there was a conversation that they referenced today about the red lipstick vibes conversation about girls trip. But I'm doing it differently. I don't really care about the girls trip. The only thing I want to care about
Yes, you do.
Nah, I don't. I really don't. I promise you I don't.
But
what they did though, the conversation kept missing each other, kind of like they were doing today. Like people will be talking from different perspectives or having different conversations in total. Like so, I want to talk about the ways we miscommunicate with examples. So I'm gonna be pulling some timestamps out and showing how conversations break down, even when it's something simple and something should be able to get it, but maybe their bias got in the way or they got defensive. So that's what I'm gonna do with that very same conversation, because there was a lot going on in that conversation, and people started going in unnecessary ways with it because basic communication was breaking down. So that's what I want to do Wednesday. And then Friday, if
you give a shit about girls trip.
Yeah, I don't care nothing about the girls trip, but it's a conduit to the way we have bad conversations on these panels. That was a great example of it. So that's what I want to show Wednesday, like all the different ways it broke down. Because even AR was like, man, everybody keeps coming at me from my talking point, but they're not actually attacking my point. My point was this other thing, but everybody said it's something about cheating. I never said anything about cheating, and that's true. People kept saying that people were saying things, and nobody had said that, or somebody else had said it, or they made it up all together. So I want to point all that out because we do a lot of that in these conversations, including AR. He did it today. He did it today. So yeah, we really want to. I really want to showcase how our communication is backfiring on us. And then Friday it'll be phases of life. Because again, another thing I'm seeming to notice is that the 30, 40, and 50-year-olds are still trying to live like they're 20, and the conversations are like they're 20. So we're not maturing emotionally or mentally because we're still trying to be 20. Like having silly conversations, like even about girls trips. If you're a 40-year-old man and you haven't figured out a healthy way for your woman to take a trip with her sister, her mother, her friends, whoever, if that conversation has to be as tense as it was, we have a childish mentality. It's an immature mentality.
Hello.
Yeah, so I want to go through like life cycles, phases of life, and because of that, I really think a lot of these conversations are problematic because we have everybody.
You know what? This is why I rock the mental emblem now.
Yep, and your Jergens.
Yeah,
no. That's you. You rock them Dan and Jergens.
Y'all really arguing over what brand?
Yeah, Johnson, Jergens, same old difference. Whatever Wally helps him get through his night.
Yeah, whatever helps you get through the night, man.
Nah.
It's okay, Wally.
Nah. Just know this though. New platform will be coming next month.
That's what's up.
That's what
you already have a name for it?
Huh?
Do you already have a title?
Yeah.
A name?
It's a collaboration thing. I'm with Simon, but I'm the one leading the shit.
Oh, okay, that way the stream doesn't get left up overnight.
Yeah, we set that up. So basically, I told him let's set that up for next month because I'm gonna structure the talks, like my viewpoints. I'm gonna structure those out, and then for that, we can set that going up. But yeah, but one thing I'm gonna definitely do, I'm gonna really like structure to a point. Like, remember when you did the other stream ago about love, but we said just like how we said that one word, there's many other components to it. I'm gonna do that same shit because my thing is, we talk a lot of things about leadership, but we don't really discuss the verities of leadership.
Exactly.
Because I'm gonna give you a little taste, right? Let's break down leadership. When we talk about leadership, right, we already know ship is a suffix. Is a suffix, right? We all know it goes back to the main base word lead, right? So we all know those are three components. But my thing is just how we go with lead, leader, and then leadership. What's the next word that you think of in that next sense? Guide, right? Because when you're a leader, you also are someone that guides. And there's this whole load of things connecting to that. So that's how I'm gonna do that shit. Like I'm gonna really, really connect that thing together.
Cool, man. I promise you, man. We must be on the same wavelength because I'm gonna start doing that on Wednesdays. Taking a word or a concept and going through the whole thing, definition, etymology, the entire thing, because we're using words and not understanding them. We're not understanding it like traditional. Like, what's the context that we're saying traditional? Because, like Marcus said, there are multiple traditions, and what I'm saying is we also can't pick and choose. If it's traditions, it's something we have a habit of, like a historical habit. That's a tradition. That's something we've been doing over some time. And if we're going to continually say it's a tradition, but you're not doing any of the other ones, that's not a tradition. You just have like rules. That's all it is. It's a rule. It's a rule based on something that happened in 1950 or 1820. You're just making a rule from that time period. That's not a tradition because you'd have all of it.
And the biggest thing is we need to start delivering more context. Because the communication is just, like you said before, the communication is poor. The context is sour. It's like, because I ain't gonna lie, same way how, what Yella said earlier about the whole submission thing. Like, because it's basically saying, like, oh, the way you keep saying submission is like we're about to be in UFC. Right? And now that he said that, I thought back to the same thing about because I remember some videos back then watching some females when they hear submissions, like the way they heard it. But that's the problem. When you hear the word, but without the context, that's the issue. So I think we need to really dive into that and bring in that context. And that's that level shit that really has to bring out. Because this is my whole point. When you're a leader, you really have to be very contentious with how you speak things and then how you express. Because this is just going to be the thing. Leader is not just actions, but it also is the verbal.
Peace, Marcus.
Peace, y'all. Great stream though, Arshawn. I gotta watch the rest of the replay, but I gotta see where it gets spicy.
I ever do.
Somewhere around 3 and 3:30.
I got you, bro. Hey, like I said, everybody, please cash at, hit him up, Arshawn, Critically Drinking on Twitch and on YouTube and other platforms. And Wally, wash your hands.
Same to you, Marcus. Same to you.
Go ahead and finish your thought, and then we'll close out.
All right, man. But yeah, salute to everybody. Thanks for having me up, Rashad. Man, it's been good, man. It's been good.
All right, man. I hope you have a good evening.
Yeah, you too, man.
All right, everybody. It might still be in the chat or viewing. I will not be rating again from my phone. I'm not even gonna try to do it. I'm just gonna close out the StreamYard. Y'all never hot barbecue. Goodbye. I know, man. I know. Yeah, man. All right, man. It's good seeing you. Hey, man. It's good seeing you, man. It's good seeing you again. It's good seeing you. Wait, how your mom? Before I go, how your mama doing? She been all right? All right, y'all. Kawhi, Bree, Yellow Pill, Inya, Quantum. I know we're the last you in here. Nova. Appreciate all of y'all, but I'm about to end this off as soon as I figure out how. I've never done it from my phone. Give me a second. Is it the big red end button? Okay. If it's the big red end button, it's about to end. All right. Woo. Yep, that's it. Peace.